the topic of my intervention. The slides do not work yet. So digital humanism, the topic of my intervention today, has become an official part of Austrian foreign policy, not only for my country, but also for the Czech Republic and the Slovak Republic, since the three ministers of foreign affairs signed an agreement to promote digital humanism worldwide. Right. This is the outline of my presentation. I started with a disclaimer. I will then talk about Afropolitans. This is a little teaser to introduce the subject. And then come to the main focus of what digital humanism is. It's not only about the use of technology or ethics, and we will hear more about it by my colleague, Ms. Clara Neppel from the IEEE. But it's also about power, and I'm going to decline this idea and try to think through with you how much digital humanism and cyberspace in particular relates to power. Now, what are these Afropolitans? Well, did you know that there's a group of people in the San Francisco Bay Area, as I understand mostly from the Nigerian community, that claims that the nation-state experiment has failed for black people worldwide. It yielded nothing but poverty, genocide, police brutality, ethnic strife, inflation, weak government, and the failure of our ecosystem. So the idea is then, if our nation state failed us, why not migrate? And not migrate in the first step to another country, but migrate into the internet and create a network state where all these people who think they have been failed by their own state would build a state of their own, then eventually through crowdfunding and I suppose the introduction of a cryptocurrency, create their own currency, migrate to a territory, buy a territory, and then establish a physical state. They say, and this is a quote from their website, the internet enables people to organize around shared values at scale that were previously unthinkable before the current century. If it were a country, Facebook would be the largest one globally. With the advent of cryptocurrency, the next Facebook will not be a social network with a passive online community, but rather a full-blown digital republic. Interesting, right? They think that Facebook has already or is in the stage of becoming a republic, but the question is, especially for us in the West, and I'm an Austrian diplomat of the European Union, so the question is Facebook also a democracy? And I will not refrain from naming the companies, unlike in the previous day where they were called the Frightful Five. I think there is no reason for shying away to name where the problem lies. Now, the gentleman on the top here is Professor Hannes Wertner, Professor Emeritus of the Technical University of Vienna. He can be called the father of the Vienna Manifesto for Digital Humanism of 2019. And this manifesto, which you can find online, which you can sign if you so wish, is a manifesto that has garnered the support of around 1,000 people, more than 1,000 people around the world, and outlines for the first time what digital humanism is. And one of his key messages is cyberspace is not only a question of technology, but a question of power. He finds support in the quotations by Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the internet, as you know, who say that we need to save the web from political manipulation, fake news, privacy violation, and other malign forces. On the other hand of the spectrum, you find Elon Musk, who asks, and this is a quote again, how to make a machine that can replace the human. And digital humanism, in the world of ideas, can be seen as a gauntlet thrown to, Silicon Valley. It is a question that we ask them is, do you know what you are doing? And I'm sure they know a lot, but maybe there are certain aspects which are underrepresented. Now, digital humanism is one side of the coin. Humanism is a philosophical term, right, coined in Europe, which was created to protect society and the individual from oppressive powers of the state and the church at that time. There are other forms of humanism, also in China, which is often portrayed as the counterpart of the West, and this would be digital Confucianism. And I think that in the arena of the battles of idea, we would have much to learn from what China thinks is digital Confucianism, which is not a word that has been invented by me or an idea that has been invented by me, but there is a paper that was presented to the World Economic Forum last year to this effect about digital humanism and digital Confucianism. However, I'm not naive. There is a big political struggle around two visions of the internet, more liberal vision represented by the West, and a more authoritarian represented by China and by the Russian Federation. As Ciara Martin, this is one of the people who contributed to a book that we have funded, Perspectives on Digital Humanism. So Ciara Martin said, it is now increasingly evident that the US and China are engaged in an epoch-defining struggle for technological supremacy, and that there is no way for states to assert control over the internet, and we have to abandon the idea that internet is global and cannot be regionalized. Some people say that countries like China and Russia and others aim at balkanizing the internet. Institutionally, for the West, from a Western perspective, a battle has been won last week in the International Telecommunication Union, where an American was elected the new Director General of this United Nations institution against her Russian opponent. Now, beside a common interest that the United States and Europe have in keeping the internet free, there is another another aspect that we in Europe feel increasingly, that in the cyberspace, in this world of cyberspace, we have become a colony of both the United States and China. And because of this guts feeling, which is more than a guts feeling, I mean, you can show data to this effect, some European countries, especially Germany and France, have started to think about their own alternative to the American clouds, especially the cloud provided by Amazon, which I think is the biggest one and the most powerful. Now, we in Europe have started a project called Gaia X that would be a European cloud that would form a kind of sovereign cloud to end the dependence of the European continent from China and the United States. This Gaia X project, however, this is what experts tell me, is miles away from offering a credible alternative to the cloud spaces offered by the American cloud providers, private cloud providers. And then there's another aspect from a state perspective. This is the aspect that deals with algorithms incorporated in weapons, lethal autonomous weapon systems, which make a mockery of every ethical consideration with regard to algorithm. It's like, are we building a new nuclear weapon, you know, that would function not through the scission of a nuclear, of an atom, but through the, but powered by algorithm that would decide autonomously whom to kill, when to kill, and how many people to kill. So that was the state-to-state perspective from the point of view of digital humanism, the sovereignty question. How are we sovereign? How are we autonomous? There are different words to describe the situation. Then there is a dependence of the state vis-à-vis the big tech companies themselves. First of all, through data centers. The clouds that we talk about are not clouds in the skies, but a physical data center that everyone can visit if he's allowed entry. We know that these data centers, as well as the submarine telecommunication cables, are the private property of many of the big five, the private companies. Now, there was a question put to the Austrian parliament in July. And the question went as follows. How dependent is the state of Austria from foreign internet and digital service providers? All the ministries replied, and it is interesting to read, it's open to the public, it's on the internet, what the answer was, and that gives you an idea of where our efforts stand to emancipate ourselves from the infrastructures of the private companies. So the Austrian Chancellery, if you want, the Prime Minister's office, who coordinates the work of the government, explained in its answer that the question cannot be answered for lack of available research, but the Austrian government referred to a PricewaterhouseCoopers study for Germany, which the Chancellery considered to be relevant for Austria too. According to this study, the German administration depends on the service provided by Microsoft. This dependency has, among others, two main inconveniences. Limited information security, because the source code cannot be viewed. The federal administration has only limited options for checking the information security of the Microsoft software. Then, second inconvenience, third-party driven innovation. This can lead to a reduction of IT expertise, which reduces the federal administration's IT-related innovation capability in the long term. Accordingly, the innovation capability of the federal administration is increasingly influenced by Microsoft products, unquote, openly available on the internet. The Austrian ministry responsible for technology replied, it is currently not possible to completely abandon Microsoft products. It's always Microsoft. It's currently not possible to completely abandon Microsoft products or other products from non-European manufacturers. Details on the time frame and cost for a changeover to alternative products are not available at present. In any case, a changeover project lasting several years would have to be expected. The Ministry for Foreign Affairs said, well, we try to use Austrian and European software, but it is a fact that the market leaders are domiciled, are located in Asia and in the United States. But in this tripartite diplomatic declaration I mentioned in the outset from 30th of June 2021, the ministry also said that we need to be aware of the potential impact of technology on our privacy, our freedom of speech, and our democratic institutions. So that was the concern we have about the power, the GAFAM, the big tech, the Frightful Five, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and so forth. These are the concerns that they raise for the Austrian government. By the way, an anecdote, I contacted Microsoft Austria to discuss with them digital humanism. They didn't even care to call back or write back. Now, we enter what we have discussed many times here at this conference. It is the relationship between cyberspace and the individual. Remember, I said humanism, the term humanism was chosen because it refers to a European cultural experience that was designed to counteract the forces, the oppressive powers of the states and church in the Middle Ages and the 17th century. Now, the question nowadays, in our view, is what choice does the society and the individual have? Do we have or do we need to make a choice between services, surveillance, and censorship exercised by the state on one hand and by digital companies on the other? And the answer probably is different depending on which society we live in and how represented we feel in the society we have to live in, right? The feeling of unease that is often expressed is the one that stems from algorithmic manipulation, nudging, herding, conditioning. And I had a very interesting discussion with one of the students yesterday at one of the breakout sessions upstairs, and I asked her, well, do you consider nudging to be unethical? And her answer was very nuanced and interesting. So, but the fact is that some people feel manipulated by nudging and herding and conditioning as well. Now, why do we care? And why do we want a private platform to conform to a democratic ideal? Well, the answers given to that by two scholars at the Vienna Digital Humanism Summer School 2 weeks ago was, well, we need to care, and these are not private companies like all the others, because these companies, Facebook in particular, provide public spaces. The Afropolitans, you remember, migrated to the internet because they said the public space here is better than the one that the states provide to us. The question now is, what kind of public space do the online platforms provide to us? Is it a kind of Greek-type agora, so the ideal form of democracy, or is it a shopping mall? Are we meeting in a shopping mall? Another question that was, I think, was not raised here so far, as far as I remember, is the platform controls of millions of mainly non-unionized workers around the world. They perform sometimes micro-tasks for the internet companies, very boring tasks, you know, to train algorithms or to watch cameras that send pictures over thousands of kilometers from one area to the others, that tag pictures, you know, to train algorithms once again. So the International Law Organization, I believe, starts to look into the issue of these non-unionized workers because the platform economy is not only an information economy, it's also an extraction economy. An economy that extracts data and minerals in order to produce devices like that. Then, at European level, concerns have been expressed by the Vice President of the European Commission, Ms. Margrethe Vestager, who said consumers cannot tolerate a situation in which a handful of large digital platforms control our access to internet. So what to do about it? And finally, one of the problems that we face is us, the expertocracy. People do not understand what we are doing. And I think that was said a couple of times here in this room. We need to simplify the message because complexity kills trust. And one French philosopher came to the conclusion that, and this is his terms, I quote him, the capitalism of the future is going to be defined and supported by two professions: those who build the algorithms and the lawyers who are paid to defend and support them. And the humanities, the part of the science that was most revered in the 17th, 18th, 19th century, seem to be losing out. So that is food for thought. Then there is an issue with the market dominance of big tech companies, of not only the big three that are caricaturized here, but all of them. The services of Amazon, Microsoft, and Google account for 70% of the global market. There is a need to reassert the anti-monopoly goals of the antitrust laws and their centrality to ensuring a healthy and vibrant democracy, says the UN Congress investigation of competition in digital markets. That is to say that not only in Europe, but also in the United States, there is a resistance against what big tech companies represent. Meredith Whittaker is a lady, not the only one. There are two ladies who dealt with ethics at Google. They have been fired by Google. And Meredith Whittaker said, I mean, after having been fired, that all tech companies live from monitoring their users. They earn so much because they can sell personalized advertising. The question is, again, do we care? And to what extent do we care? When does it become oppressive? I like to play guitar, right? I don't mind getting advertisement of guitars on my Facebook account, right? This is not the issue for me. If people start expressing political opinions and are then censored, this is when problems start to become serious. The relationship between cyberspace and climate change have already been addressed here and there during this conference. Artificial intelligence, for sure, can provide solutions to climate change, or at least some answers to act against climate change. But artificial intelligence comes with a considerable carbon footprint as well. For me, the fact that a user who sends an average of 20 emails per day over a year emits as much as CO2, carbon dioxide, as if he had driven 1,000 kilometers. The environmental damage of producing cryptocurrencies alone averages 35% of its market value over the past 5 years. So we should not underestimate the carbon dioxide footprint of the digital economy. One Austrian professor at the University for Agriculture in Vienna says, we are allowing the Bitcoin economy, cryptocurrencies, to thrive. And because of the footprint, the carbon dioxide footprint this produces, this is evidence that we don't take the climate crisis seriously. It is, for him, it is an evidence that because of that, all the efforts we are pretending to make to revert the heating, the global heating, are practically useless or futile. An aspect that was not touched upon here, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the relationship between cyberspace, science, and the arts in particular. There is an ideological debate beside digital humanism and digital Confucianism, a digital debate between controversy between digital humanism and transhumanism. Transhumanism is a term that has been coined by the brother of Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World. And his brother was Secretary General of the UNESCO and a defender of racial hygiene. But at the same time, he, as a Secretary General of the UNESCO, said that we need to evolve as humanity into a form of transhumanistic shape. We need to improve our humanity through technology and the sciences. So I find that quite interesting. The Transhumanist Manifesto is online, and my colleagues in the foreign ministry, as I said, see also this term digital humanism as a gauntlet thrown to those who profess a post-humanistic or transhumanistic faith. In the Poisdorf Declaration, this declaration of Slovakia, Austria, and the Czech Republic, it is said that digital humanism empowers the world of art, philosophy, and the humanities to explore what it means to be a human being. And of course, digital technology can help us a lot. For instance, there is an Austrian media artist who has just recently drawn a digital cultural map of Africa. And I think this is a wonderful way of using digital technologies for the people in Africa and elsewhere to become aware of the cultural richness of a continent or a country or a region. However, digital technology are also now producing art. painting produced by algorithm has won a prize in painting just a couple of days ago, in Colorado. And there are platforms, go to these platforms, they are fascinating, like Midjourney, DALL-E, Disco Diffusion, where you can talk to the application, and following what you tell them, they draw pictures. Like if you tell them, draw an astronaut on a horse, they will draw this. And then you can tell him, draw that in an impressionistic way, expressionistic way, a la Kandinsky, things like that, and they will do it. Or this is at least the direction that this software, which has created quite a hype, can do. But what is the consequence of the software on the artist, on the physical artist? What is the consequence for intellectual property laws? Who drew the picture? Who is the painter? Who has rights over the painting? Or the piece of music? I'm sure things like that exist also in music. Who? That brings us to the question of accountability. Who is responsible for the designing of an algorithm, for the consequences of an algorithm? On liability, the European Commission has just proposed a liability directive to tackle the issue. We will see what comes out of that. What is the consequence for state responsibility? The lethal autonomous weapon systems, they kill somebody. Who is responsible? Is there a general responsible for it that can be tried before the International Criminal Court? Or is it the algorithm which an anonymous collective of scientists and software designers? Very difficult questions that are already asked or studied in some universities. The Council of Europe is in the process of elaborating a legal instrument to regulate design on the design, development, and application of artificial intelligence that have a significant impact on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And now I'm not being Eurocentric, because this convention is deemed to be open to all countries around the world. We are at the beginning of the negotiations. We don't know where these negotiations will lead us to, but it's on the way. So what is digital humanism? And I largely here draw on the declaration made by the three ministers of foreign affairs. Digital humanism is to be understood as the pursuit of supporting people through digital technologies, especially artificial intelligence, and of protecting people from adverse effects of this technology. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against the technology. I use them here, and I loved some of the applications. But there are adverse effects that we should be aware of. Decision makers, and this is maybe the most tricky part of all that, decision makers must be held responsible and accountable for their decision. And with all the acts and pieces of legislation that are being elaborated in Europe, the United States, Canada, and elsewhere, the final question, the litmus test, is what about enforcement and responsibility? You will find a lot of good and intelligent and useful principle in those pieces of legislation. What is unclear, and that was also the result of some of my discussions with the students at the Summer School for Digital Humanism, there is unclarity about liability and enforcement. So we need to look much more into how the things are enforced, whether they're enforced properly, effectively, and are really a deterrent to producing the effect that we don't want. And last but not least, we have to ensure human-centered and human rights centered approach which guarantee the full and effective implementation of existing international legal norms. Human rights should be implemented, enforced, both online and offline. So what's the way ahead? Here, question mark. Is it Mr. Optimus? Mr. Optimus has been presented by Elon Musk a few days ago. He said that his robot will transform civilization and bring about, this is almost religious, right? A future of abundance, a future where there is no poverty, where people you can have whatever you want in terms of products and services. That reminds me almost of a sect, religious sect. That if you join us, you will be happy forever and all the generations to come. Are we going to build what they call, some call, artificial general intelligence, which much more than a robot becomes autonomous in true sense, self-reflective, so perform one of the key tasks of our awareness, self-improving and commonsensical. Is this the way ahead? Miss Tang Yu, which I find more elegant than Mr. Optimus. Miss Tang Yu has been promoted CEO of NetDragon Websoft, the Chinese software company. She's CEO. She's an artificial intelligence-powered virtual humanoid robot, which on one hand I find funny and maybe even useful if the company thinks so. But are we thinking about political leaders powered by artificial intelligence? Is this the future? And if yes, how does this robot need to be designed? Or don't we want such a robot at all? So, down to earth. What we need to do, in our view, diplomatically, is to promote digital humanism in international fora, like here, the United Nations University. We promote the idea, we already within UNESCO, the European Union, and we do that especially since this tripartite diplomatic declaration of June 2021. We promote the concept of digital humanism through our diplomatic representations abroad. We invite other countries to join. We invite, as part of our science diplomacy, to academics to join. It is our task as diplomats of the Austrian Foreign Service to coalesce scientists and artists worldwide who are interested in digital humanism, and we are in the process now of supporting Digital Humanism Summer University in Vienna in 2023, and that is now my final message. I hope my lecture has been interesting to you. I look forward to your questions. And from right now, I would like to invite all of you who are interested in participating in the Summer University as a student or as a lecturer to contact me, and I'll make sure that I bring you together with the right people who are behind the Digital Humanism Initiative at the Technical University in Vienna and behind the Vienna Manifesto on Digital Humanism. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Walter. If you please take a seat, because we're about to follow a panel, and then once we've done a few questions with the panel, we'll open the floor. We're a little bit behind schedule. I'd like to invite on the stage Marta, Clara, and Serge. Take a seat. I will be the moderator for this session. My name is Morten. I'm from UNU-EGOV. Clara Nebels is responsible for innovation and needs of the industry and academia and government at IEEE. Marta Castellano is an economist with a background in telecommunications management who teach research and advice on innovation in education. And Serge is a colleague of ours from our sister unit in Macau, where he is the head of scientific research, among others. So, Walter, you've already met, and as you know, he has already set the challenge ahead. So there's clear links between digital humanism and the Sustainable Development Goals of leaving no one behind. There's also clear links to, for instance, the WIS's action lines in relation to the SDGs, and there's clear lines to the upcoming Global Digital Compact on an open and free internet as a human right, which has been launched by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. So, Marta, first to you on education. What type of skills will help create this inclusive, equitable digital future or more humane digital society from your perspective as an educator and innovator?
Thank you, Martin. First of all, I want to thank ICEGOV for inviting me, and also Delfina, Elizabeth, and I can't wait to see the leather sector and the heritage UNESCO tonight, this evening. It's a pleasure for us to be here. Well, first of all, we need to consider that the way that digital is implemented in society needs to refer that we need to know that the accessing the information, the way that we spread the knowledge has been changed. So we now need to also be conscious about the constraints and the uncertainties that they have to all of us. So first, we need to teach the teachers how to develop different kinds of approaches in order to have the conscience about what is the technology means in our society, how we relate to each other, and also how can we make the best of technology. So definitely, we need to have a wise use of technology, not only chatting and have joy with the technology, but also to create relations, to study, to have more information. We need to develop the critical thinking. We need to resolve the problems around the environment, and also to teach our students how to be better with the technology. But first, the critical thinking is the most important thing for our students. So, definitely, Martin, we need to get the problems, the ethical and moral debates that we haven't resolved yet as humanity in our classes. We need to put our students in social problems that we have today and to relate them with not only abstract concepts, but the real world problems. How do they going to resolve that? Why? Because the automatization will give us the power, if may I say it, to have a cyber curating, an ethical curating of the automatization. So we need to put our students in those kind of problems in order to resolve it right now, because in some days, maybe they have to program it, to code all these automatization matters.
Okay, so what I hear you proposing is that we've had a focus on STEM for many years, for instance, which is the hardcore sciences. Yeah. But we need to add that angle of both innovation, critical analysis, and entrepreneurship to that in order to go to a more inclusive and humane society. So it tempts me to ask a question to both you, Clara, and to you, Serge, about how do we define that? So we talked about train the trainer in order to them to address these issues. We heard also yesterday Marta from Serbia talk about how they're talking about AI and coding skills in education. We know that a lot in the audience are building in tech in traditional disciplines, in public administration, in engineering around AI. So how do you see that from the IEEE perspective, for instance, and how do you see that both from your French background, but also from the Asian background being based in Macau?
Thank you. So I think this is a very good question, Martin. So when we are talking about the values of humanism, which were mentioned before, such as, for instance, agency of the individual, as you mentioned, and of the society, the question is how that will be reflected in the digital products and services. And I'm taking the angle of the technologist because I'm a computer scientist myself, and I also represent technologists from all around the world. First of all, I think we need to define new measures of success. So my PhD was on optimization. So one measure of success was clearly performance. Of course, if you're in a commercial settings, the other measure of success is profit. That's nothing, it's clear. Now, the question is how to bring the other two P's into the equation, planet and people. It's not something that we were trained to do as technologists. And the same goes for the risks. So we can deal with risk as long as we are talking about traditional risks like security and safety. And now with the AI Act, we have a new dimension of risk, namely risk to human rights. So how are we going to deal with these? And my question to this is this IEEE opened up, basically. We need to open up. We need to bring technologies together with ethicists, philosophers, the stakeholders, and develop instruments, because one is education, the other is really how are we going to deal with technologies that are building our products day to day. And one way of doing it is through standards, building it together with the stakeholders and taking the context into account. And Walter mentioned the 7000 series, which is around defining and prioritizing ethics. First, understand the values of the people who will use that technology and try to implement it, transform it into real system requirements. That is what was done with 7000, and there are very interesting case studies to that. And we did one with the city of Vienna. So I think that working together and building also these instruments will help. Of course, education and skills are going to be a very important part of that.
Similar to you, Serge, what do you see there? And also some of the angles in your research about how you engage people in this discussion about what is trust, what are the limitations we may or may not want to put on big tech and technology.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. So I want to thank you. First of all, thanks the ICEGOV to invite me for this panel. So I want to thank Delphina and Elisabeth for having me here. So it's very interesting topic, and I was really interested by the presentation of Walter because it resonates a lot with what we are doing inside our institute. So we are a sister institute of UNU-EGOV, located in Macau, and we are in a very interesting region because it's close to China, and we are in a special administrative region like Hong Kong. So there is a lot of cross-border data initiatives also interesting there, and so. Yeah, what we are trying inside the institute is to have a kind of multidisciplinary point of view on the problem, because most of the problems are kind of the challenges of today are wicked problems where you try to find solutions to problem, and maybe sometimes the solution might be worse than the current solutions. So, and I'm a bit worried that AI might be something like that when you try to address a problem and you have some consequences. You might harm some vulnerable population, for example. So this is something that we have to deal with. And I think one way to do that is to try to engage more the citizen in the design of policies, of digital policies, of AI policies. And this is what we are trying to do in our research, not only having a participation of the citizen, but going a little bit further, so try to co-design together policies. So we are doing that by doing participatory modeling sessions. So the idea is to put not only the expert and the stakeholders around the table, but also the citizen, and give them the same power to decide and criticize the solution. So this is very important for them also to be heard during the design of these solutions.
Yeah, we've heard a lot the last few days about the role of standards, but playing the devil's advocate, are people really interested in being engaged in developing standards? Do they see the value added, or is it a little bit too remote? And will it be left to the stakeholder representatives and academia to be the checks and balances to ensure that big tech doesn't overreach, but that government doesn't overreach either? Any thoughts on that, Clara?
Well, I can just give you our experience. So of course, we're also developing technical standards. You're probably all using now the Wi-Fi standard, which is the most known standards that we're developing. So traditionally, that is done mainly by men. It's very technical, 10,000, a big community. When we started developing what we call socio-technical standards, this was a shift. So we had, it's about purpose. So we had a lot of women, a lot of chairs of these working groups are actually women from all over the world. So I think when we are discussing, impact, I think that you will automatically get more inclusive. It's, of course, the question is also the access to standardization on how you make sure that all these groups are represented. So I think that here there's a lot to discuss. There's also a big discussion now in the EU how the AI Act is going to be operationalized with the standards and who is going to be represented there. But I think that it is a way of building consensus, of discussing and building consensus. This is a kind of democracy. And this is something which is universal, which can be used universally.
Yeah. Walter, I'll return to you to get the non-representative, the ministry. There's a disclaimer that it's your own opinion here. But what do you see the role of, for instance, government or the role of another term, science diplomacy, digital diplomacy, around the intergovernmental collaboration? So bilateral agreements, multilateral organizations. You can have opinions about how Eurocentric the GDPR is, for instance, but it is an indication and an example of how a grouping of countries have managed to enforce a certain types of ethical or privacy principles onto big tech, which they couldn't do on an individual basis.
Right, and I think the European Union is very good at regulating, right? And because of the economic power the European Union represents, it has then repercussions worldwide, in America, on the continent of America, and in Asia. However, I mean, having negotiated a lot of conventions myself throughout my life in different areas, what I always have witnessed is a disconnect between the diplomats and those who are really dealing with the matter on a day-to-day basis. You know, we are very good at creating standards in the air, and we don't know exactly how then to implement them. And this is why, and I'm saying this, and Clara knows that, for me, one of the singular examples on how these standards become alive is IEEE, which is a technological association which has managed to find a way to incorporate ethical standards into what we, I mean the diplomats and the legislators, the standard setters want. And it's going beyond this declaration of lofty principles to really down-to-earth work. And this is why we want to encourage now diplomatically academia and scientists to engage in that direction, because whatever we say is nothing without the groundwork that academia and software engineers and so forth can do.
Yeah. Marta, as an educator and someone working with innovation in education, Walter mentioned the simplified message. That message can maybe be scary scaremongering is what we want to avoid, but we also want to avoid over-positive praise of technology. So how does that relate to the types of skills and capacities you see that the scientific community, the diplomats need? What for the future generation in the 21st century do you see would be the skills in 10, 20 years that would help facilitate a better grasp of the pros and cons and a more balanced approach to the discourse around technology and its impact to create this human, equitable digital society that we're moving towards?
Right. Well, I'm very agree with Walter, because when he said that we need to put it in normal words, in ordinary words, I think we need to start from the academia. We need to put in the research different kind of people, ethnic people, indigenous people, black people also, minorities, in order to be part of the researchers. Why? Because they have to know what is happening in those days about technology. Technology, as Walter says, is not bad. The bad thing is our biases, that all of us, we have biases. And when we have programmers, they code the technology with that unconscious bias. So if we research in a multidisciplinary team, that we have women, people from different kind of ethnical backgrounds, different regions, definitely we're going to have those kind of standards in a very wide matter. And the thing is, in the academia, we need to produce all that knowledge, to think what can we do in order to have different ways to resolve the problems with technology and, first of all, with humanities. So we need to gather all the things that we have in science, but at the same time in humanities, and how we can resolve it. Actually, is the time to break the curriculum standard. And we need to go further. For a study plan, we have abilities and the development of competences in order to think, okay, we have a problem. How can we're going to resolve? Is the same way to resolve it in Africa than in Latin America, or maybe here in Europe, or what people in Asia can think about it? Why cannot we have different kind of people making a team in order to resolve that? But that is a matter of fact that what is happening in the poor rural areas in all of our countries. Unfortunately, there is a spread problem around the world. Is the coding, information, and classification all around those people? They know what means to code. What are they doing to have the better information in order to have the better decisions? But as we can see, poor people in some areas, they don't have the access to that kind of information. So in academia, we need to put these things in a very common words in order to they can have a knowledge about what is happening. Because when you go to the financial market, the loans and the risk of the financial loans also is made by NAA. So the artificial intelligence is having all our data, and they are saying which can have a loan or who cannot. But the people, the normal people, the regular people, we don't know that. So we need to, in the academia, to put all these things in a very simple way in order that they know what to do, what can be their behavior around the using of the technological things in matters.
Thanks. So we had a conference that is trying to combine theory with practice and practice with theory. Yeah? This is reflected in our audience and in the panel. So Clara, representing practitioners, you're technical, scientific, IEEE expert groups. How do you see what are the things that they need to address to go along the way and looking more at it holistically and not just from a technical perspective? And Serge, representing academia and to some extent also a multilateral organization,
yeah, sure.
How do you see multilateral organizations and research need to improve to not get too abstract in its thinking sometimes, to bring it down to the practical level from the theoretical level and vice versa?
Well, I think I can give you an example. I mean, I think it's a very clear example of how, thinking beyond technology can actually change the product. So the 7000 standard was tried with one of the projects in Africa, which is called YOMA. And the initial idea was to discover hidden talents. So the idea was to study the mobile phone usage of young people and calculate a magic formula which would say a talent score, and then companies would approach those people and give them a job. Now, if you can imagine about agency, humanistic values, this is not really the most optimal thing. So according to the standards, people needed to engage with the students and ask them, is this something that you want, or how would you like this product to be used? It resulted into a completely different product. So now it is a platform where the students can actually engage. They control with whom they engage. They are building their CV in this way, and they are also reaching out to the companies themselves. So if you see the power change completely from, let's say, the company who provided that to the user. And I think that this is the way of, which has to be started from education up to the practitioner right now, how to change this paradigm, not only thinking about accuracy, technical terms, even if you're verifying or you're assessing the product, but really thinking about the context and also about the impact this has on the community and on the people.
Yeah. Serge?
Yes, I think we have this tendency in the academia world and also in UN system to work in a bit as silos. We are just focusing on our own interest and our own topics. So, and I think we have to build a kind of complex system literacy, because sometimes the people, they don't understand that everything is connected. There are interrelationship between the different domains. So, and this is especially true for digital technology, where we are impacting everything from the environment to the social issues. So there are lots of consequences, and so I think it's important to have this literacy that maybe the people, they can understand better the consequences of what they are doing. And I have an example in mind right now. It's maybe not related exactly to AI, but you remember that during the COVID pandemic, some expert epidemiologists, they built some very nice predictive models, AI models that can give some insight to the decision makers about what to do. And the model says, okay, at the end you have to do a complete lockdown, so it will solve the problem. But they completely forget that there are also problems like
human dimension,
mental health, things like that. So it's as Walter said, it's expertocracy. So you have only the expert to decide about that. So we have to. We have to add also the voice of the marginalized population, the vulnerable groups. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. We'd like to take the opportunity to actually follow up on Walter's closing question to the audience from his keynote, which was, what is the audience actually doing in this field to support this more digital human society, both in terms of the scientific diplomacy, so the collaboration between practitioners, academia, user groups to drive this inclusive, equitable, humane society with a technology twin, and also in terms of the classical diplomacy, the digital diplomacy, something we also heard in some of our follow-up keynotes earlier when several ministers were pointing out how can we collaborate around getting legal and regulatory frameworks. So we'd like to open the audience to give examples of that. Just quickly, if you have something that you would also like to contribute with, please go ahead. So I don't know if anyone has some projects to share or some key questions. Is it Elsa and a gentleman on row 2 here? We'll do questions afterwards.
Thank you very much for a very inspiring talk and for raising these issues that is of global interest and is affecting not only our daily life but also our future. You know, and it has been discussed that AI can bring also huge divides between countries, in addition to the present big divides that we have. It's very interesting what you are doing at the European level, and I think it's very relevant for the whole world. But what about the global south? I am from Argentina. We have US, we have China, we have Europe, and the global south, it's a lot of people there that has been affected by all this. I am from academia, and on a daily basis I work for raising awareness among our students, and of course bringing the vulnerable groups, blah blah blah. But here we are in Portugal, and let me say that the bacalao is cut at a different level. So the power is defined at a different level. So how are we working to engage the Global South in this discussion, and how we can protect the rights of the people in the Global South? Thank you.
A gentleman down here on the second row also.
Hello, good morning. I'm Tiago Avila from Brazil. Minister Walter, I was very impacted with your speech about digital colonization. In agreement with the question of Elsa, and in the case of the Global South and developing countries, what's your view of how the digital colonialism is developing? Would we have something more serious, like a kind of digital slavery?
If I may, before we answer that, Elsa, do you actually have any ideas of how the Global South, from a Global Southern perspective, could be further engaged? Or are you playing the devil's advocate, and I apologize if I step on some feet, because asking the question from the Global South, and how are you going to engage us, sounds a little bit like you're waiting for the Global North to suggest how to engage. And that is the wrong way around, no?
Sure.
So I'm challenging you. I apologize if I'm impolite.
Thank you, Morten. Let me say something. On the first talk, regarding the keynote from the message from the Secretary General and the advisor to the Secretary General, when she talks about how multilateralism agreements can help to bridge the divide brought by globalization, I think there is a vacuum in terms of multilateralism organizations dealing with global transformation and the power of the internet giants. Yeah. So I think that the Global South, together with the Global North, should work on this type of issues. I think what the keynote speaker, Walter, was bringing out about the need for discussing about AI and how the internet providers and the private sector is dealing with this, I think it's too late. Because it's not only about AI, it's about how they were providing internet services, how they were providing, how they were collecting data. And let me say that it's true, the issues of AI, but if you go to the ITU statistics of the percentage of bandwidth that a person in the Global South has compared with the internet bandwidth of person in Europe is completely different. And we know that the GDP is related to the access of internet and bandwidth, correct? So there are back steps that, there are things that are before AI. and that we need to discuss. Yeah. So there is a need to have this kind of organisms, and I think it's a problem of both global North and global South that we need to agree. And then I agree with him that it's a way of enforcement of the agreements that are defined and signed, that we are somehow we don't have the capacity to make sure that are enforced.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have responded to your question.
So what I hear you recommend is that the Global South and the Global North to partner in order to ensure that what is being addressed in the Global North about equitable access, ethical AI, is done in partnership with the Global South instead of just transposed to the Global South.
Yes, but in addition, we go behind.
And look at the preconditions around access and education.
Exactly. It's not only about AI.
Exactly.
It's about also access. Thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And from the Brazilian angle, do you have something to contribute there on what you could potentially see as a solution? No? No? Very interesting question, and I'm sorry for trying to create a dialogue here, but it's an interesting dilemma. We had the Cape Verdean minister the other day saying that for all the pros and cons, the legal and regulatory framework in Cape Verde is very similar to the Portuguese because of a colonial history. There's some elements that are positive, there's negative. But how do we, for instance, in our expertocracies, in our ivory towers, in our global north, ensure that we also think about the marginalized within our communities, but also engage more proactively and more inclusively with the global south in relation to this agenda? Walter?
This is a very pertinent question. And I must say we were elated when we discovered that in Colombia there is an Observatorio for Digital Humanism. And the reason why Marta is here is because exactly your concern. We want to engage the Global South as an Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Number two, this is kind of the first step. The second step is talking to representatives of the Global South at international conferences. And the two institutions we see as having the most potential is the United Nations University and UNESCO. And I have a colleague at UNESCO who exactly brings forward this argument. UNESCO is the place where we can engage the Global South. We need to do more. We need all of us to act. Maybe it's too late, but the alternative is not doing anything, and this is not a solution that we find appealing. Slavery, I mentioned the digital workers, and at the Vienna Summer School, where we had also a representative from Congo, for instance, we're very happy about. So at the digital commerce schools, we discussed the fact that there's a cyber proletariat, digital proletariat. It is being there and not unionized. So this is the slavery work of the workers who work for the industry. And then there is another form of slavery, which is the kind of ideological slavery. We submit to what we are told because the powers that are present are so strong that they occupy the terrain of public opinion. And the public spaces we have today are occupied by this big tech. Sometimes, and I'm not diabolizing them, sometimes they offer very good platforms for an exchange of opinion, much better than states. Sometimes they do not, and there are problems. So we have to be aware of this and do whatever we can to avoid a current that is against emancipation of the human being, but would be retroactive, bringing us back into what the Enlightenment movement wanted to achieve, right? An emancipation of human beings.
Any thoughts from
Yeah.
Marta?
Sorry, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Clara. Well, I want to quote Nicholas Carr. He just said that we have a new illiteracy, which is we have too much information but a little understanding. And in the academia is where we have to battle these kind of things. So answering your question, we definitely need to go to the basis, what the schools are doing, what the colleges and the universities are doing. Why don't we develop a digital humanic center in all of our academies? For instance, as Walter says, we have the Observatory of Digital Humanization in Colombia in the University of Arandina. We are searching different kind of research about what is the meaning of technology in our days. And we need to start with our students. What are they doing with the technology? Are they having more knowledge? Are they resolving the problems? Or are they just having a good time? It's okay to have a good time with technology, but it must be just a little time for technology. If we find the study that Van Dersen and Van Degen did in the University of Twente here in Netherlands, they found that the poor people in Netherlands, they used to use the technology just for fun, most of the time. So we definitely have a very wide space in order to have value added to the technology. And another thing that I want to mention, because I share your thoughts, and definitely we need to think how we can make the technology even more specific to resolve our problems in Latin America, for instance. What is the meaning of having technology? Because it's not only a problem of access, but it's a problem of what to do with the technology. Even if I have a very few hours of technology.
It's actually, before we turn to you, Clara, it's interesting you're mentioning that because we've been doing some study on digital gender divides at the unit. A number of my colleagues are looking at that, and we did a literature review. And what we found was that there were thousands of articles and papers that have been peer-reviewed about gender divide, but the majority was focused on the global north, partly because that's where there's data. And although there is a problem about digital gender inclusion in the global north, it is an even bigger problem in the global south. But even authors from the global south was doing studies on the global north. So again, the data, yes, there's information overload in some areas, but there's information missing in other areas to deal with the problems. So I've seen a couple of hands already. I'll just turn to Clara, and then we'll open the floor again.
Very quickly. I think that one answer to your question is really that we need to have both the bottom-up as well the top-down. So we are maybe lucky in IEEE because we have sections all over the world. So we, you know, a lot of ideas come actually from individuals from all over. I mean, what I mentioned before was from Africa. A lot on our standards on bias comes also not from the Western culture, but really our individual contributors from all over. And so that's the bottom-up approach. And then it's very important to engage, actually. So we are engaging an institute as IEEE as an institution in the Council of Europe, in UNESCO, in the OECD, and so on. So we are, let's say, using our resources to actually be there and influence as much as possible and raise awareness, and also very often to demystify a lot of things, what policymakers need to know. You know, what does it mean? You know, what is AI? What does it mean to have blockchain? What does it mean to, what is the metaverse now, what we are going to discuss about? So a lot of these things, so I think both are important, top-down and bottom-up, in order to engage.
Serge, you had something to contribute?
Yeah, I want to add something about, I want to share some personal experience. Before joining UNU, in fact, I was working as a researcher for the French Research Institute of Sustainable Development, and I spent 2 years and a half in Cameroon, and I think it was a very great experience for me because for a researcher from the global north, spending so much time with trying to deal with local issues, it's very valuable. And I remember I supervised numerous PhD students at that time, and I remember that sometimes I asked my students, what you have done during the weekend? Oh, sorry, I've done nothing. What is the problem? It was quite hesitant, and afterwards there was no electricity in my neighborhood, so I was not able to do anything. So, okay, sure. Yeah. So you have to deal with these concrete problems.
But there you get an innovative angle, because statistics shows that there are more people with electronic devices in Africa than who have access to electricity.
Nice.
Which means that they're innovative and they're troubleshooting. Yeah. Elsa, you had a follow-up, and there's a question from the gentleman here, the guy in the blue shirt and jacket, and the gentleman behind him. We have 2 minutes left before coffee break, so please keep it short. Elsa, go ahead.
I think one of the things that we need to reflect is that AI is something that is cross-cutting. It's not only technology. So there is an urgent need to change all undergraduate programs in all disciplines, medicines, agriculture, engineering, law, all disciplines that you can think, to introduce courses mandatory about AI, ethics, and the use of technology. Not for them to program, but for them to know what is possible and what is not.
May I say something about that to Elsa? Definitely, Elsa, it's a problem that we have. Actually, in our university, you are more than welcome to Colombia, Elsa, and everybody. We are forming doctors, nurses, engineers, teachers with digital humanism matters. So they can know what is to be a doctor in those days with technology. That makes a different kind of behavior and knowledge.
Yeah, I agree with that point. I just want to make a suggestion for you to ponder over coffee, which is maybe you need to introduce it already in primary school, particularly because it's about critical thinking about the content you consume.
Yeah.
But that's for you to discuss over coffee. We have 2 gentlemen up there with questions.
Yes. It's actually a question and a comment. One of the key things that we can pay attention or get the attention of the active players with the, what do I say, the South, is basically, as you mentioned, clearly innovation. But what we're talking about here is breakthrough. So how can we really encourage those people to come up with a breakthrough solution that will grab the attention of the whole world to them? So technically running some challenges, hackathons, or whatever related to that, to identify the actual problem or challenge and make those people with great brains come up with a solution. And those solutions can come as something that we never thought about it.
Yeah.
So, and I will specify here, content, for example. We always think that because we have big bandwidth, we can create rich content and high quality content. However, someone might come up with a very advanced code that can generate that same result with a very low, let's say, size of files. Another dimension is power and energy. We can also encourage them to come up with something that can help that. So the idea is coming up with a solution out of these challenges. And we can see a lots of, not to specify, but we can see a lots of programmers and coders in South India coming up with great codes for that. So my question to you, do we have any program similar to that that we can popularize it?
Yeah. The question to the gentleman behind you, a question from just behind you. Excellent, thank you.
Sure, thanks. My name is Mzukisi Kobo from Johannesburg Vet School of Governance. The question I have, I was quite intrigued by the comment you made about digital humanism versus digital Confucianism, if I get it right. I'm not sure if this is, real than a construct, and I would argue that perhaps a Western construct in a way that reinforces the existing divides, the tech divides. And I'm also just wondering whether this ideal world of digital humanism is possible given these geopolitical divides, especially the tensions between the U.S. and China. If you look at the restriction of sales of the AI-powered microchips to China, should that even be happening? Because it does have implications for the rest of the world that is dependent on secondary and third-party technologies that carry these AI-powered microchips, and almost accentuates the superpower competition, because you're forcing China to develop its advanced microchips and to contest for markets in Africa and in other developed world, where these frictions could become a lot more intense. And I just want to get your view, because I think I think the Western countries need to be a lot more self-critical about how they are playing the geopolitical game, or responding to China, and be aware of the damages this could wrought in other countries outside of, say, Asia and North America.
Actually, an observation on a couple of questions while you ponder some quick responses, is that there's actually a lot of innovation. So a lot of you probably already know that there's new technology about decentralized ledgers that cut the energy consumption dramatically, raising Walter's point that, the lifespan of a cryptocurrency, 35% of its value is used on electricity bills, and that has a CO2 footprint. But also, for instance, in South Africa, there's innovation hubs where local communities build basically 5G networks, but it's based on cache technology. So whoever downloads the newspaper of the day first stores it in the cache, and then that creates a network that's in solar powered. But also, I think in terms of the global south, there's been a change in EU collaboration, particularly in the Africa-EU program that's coming up, and Digital for Development, where it's actually looking more at partnerships between government to government or private sector to private sector, between Africa and the EU. And there's similar initiatives in Asia and Latin America. They're brand new, they're small compared to other initiatives. But I think it is a positive sign towards a different type of partnership that is less from us to you, and more a dialogue and actually a co-ownership and co-design of things. But the panel, very shortly, before we break for coffee.
Your question has different layers. There's the geopolitical power play, there's the ideological layer, and then there's society. And I think the answers are different. Just a quick thing. For me, humanism is a school of thought that has brought independence to Haiti, the first black nation in world history. And I think this is in this spirit that we want also to approach the other continents, Africa in particular, and we would more than more welcome engagement from scientists from your continent and other continents, as I said before. It's just a matter of getting in touch. We offer the discussion. We cannot change, as an Austrian, I cannot change geopolitics, but I can maybe contribute to change ways people are working in their daily life and contribute to a more humane society. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I think your question about what to do to resolve all these kind of problems, actually in Ariandina, in our university, we are having a different point of view in the classes. Now we are looking for the sustainable development goals and to put them in a simple words for our students, and to bring them some ideas in order to resolve those big problems, but according to their own environment. When you see we need to reduce poverty, you can think about an abstract concept. So we invite them to check if in their neighbor, in their localities, they have something related with poverty. So how can they develop a different ways in order to resolve those problems. So maybe as a kind of innovative way to think differently. So that is what we are doing in order to not make a classical or magistral class in otherwise how to resolve those kind of problems in order to have a different multidisciplinary ways to resolve, because in the same class we have people from design, people from health matters, people from engineer background, and we put them all together in order to see what happened at the end.
Yeah. Any
Yes.
final thoughts?
I think what is absolutely important when we are discussing about humanism is that it's not about Western culture. So also when we're talking about ethics, at least what we are discussing in IEEE, it's not about imposing Western culture. It's very much actually embracing Ubuntu, Shinto, and all other religions or values. Actually, it leaves it to the community, to the context, to define what is important according to that context. And I think this is about giving agency to the people and the community. So I would like to, I don't think we have more time to that.
Yeah. Just want to add something about digital colonialism, because we discussed previously about that. So I see that something like that in action in Cameroon, in Central Africa, because I was talking with colleagues from Yaoundé One University, and they were working on very theoretical network tools. I don't remember exactly the details, but something that is completely irrelevant to what they are living in their life, their daily life, because there is nothing like that in their country. So I was talking with them, trying to understand. And afterwards, said, yes, maybe we should try to do something that is more interesting regarding the challenges that the society is having right now. So they change a little bit their mind after that. But so it's just a matter of discussion sometimes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We ran a little bit over time. I apologize. On behalf of the panel and ICEGOV, thank you to you, the audience, for your attention and for your questions and for partaking in the dialogue. And on behalf of the audience and ICEGOV, thank you to our panel. Thank you, Walter, Marta, Clara, Serge.
Thank you.
A little bit of housekeeping. The next line of sessions starts at 11. We have sessions on inclusion. We have sessions on AI. And we also have a session on frontier technologies and on industry and public sector partnerships. So lots of choices. I hope you make the wise ones and spread out. And don't all stay tempted and chatting at the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ouvir?
Consegues-me ouvir? Olá, olá, estás-me a ouvir? Estás-me a ouvir, meu caro?
Abre aí o microfone para eu saber.
O microfone não está... Pois, tenho que mandar para o estéreo. Tenho que mandar para aqui, espera aí. Olá, olá, teste 1, 2, som.
Abre aí o microfone.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Muito bem. E assim, estás-me a ouvir? Você não me vais ouvir com certeza. Som, 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 som. Som, 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 som. Ei, 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 ei. Teste 1, 2, teste 1, 2. Já está testado, não já?
Estou. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Teste, teste 1, 2, som. Estás-me a ouvir bem? Estás-me a ouvir muito bem. Olá, olá. 1, 2, 3, 4. Teste, teste, teste. Já cá não estás.
Estás-me a ouvir, João?
Estás-me a ouvir bem?
Sim, estou a ouvir bem. Aqui fora estou a ouvir.
Excelente. Muito bem. Então,
Ok.
ok. Até já.
Obrigado, até já. Um, dois, três. Bom dia.
Luís, acho que podes sentar já, se quiseres. Ou posso-te apresentar eu, como preferires. Não sei nada disto.
You have some? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here and chair this session and to introduce you to Professor Filipe Calvão, the head of the Portuguese Data Protection Commission and the professor of law at university at the Catholic University of Portugal in Porto. And she will do the opening remarks. So thank you.
Thank you. Muito obrigada, Luís. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I hope that you are enjoying yourselves during our stay here in Guimarães, with a great weather, by the way. Just a few words to express the honor that the Portuguese Data Protection Authority, Comissão Nacional de Proteção de Dados, has to be part of this, to take part of this conference as co-organizer, along as with the Bulgarian Data Protection Authority, of this roundtable, a roundtable on artificial intelligence and the safeguards of privacy in that context, which is one of the biggest challenges of our days. I would like just to highlight the excellence of our speakers and moderator, to whom I'm grateful for the prompt availability to come to Guimarães, to join us here in Guimarães. Thank you so much. Muito obrigada, Luís. Muito obrigada, Ana. Muito obrigada, Luís Antunes, e muito obrigada, Luís Sarmento. And thank you so much, Plamen, that will intervene from Bulgaria. By the way, I should clarify, I'm from Brussels, sorry, Plamen, from Brussels, but you are Bulgarian. So I should clarify that, just make this small note, that not all Portuguese male names are Luís. There are other names beside Luís, although we have here 3 Luís by chance. So I'm sure that this morning will be quite productive. Thank you so much for your presence here, and have a nice debate. Thank you.
I'd like to call to the stage now my colleagues Luís and Anna. And so this morning we will have, I think, a dynamic session. We'll have some presentations, but mostly we'll have, I hope, a productive discussion. Our topic today is, of course, very important. We all know of the dangers of the quick development of AI poses to privacy, but now this session will focus on the ability, the possibilities opened by AI to actually protect privacy. So it's a different view, I think, that will pose many questions. And within our panel, we'll have two lawyers and 2 engineers, so different perspectives, also from both the public sector and also from the private sector and companies. So I think we'll have a lot of things to discuss, and I hope you enjoy. And we, of course, count on your questions and remarks from the audience also. So let me begin by introducing Dr. Anna Brian Nugrer. I hope I pronounce it not so badly. She's a professor of law, privacy and ICT at the University of Montevideo. She's based in Uruguay and a practicing attorney at law and consultant on data protection. In July 2021, the Human Rights Council appointed her as the special rapporteur on the right to privacy. And she took up the mandate on the August 1st, 2021. She presented her first UN report, Privacy and Personal Data Protection in Ibero-America, a step towards globalization, at the Human Rights Council in March 2022. So, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to
the
podium.
Sure.
Thank you, Luis. Dear members of the ICEGOV community, guests, participants, dear colleagues. Good morning to you all. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for sharing the panel with me. It is an honor for me to address this audience, sharing with you the following words. Information and communication technologies involving data, access, cloud computing, communications, each day permeate more and more our lives. Digital technologies make data available easily, enabling the control of large quantities of digital information by the companies, governments, or other organizations. Information circulates. The large quantity of information flowing makes it very difficult to process it by traditional tools, and this is the moment when algorithms appear in the scene. Data have an immense value. We are living a fourth revolution regarding data and personal data, a revolution in which big data and artificial intelligence, as well as augmented reality, machine learning, are playing fundamental roles together with robotics and nanotechnology. Tech devices permeate our life. They are present in our refrigerators and also in our cars. They permeate the society too, when they help us to organize our finances and our trips, to prevent diseases or to enhance productivity. And they are also part of our social life. Technology has influence on the way we work, on the way we communicate, on the way we learn. They gave us a new insight of products and of services, a new way of enjoying shopping online, and a new way of interacting with smartphones and social media. Information and communication technologies changed our lives. The challenge nowadays is to innovate using data, using personal information, but at the same time, it is to assume the risks that this implies and having clear its positive effects. All these disruptive phenomena also brought negative effects. New levels of crime appear. The displacement of human work by robots and artificial intelligence tools is changing our lives too. Privacy and data protection, they are fundamental rights. They too had a quick evolution. If we add pandemics to disruptive effects of technologies, we can see we are facing big challenges and transformations. In this position, we must take into account that human persons are the center of all juridical and political organizations. Dignity, autonomy, equality, freedom can never be left unattended. Artificial intelligence is part of the disruptive phenomena we are referring to. We are facing a revolution. It began when internet became available to everyone, when bandwidth increased, when smart mobiles appeared, when social networks pervaded the streets with all its consequences, be them social, familiar, professional. And the evolution continued towards augmented reality, 3D impressions, machine learning, nanotechnology, robotics. Digital tracking is enabled too. All these disruptive processes show that we are in a process of change, of social transformation, that we must assume as such, giving way to artificial intelligence or to the use of social networks, but at the same time being conscious of the risks implied, learning to assume these risks as real possibilities and learning how to face them. These challenges incentivated by pandemics, they position mankind in a very vulnerable position in which personal information can be sold and human rights are at risk. And at the same time, it affects our security, generating risks. By affecting our security, it affects our fundamental rights and our right to privacy. No privacy is possible if there is no security. Some weeks ago, a case emerged in my country, Uruguay. A school teacher noticed that 3 children were hurting themselves with their sharpeners. They were 10, 11 years old. They were at school, and yes, it was with their sharpeners. An investigation was done, and they came to the following conclusions. One of the boys had harmed himself in other previous opportunities. The 3 were receiving orders on their phones suggesting those actions to hurt themselves with their sharpeners. The lack of security, of cybersecurity in this case, is permeating our society and showing us these paradigmatic cases that affect our children. Children, as well as teenagers, are especially vulnerable parts of our society, which need to be protected in the real world and also in the virtual world. They may be victims of psychological or emotional harm. They can injure themselves or can even be dangerous for other persons. As said, the evolution of information and communication technologies is very fast, and its repercussions bring risks to human beings. Let's think of examples. Think of Cambridge Analytica and all the persons who sold their data without knowing its possible repercussions. Think of Kamaki Khashoggi, whose data were interpreted as a cause of death penalty. And we could continue. Several tools are important, but 2 are of utmost importance as a way of confronting this situation. One is awareness. The other is education. Awareness implies to know where we are and where we are going to in terms of artificial intelligence, for example. Education is necessary to analyze ethics in artificial intelligence and the mitigation of risks. Awareness and education are the basis of our greatest challenge, which is to teach how to detect and prevent risks on our fundamental rights. This is a way to face the challenges of our times and to protect people from the negative effects of artificial intelligence and of technological disorganization. Both awareness and education can be achieved by means of systems of artificial intelligence that teach the premises of data protection to humans, empowering human beings to take decisions with adequate levels of information. Teaching the fundamentals of the risks that artificial intelligence may produce to human beings by means of artificial intelligence position technologies in other role, which is not provoking the risks, but implementing measures to comply with data protection principles. Data protection, as well as privacy, they operate horizontally, enabling other rights, as the right to express an opinion, the freedom of thought, the right to information, the right of dignity, freedom of expression, and I can continue. This can be observed in different parts of society, which is why the signs of multidisciplinarity are highly positive and enriching. The rights just announced do not appear in contraposition. I mean, for example, freedom of expression is not the opposite of privacy. Each of them are different from the other. All of them coexist in other constitutional rights, as in democracy, one does not prevail over the other in abstract terms. Artificial intelligence tools can provoke risks, yes, but they can also operate to safeguard privacy in other and different ways. To apply privacy principles, ethics, and security by design and by defect, we can use artificial intelligence, its tools, as the due processing of data is essential for the design and architecture of the software and of the algorithms. Several activities that should be effective to comply with data protection principles can also be implemented using artificial intelligence tools. For example, for the evaluation of risks, to decide models of action, to monitor, to revise activities and channels of communications with users and final consumers. To promote anonymization generates interesting effects too as a way of protecting personal data. The main goals of these activities is to obtain the trust of the users and to provide them of transparency, that they can act with transparency. Both trust and transparency appear as crucial for growth and consolidation of robust technologies. On developing tools of artificial intelligence, it is important to emphasize transparency, but also accountability. For example, by taking into account the importance of maintaining open communication about the use of personal information during the lifetime of data, providing the user the opportunity to decide what personal data can be excluded at the moment of analyzing the algorithms and models when this is legally admitted, establishing possibilities of revision by human beings of decisions that were made by machines to ratify them or to rectify them. Other actions that contribute to enhance data protection can be implemented with tools of artificial intelligence when working at evaluation of risks, privacy impact assessments, emphasizing transparency and accountability, proactive responsibility, anonymization. To achieve adequate systems of data protection, we need to provide quality in all digital services. Technical recommendations are necessary in all topics, from the use of robots that take care of people to the use of personal data in interviews of persons seeking for a job. Artificial intelligence is present in these. It is everywhere, in all sectors of society. In last July, a conference on Spanish language was held. Some aspects of artificial intelligence were discussed, such as the necessity of transparency and accessibility. The work of the Real Academia Española in its corpus, as said there, is not that of a certifier, but, they said, it adds human vigilance to automatisms. Using personal data implies complying with national regulations and also with international regulations, which prevent the effect of vulnerabilities of the data protection systems or menaces on human rights. This is a general rule that has no exception for artificial intelligence. All systems must comply with national and international regulations, and of course, on ethics and principles of ethics. Some dispositions of special importance are Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states the right to share in scientific advances and its benefits. Also, the recommendations of UNESCO for science and scientific researchers of 2017 and on ethics of artificial intelligence 2021. The first one recommends the members to take measures to ensure that without discrimination, all citizens enjoy equal opportunities for the initial education and training needed to qualify for research and development careers, as well as ensuring that all citizens who succeeded in so qualifying enjoy equal access to available employment in scientific research, as well as to abolish inequalities of opportunities. The recommendation of ethics refers to an inclusive approach to ensuring that the benefits of artificial intelligence technologies are available and accessible to all, taking into consideration the specific needs of different age groups, cultural systems, different language groups, persons with disabilities, girls and women, and disadvantages, marginalized and vulnerable people or people in vulnerable situations. In most cases, the protection of personal data will be done using the methods of artificial intelligence. It can be done with the collaboration of public and private actors, of civil society and NGOs, in a multi-stakeholder approach according to ethics and respecting diversities. The democratic state of law supposes the existence of rights, like the fundamental right to privacy and data protection, which are enshrined, and they also need to be made effective. Virtual existence of these rights is not enough, as this human right protects the persons by protecting their data that are part of their personality, as each person should have the right to dispose of their data freely and autonomously. An adequate data protection system from the point of view of this special rapporteur on privacy implies to work towards a world in which privacy and data protection harmoniously march towards a globalized world based on mutual respect, consensual principles, more justice, less discrimination, in a democratic system which favors economical development. To analyze the concept of privacy and alterity, taking into account that privacy is a fundamental right that crosses horizontally across all sectors of the population and acts like a mirror that reflects the accomplishment of other fundamental rights. It is important when we are evaluating social democratic values to approach us to a global policy and to a regulation of human rights that will enforce economic development in the midst of the diversity of the peoples. Our invitation, always, is to, from the point of view of technology, innovate, to face challenges, to change old conventions, to strategically think how technology and the processing of data might impact disruptively, offering new opportunities for new generations. All this can be achieved, too, with the aid of artificial intelligence. Last but not least, one short consideration. We must always take into account that all human rights system is a tool for the good of human persons. Humans must always be the aim and the purpose of all our efforts towards social, economic, and environmental prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you.
For your framework on a human rights approach to AI and how AI can be a tool towards protecting privacy. And it's now time to give the floor to Professor Luís Filipe Antunes. He's a full professor of computer science at the Faculty of Sciences at the University of Porto. He's a director of the Competence Center for the Cybersecurity and Privacy at the same university. He develops important research in the area of computer security, privacy, and data protection. He's founding partner of 3 spin-off companies from the University of Porto and a member of the Lisbon Academy of Sciences. So, Luís, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. And first of all, thank you for the invitation to be a part of this panel. I'm sorry, my slides are in Portuguese. I was not planning to take 10 to 15 minutes to talk, but after this, the first discussion in the morning coffee, I decided just to go over a few slides just to set the grounds for what artificial intelligence means. So it will not be a problem to be Portuguese because most of the slides, they don't have any text. They just have images, which is kind of cool. So the title that I have for this presentation in the past was Artificial Intelligence Challenges and Opportunities. So there are lots of challenges, but it's useful also. So we need to balance the fundamental rights with the usefulness of this approach. So the first thing that I want to show you is that this concept of artificial intelligence is not new. It's old. It's from the 50s. Okay? So, and the main question is, why are we now talking about a concept that has been there for 80 years? And I can anticipate the answer. The answer is the following. So the computational development and the computational power, it's huge nowadays. So we have these huge computers with, that can extract information. And in the second position, we have a huge amount of data nowadays. We are collecting data, as Anna was saying, collecting data from IoT, from devices that we are plugged to our own body, from our cars. So the amount of data that we are generating, it's among us. So, and what can we do with all of this data? And then it comes, again, this old concept of artificial intelligence. I will play with you a game, and try to motivate artificial intelligence. So let's try to see if you can guess what kind of object I have there. I will tell you a few data points, and after a few I will ask who can try to guess what kind of object. So again, it's in Portuguese, I'm sorry. This data point is the color of the object, and the color of the object is orange, okay? The second data point is the weight, around 100 grams, okay? The third data point is the shape. It's a sphere, kind of sphere. And the fourth data point is the texture. So it's slightly rugged, okay? And now the question is, can you guess what kind of object I have there? Orange, yes. Okay, orange. In the past, I was in a conference where someone claims it's a basketball. Okay? Yeah, but it's an orange. And so with just 4 data points, you were able to guess that it's orange. Okay? And now the point is, what can we do with these data points? The first thing is that we can guess objects. Okay? And the second thing is that we can separate objects. So in this graph, I have separate objects from color. In the axis, I have color. In the Y, I have the weight. And I can separate orange from grapes. So grapes are green, orange are orange, and the weight, it's different. So I can make clusters. Okay? And this is what artificial intelligence is doing. It's leverage on data points, and based on these data points, it's trying to cluster. It's not that easy as in this example, but let's make things simple. So I can, and in different settings, I cannot cluster. So if I consider the sets and the maturity level of orange and grapes, I cannot cluster orange and grapes based on these data points. But the point nowadays, and the reason why we are talking about artificial intelligence and the impact on the privacy and fundamental rights is this. So, sorry, I was going to ask, how many points Facebook grabs from every user? Can you guess? Now you can. I showed the slide. I'm sorry. Yeah, 52,000 data points from each user. So with 4 points, I can claim it's an orange. With a few more points, I can cluster. With, I cannot imagine 52,000 points about myself. I cannot enumerate these points about myself. But Facebook has these points about their users. And the point is that it's not only Facebook. Google Analytics, they have more than 500 data points. So if your company, if your organization is using the Google Analytics, what it's doing, it's allowing Google to collect 500 data points from the users that are visiting your websites. It's kind of amazing, this, okay? So, and with this, all of these data points, I can separate cats from dogs, of course. And this is, again, what artificial intelligence is doing. I will skip this. This is the evolution of the computational power. So nowadays we are talking about quantum computation. So the computational power is going to be exponential when we can get things done on the quantum setting. And the amount of data, as I was claiming at the beginning of this talk, is increasing drastically. So, again, I want to challenge a bit here the notion of intelligence in these algorithms. So, all of us, we know that IBM was able to build a computer that win a chess game against Kasparov, okay? But the point is that, at least I don't believe that this computer, the Watson, was intelligent. He was able to go deep on the number of possibilities. So the idea is the following. If I do a move in the first setting, then my adversary, he can do all of the other moves, then I will go and do another move, and as deep as I can go, the output of my algorithm will be better and better, because I can anticipate what is going to happen. And this is not intelligence. So Kasparov, he was not doing this. He is bright, he's smart, he has some kind of heuristics based on experience, of course, he has his own models. But I think that creativity, we cannot mimic creativity in the computational setting. But that's my point. Some other people disagree with me from the technical side. And this is the slide, this is the reason why I wanted to do this presentation here, because I really like this slide. This slide comes from a journal from the medical setting. And what does this slide mean? It means that on the X, we have the degree of certainty that doctors have about a given patient, okay? So they are really certain that this patient has this illness, okay? On the Y, we have the degree of agreement. So if you put two different doctors and the same patient for the two doctors, do they agree that they have this illness, okay? And what in this journal they claim is that if the degree of certainty is high and the degree of agreement is high, so we are in the simple region, and for those we have guidelines. Okay, so it's easy, it's fixed. We have a model, we have guidelines, and you just teach guidelines to the medical students. Okay, but the problem, and the interesting problem, is in the chaotic domain, when the degree of certainty is low, and the degree of agreement is low again. It's chaotic. That you don't teach to your students. That's somehow creativity of the doctor. That's what makes a good doctor. And what they claim is that in this domain, we should look for patterns. And to do this, we need data and we need computational power to look for these patterns, okay? A good doctor, he has some kind of heuristics. He can claim, okay, for this path, I will not go because I know the outcome. For this path, I will not go because I know the outcome. So I'm going this path, okay? But this is where artificial intelligence comes to place. And this is a good use of artificial intelligence. But the point here, again, is that the following. We are not, in the medical setting, we are not using artificial intelligence to take decisions. We are using decision support systems. So these systems are supporting the decision of a medical doctor. So they are not taking decisions by themselves. I would not trust a computer for this, but I would trust a system where the doctor gets the input from the computers, try to think about it, and give a diagnosis. So I will skip this. We will talk about this bias on the artificial intelligence setting. We have a bias world. This is cool. Either the algorithm is biased or the data is biased, and we know that our world is not fair, so it's biased. So if we build algorithms based on real-world data, it can be the case that the algorithms are fair, but the outcome will be biased because we fed them with real-world data that is biased. I think we will discuss this. This is a cool slide. I think that this problem is solved. The Turkish is a gender-neutral language, and what these researchers made was to give as input to Google Translate the left-hand side, and they got the right-hand side as a translation. And again, Turkish is a gender-neutral language. So we can see here, she is married, he is single, he is happy, she is unhappy, he is hardworking, she is lazy. It's cool. Why? Because it was trained with real data. It's not fair. It's not a problem of the algorithm. It's a problem of the data where the algorithm was trained. But it's cool. It's funny for this kind of talks.
That's amazing.
This is my last slide. And here again, let's imagine this setting in the autonomous driving setting. These researchers, they trapped the autonomous driving car. Why? Because the car was able to get into the circle, but now, as there is a continuous circle around the car, it will not leave this circle. Okay, again, we as humans can be a bit more creative than the machines. Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Now it's time for Luis Sarmento to speak. He's a researcher in AI, mostly focusing on machine learning, with a degree on electrical engineering and Master of Science in AI and a PhD in informatics, all from the University of Porto. He has more than 15 years of experience leading research teams, both in academic and industrial settings, and in the fields of search engines, recommender systems, and dialogue systems. He's a co-founder of Inductiva Research Labs, a research-driven startup company focused on delivering AI solutions to problems in the fields of engineering and science. So, Luis, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you.
I guess that you'll have a slightly different perspective from Luis, but let's see.
Well, maybe yes, maybe not. I'll leave it for everybody to decide. So thank you so much for this invitation, and it's great to be here. I'm going to start with just a personal story, and then we can talk a little bit about other more technical things. But so I drive cars. I have a car. I actually also drive motorbikes. So I have all these insurance things that I need to take care of. And last month I got my insurance bill. So I looked at it, and it was worded in a really nice way, as if I was getting some sort of discount. They can do this really well. So I was really happy. But out of curiosity, I just decided to pick up my bill from the previous year and compare it. And although the wording was, "Hey, we're doing you an amazing price," the value was actually like 5% higher than last year. And I thought, okay, well, this is weird. So I decided. I decided to be that guy that's going to call them and say, hey, I've just received my bill. Why am I getting a 5% charge on top of what I was paying last year? And they said, it's the algorithm. Actually, I happen to understand a little bit about algorithms. Can you tell me a little bit more why the algorithm is saying this? Well, it's just the algorithm. It's just how it runs. Okay, so, but what part of the algorithm is telling that it should be paying more? Well, I don't know. It's the algorithm. But if you want to know, you can write to this blah blah blah, and they will answer you. Okay, this is real world scenario. Of course, I decided to say, I know about algorithms. Let me tell you about algorithms. And in the end, I got a 10% discount. So this is always a good strategy. Yeah. So I got a 10% discount. But the point is that there's all these decisions being made using algorithms. I don't have a problem with a decision being made that is based on algorithms. In fact, the insurance industry works on algorithms since the 14th century, right? They have data, and then they make a decision based on the data that they have, and that's how it's been working for many, many years, right? So it's not even something new. The problem here was that whatever this system was, AI or not, or whatever you want to call it, the problem is it was in a certain way, a black box. So they were not telling me, they were not telling their customer why there is this change. And that's where the problem lies, right? So independently of how they run the algorithm, I don't care if it's super AI or if it's an Excel file. I don't care about that. What I care as a customer and as a citizen is explain me why I'm getting this 5% increase. And they weren't able to do this. So you know, when we're talking about AI, I think it's important to place AI in the right setting. There's different types of problems, and there's different types of usages. And depending on those usages, you want to make sure that that system, let's call it again AI, is working in a way that is appropriate for its use. In this case, we care about explainability. We care about being able to explain why the algorithm made that decision, right? So I don't care they use my data. I don't care about that. Of course, they use the data of all of you. That's why they get to those numbers, right? I assume that insurance companies even exchange data between themselves. Probably they do, and probably none of us cares about that. But you know, if we're talking about data leaks, right? They probably do this all the time because that's how their business runs, right? So they care about data, and they've been doing this way before Google, right? So now we talk about Google, we talk about Facebook. So I don't know how many data points these insurance companies have about us, but it's not 5. It may not be 52,000, but I'm sure it's not 5, right? So my point here is, okay, there's a problem, and the problem has been out there, and it's interesting that now we're looking at it in a different way. Maybe we just explained it, you know, there's Google's, there's Facebook's, but the problem has been out there for many, many years. It just became a little bit bigger and more visible. Now, why did we not care about this problem before? I think that's a really interesting question, right? Why is it that we are caring so much about it now, right? When the problem was already out there, right? So I don't have an answer, but I think it's a good question just to think about, like, is it that we have some sort of bias ourselves against these tech companies? Are they playing with something that we're not used to? Like, are they becoming more powerful than the others that we already knew about, and we were okay with that, but then we're not okay with these Silicon Valley guys? So there's lots of questions we can ask about this, and I don't think the answer is trivial. So that's like my personal story, and I think really thinking about what is about AI that in each specific case we care about, right? And in this case, I cared about explainability. I'm okay with paying 5% more. Well, I wasn't, but you know, but at least explain me why I'm paying 5% more. So that's one aspect I think it's important for us to discuss, is be a little bit more focused on what is that about AI we're talking about. And in this case, I think it's explainability. So the other thing is AI, or you know, all this thing that people call AI, is a vast domain. And it's evolving very fast over time. And so we may be talking about many different things, right? The way I like to see it, and that's the way I've been working you know, for many years, is that this is sort of a continuum, right? So we use these data-driven methods when we have no clue about how we will do it in a different way. So there's sorts of problems where we rely a lot on data. So, for example, if we're trying to, you know, if we're one of these companies that wants to sell ads, wants to place ads, there's really not a lot that company can do to just put the right ad in front of you. It's their business, right? Except by using data, right? Like they don't know you. Right? They don't know you. They're not tracking. I mean, they're tracking it, but they don't know you. They don't know you like personally. So the only way they can run their business is either they ask you for information and then they place ads based on the information that you know, but you may even not know how to answer those things, or they just track your behavior. And they track your behavior in multiple ways. Your searches, the things you click. Now that you have Google Maps, you know where you are. All that's being trackable, and it's kind of, you know, it's not nice if you just think about that, right? If you just think about, you know, the amount of things that they're tracking. Now, for me, I think that's interesting for a number of reasons. One is that is there an alternative? and the answer is yes, but do we want that alternative? And second is, I mean, what is it that we don't like about this? Let's try to be more explicit. Why don't we like this, right? Is it just because we have somebody that knows our movements and tracks our data? Well, that's not nice, obviously, right? But that's one. And the other thing is this like some organization that I don't trust? So would it be okay for the government to do that, but not a Silicon Valley company, right? And I keep saying this because it's interesting, because there's beyond the problem of privacy, there's also a problem of democracy here involved, right? Which is, it's not just that someone has my data. It's a private company that has my data, which I have no control over that company. And probably not, there's not a single government that has control over that company, right? And this is quite interesting, because when we think about AI and we think about privacy and, you know, all these concerns which the individual cares about, right? This is mostly about democracy, right? This is mostly about democracy, right? About your rights to exist in a society, and privacy is one, obviously, but also ownership, right? That's another one, right? So, one of the discussions that I think as a community we really need to engage is, I would guess that for me, it's not so much that someone has my data, because I think that's almost unavoidable, but it is the fact that the owners of that data are entities that are out of my control, or out of my control, even if it is through a vote, which is a way of controlling, although it has many other problems, but the vote is a way of controlling, right? So they're totally out there. They're difficult to control, and so I think the next question is, why are they out there, and not other organizations, right? For example, more local organizations, for which we would have a little bit more control. Why are these global organizations? And this has to do again with democracy. And this has to do with democracy to access to knowledge. Because when we talk about AI and these things, somebody has to build these things. These things are complex. They're not easy to build. They're not easy to maintain. Okay, these are difficult things to build. And so I guess the problem, and I think probably what I want to bring to the discussion is, why is this technology in the hands of a couple of, 10 corporations? I'm not even talking about the governments. Let's just put the governments aside, right? Because some have, and some have for different reasons. But why is it that just 5, 10 organizations in the world control 99% of our data? I think that's the true question that we wish to solve, or wish to address, right? I would be much better, I wouldn't say that it would be the ideal situation, but it would be easier, or it would be less, I would say, oppressive over the individual, or even over countries, if that knowledge was more spread out. And I like to draw the parallel, which is a little bit naive, but I would like to draw the parallel of AI with the nuclear bombs, right? So let's just assume that AI is this technology which is so powerful that it can control the world, right? And it can be offensive, right? But it can also be defensive. We can build AI to counteract some of these offensive acts. Do we want to live in a world where there's only one power having nuclear bombs, or do we want to live in a world where there's more powers having nuclear bombs? Obviously, we want to live in a world where there's no powers having any nuclear bomb, but I'm assuming that somebody will, right? And I think this brings the discussion to education and technical education, and what are we as a society to make sure that there's not just a single block or a couple of blocks having the nuclear AI bombs that we need to obey, and how do we balance the dialogue again, which I think right now is totally unbalanced, especially for Europe. Europe has been sleeping for the last 20 years on this matter, as well as many others. But this one is the one I've been tracking with more closely. So I think I'll just leave it there. But I think all these questions about privacy, about data protection, and all that, I think the problem is deeper than just please don't hurt me. Than just building legislation. There's more. The legislation is just the slow man's version of what we need to do. We need legislation, because next time I call my insurance company, they better tell me why they're raising 5%. I think that can be fixed through legislation. But there's other things that cannot be fixed so directly through legislation. They have to be fixed through knowledge. And that takes a lot more time than just passing a few laws.
Thank you, Luis. I think these two presentations were also very interesting, both as to enlighten us on what AI is doing with our data, and putting maybe too many questions that we can answer in this panel now. But I'm eager to have some discussion on this. Now it's time to thank Plamen Angelov for joining us remotely. He's head of activity for justice and home affairs at the policy and consultant unit at the European Data Protection Supervisor. He's member of the internal task force of AI. Before that, he has worked for the Bulgarian Data Protection Authority as director, and as well as a leading expert on data protection during the Bulgarian EU presidency. Mr. Angelov has 20 years of experience in the area of internal security, borders and migration on various legal and management positions, including counselor at the permanent representation of Bulgaria in the EU in Brussels, Home Affairs Attaché at Bulgarian Embassy in London, and Deputy Minister of Interior. Mr. Angelov, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Luis. Do you hear me?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks so much. It's always a bit tricky with the hybrid participation. I so much regret not being able to be in Guimarães and to join you in person, but it is as it is. So I can only say that I'm truly honored to be in such a distinguished company discussing such an exciting and rather complex topic. Without further ado, I'm just building on this really very much excellent introduction statements, of trying to answer to the very last question. Not because I remember only the last one, but still just I have to have a hook to pick some starting point. And this is, why do we need legal regulation or legal framework on AI? Do we actually need it? Let's there's no need to repeat all the huge opportunities, but also quite significant risks that are posed by artificial intelligence, which means that we need to do something. What we have seen in the last maybe 3 to 4 years, we have a proliferation of various non-binding guidelines, mainly ethical guidelines from a number of hugely respected organizations. Let me mention probably one of the last adopted by UNESCO, but also by OECD, very influential, and many, many others. I think that the cutoff date being maybe a year ago, there was over 120 globally recognized ethical guidelines on AI. And as we know, and this is my lawyer's hat put, that non-binding sounds great, but the reality is that you need some really, if I recall some of the slang of the European Union, you need some legal muscle. You need to impose certain rules to make sure that the game is fair. And with this realization, there was not surprising, again, Europe in the center, two parallel initiatives to develop and adopt a legal framework on AI. First of all, I will talk about the European Union and the proposal for the so-called AI Act, or a regulation introducing harmonized rules on artificial intelligence. The first draft was presented in April last year, and now it's under discussion by the co-legislators. Very quickly, for those that are not into this kind of corridors of Brussels, there are two co-legislators, the Council, which are the 27 member states, and the European Parliament working in parallel, and at the end they should reach an agreement on this new regulation. The Council is at the end of their preparing their joint position. It should be ready by December this year, which means that common negotiating position for the European Parliament. And the Parliament was a bit quicker. They already published in May their starting position with I don't know how many hundreds of amendments on the original proposal by the Commission. And there's quite interesting developments. So the actual negotiations should start at the beginning of next year. Where we stand as data protection authorities. I'm representing EDPS, the authority that's responsible for supervising the processing of data by the European institutions, including, by the way, the co-legislators, but also the various agencies and other bodies, and as well the national data protection authorities. And this excellent panel is actually co-organized by two of them, the Portuguese and the Bulgarian one. The national authorities joined together in the so-called European Data Protection Board and the EDPS as a separate, adopted in June last year a joint opinion on the proposal for AI Act. I'm not going to go into the various details because you can always find these documents online. Just to indicate maybe some of the key messages included in this joint opinion. First of all, it started rather positively, which means that they clearly confirm, that we as a data protection authority clearly agree with the need of a binding legal regulation on AI, which, by the way, should be just like the GDPR and all other data protection, which is technology neutral. We are not developing legal rules for a specific technology or specific application. It's not about for DeepMind or for the algorithms used in the case of Cambridge Analytica or whatever. We're talking about really the whole development, the whole concept applied based on the data collection, processing, and the outcomes. The second quite rather positive statement, or starting point, was that we certainly welcome the risk-based approach. Because actually, as you know, not all applications are the same, and the risks and the impact, they are just tools, but there are various tools. So if you look at a staple or just a pen, is not exactly the same as if you're using a sledgehammer as a possible impact. So you cannot have a one size that fits all. And the risk-based approach is the best solution. Just to distinguish those that have a really more significant impact on individual rights, but also on society as a whole. What we suggested in this joint opinion is actually strengthening certain elements of the proposal. And probably the ones that hit the headlines, got the headlines, are actually the calls for prohibiting or introducing bans on certain uses of AI. Again, let me just clarify very clearly. The data protection authorities do not have any problem with technology as such, or with the innovation, with the introduction, with all these quantum leaps in technology. The problems and the risks come from certain uses of these technologies, in certain uses, but also seen in a specific context sometimes. Therefore, this call for bans are banning certain uses, to start with not in an order of priority, but just to mention, maybe I will not be exhaustive, but social scoring, if we look on the far part of the globe in China, I mean, I think that we see why we don't, we understand why we don't want to see the same. However, and this is just an important clarification, especially for the financial industry or insurance industry, creditworthiness assessments, all these legitimate activities done for centuries by banks, insurers, should continue to do. So social scoring is much more than that. It's something entirely different. It's not like assessing a candidate for, applicant for a loan. Then moving probably maybe one of the most widely discussed application of AI, or AI, which is reinforcing other technologies. This is the remote biometric identification in publicly accessible space. It's much more than, it's not just facial recognition, although it's the most widely used technology, but I mean, biometrics, there are so many biometric identifiers. And what we don't want to see, really a kind of this kind of mass surveillance in publicly available places, those that are just going to put across the end of anonymity on the square or in the anywhere, I mean, outside of our homes, and also seeing as the strong chilling effects going much more than just intrusion in privacy and our personal data, in this case, privacy, but it's also the chilling effect on right of assembly, right of expression, freedom of expression, and so these are actually kind of creating an unacceptably high impact, negative impact, that we, after objective analysis, and this position has not been based on ideological concerns, or we are public authorities, we are tasked with doing objective evidence-based analysis, and we assess necessity and proportionality of each, let's say, use case. And we came to the conclusion that currently, and maybe also for the foreseeable future, simply they are not effective safeguards that can mitigate the risk, some of the risks that I mentioned. It's not about that we do not want to see more security and don't want to see absconding, terrorist attacks prevented. It's simply that the risks, on the scales of balancing, we are not convinced that it could be restricted to what is strictly necessary to achieve the safety and security we are all striving for, without the negative and this very large-scale negative impact on fundamental rights and society as a whole, at large. Just, and to finish with this use case, just something from a very practical angle. What you need if you want to have a remote biometric identification in public available places, even as an exceptional use, at a very high level of risk, and you just, maybe for a limited period of time, with all the safeguards you introduce. Even for these exceptional cases, situations, you need to have all the technical infrastructure in place. You need cameras, smart cameras, powered by AI, working 24/7. Of course, you may trust the government or the authorities that they will switch on, switch off, based on what is actually the permitted or not. But once you have, this is, common sense. Once you have all public spaces, or most of them, covered 24/7 with smart technology, there is absolutely no way to avoid exception becoming the rule. Very quickly, there are some other use cases that we consider also unacceptable, again, from a point of view of their impact, like inferring emotions, maybe with some exceptions for health-related reasons, but also predictive policing. And I may talk later, if we have the time, on the use of new technologies, including AI, in the criminal justice and law enforcement domain. But clustering of using the technology, something that seems quite easily achievable from technical point of view, using biometrics capture, especially whether in public or available, or more generally in clustering the individuals into groups based on their maybe ethnicity or their gender or their we know the publications that there are companies that are claiming that they can assess from biometrics only, they can assess your which political party you are supporting, or at least which political, let's say, field you are more supporting, left-leaning, right-leaning. So you see that this, even if technically possible, we don't think that it's acceptable from point of view of our values. And moving very quickly to the other parallel track of developing legal framework, the Council of Europe, which started 3 years ago. It's quite intensive preparatory work. What is important, just to distinguish from the work in the European Union, is that the nature of the Council of Europe, which is actually a human rights organization by default. I mean, this is why the Union is very much more complex with innovation, digital sovereignty, and all these, I mean, clearly very important issues. Single market of the Union. The Council of Europe is much more specialized in human rights. Therefore, the pillar of the future, let's say, legal framework developed by the Council, with the work is now mentioned about the state of the work, is on 3 main pillars. First one being human rights, the second one, democracy, and the third one is the rule of law, which of course, you might say that this is the holy trinity of a democratic society. So what the Council of Europe is trying to achieve with the future convention, or maybe framework convention, is actually to defend, to make sure that while innovation is encouraged and there's all these benefits available, still these 3 pillars of our societies, human rights, democracy, and rule of law, are probably protected over possible risks. The work of a drafting of a future convention started earlier this year, and because we decided that maybe there is still work ongoing, I'm not able, although I participate as part of the EU delegation, to give you much more, but it's just we are at the beginning of drafting the legal text of this future convention. Hopefully we'll have it maybe 2 years. So why do we need, maybe just again coming back to the question, do we need a legal framework? Yes. Why? Because let's look at it from the perspective of the companies, of the developers, of the all this innovation. If you know the rules of the game, if you know that investing in a technology like predictive policing, but not the one that is trying to predict whether this individual is going to become in 5 years or in 3 months a criminal or not. I mean, this kind of individual predicting, and not talking about statistical tools, about criminality maps and so all this, which is a different story. If you know that from the start that this technology could never be applied just because it is against the values, you are not going to waste time and resources in developing something that is going to be unacceptable. Just like, I guess, after the Oviedo Convention, hopefully the genesis, I mean, the scientists in human health and biology are not investing in cloning human beings just because it has been outlawed by convention, global convention. I mean, it's actually Council of Europe convention, I'm not wrong. Just saying that you need to know the rules of the game in order to make sure that for all other areas, you have, of course, the freedom to develop and to compete with other companies. And I'll stop here just to say that there are actually a lot of possibilities, and coming back to the original title of our panel, to use AI to protect human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And just to mention one initiative in which the EDPS is also quite active, this is the so-called IPEN, Internet Privacy Engineering Forum, which was established in 2014 and which is encouraging or bringing together on an annual basis engineers, developers, privacy experts, but mainly with the IT community, encouraging them to how to think to develop the so-called pets. But these are not puppies and kittens, but privacy-enhancing technologies, which we have been discussing for many years, but unfortunately still not quite attractive for the bigger players on the market. I'll stop here and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions if they're within my knowledge. As I said, but we are in a such knowledgeable panel, so I feel really in a very safe place that if I'm not able to answer, there's always somebody much smarter to me to provide the answer to the audience. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Plemen. Now I think we have time for some discussion. I think we have a lot of things to discuss. And one of the issues that I think I could think from the different approaches was of course, a difference between the lawyers and engineers. So what's the role of regulation versus the technical tools? So how to protect privacy? Is it through regulation or is it through technical ways of using AI and other things? So I would begin to provoke our friends from the AI field to tell us how to protect our data, how to protect our privacy, how to respect human rights, how to respect democracy, and in a nutshell.
I can start if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So I usually claim that from a technological point of view, humanity, we are quite smart. We were able to put a rover in Mars. The problem about the fundamental rights is that we were never challenged to develop these technologies, not only to keep up the fundamental rights in the physical world to the digital world, but to reinforce the fundamental rights. So if we think about the world that we are leaving to our kids, by today I'm worried because the universities, the companies, they were not challenged trying to develop technology to reinforce the fundamental rights. And the past generations, they did this. They reinforced the fundamental rights. The trend has been this. And for me, it's difficult to believe that in the digital world, all of this is compromised, because it should not be. We put a rover in Mars. We are quite smart. So, and this is the first taken. Regarding the legislation, so I've been in the US during my PhD, and afterwards, my colleagues from the US, they always ask, why are the Europeans so based on regulations? And my take on this, and my personal view, is that in Europe, in the past, we have totalitarian regimes, and we know what they can do with information. So in some way, we try to protect ourselves for this in the future by coming up with legislation. But we need to be careful, because in the past, we have produced some legislation regarding cookies. And the tech guys, we are also quite smart, we developed device fingerprints. It fulfills the same purpose it says cookies. They are not cookies, so they are not installing software in the citizen computer, but the end game, it's the same. So we should avoid to produce legislation based on technology, but we should do it based on the concept and tell people this concept, we should not go this way. The tricky part on artificial intelligence is that it can be used in the beneficial way for society. So we should not prevent the use of artificial intelligence. Regarding what EU is doing, so the regulation that is proposed is based on the risk analysis, and it has some conditions on if the impact is small, medium, or high. The point is that we don't have this culture of risk analysis, and it will be hard for us to evaluate if the impact is medium or high. Of course, the companies will tell us that the impact is low, but we need to learn this process.
Yeah. Luis.
So I'm mostly okay about regulation.
Mostly.
So
I agree with
mostly
you.
okay.
I agree.
But the problem is not regulation. itself, because I think there's truly benefits in regulating. The problem is with the implications of, I would call, certain naive regulation, in the sense that many times something that really looks good on paper ends up actually defeating its own purpose. I think Luis just gave one example, but I'm going to give another example which I went through, and it's kind of frustrating because I see this happening again. So 5 years ago, it was all about GDPR, and it made sense, right? We want to protect data, right? That makes total sense. What's the problem here? The problem is the difference between what a big company can do with that and a small company can do with that, right? Because when you impose certain types of restrictions, what ends up is you're adding a layer of complexity to the process that it's okay for big companies. They can deal with that, right? And they'll do it, and that's fine. But some small companies can usually not afford to spend extra money in consultancy, extra money in getting people in to just assure something which is detail, which has minor impact because their market is so small anyway, but they still have to do it. And what ended up happening, and I went through this process in a company, is that because everything becomes so complex, you end up relying on the big guys again. So as a small company, you maybe were developing your own technology, but suddenly, because that technology becomes the object of so much regulation, and you can't screw up, right? Because now you can go to jail or you can have a huge fine, right? You cannot actually be risky. Obviously, there's good and bad, and we all agree that there's limits, but you get to the point where you say, okay, I'm not going to develop this because this is just too risky and too costly from this point on, and I'm just going to move everything to the cloud and make the fat fatter. Okay, and this is a problem. So again, I hope that now, as we're developing new regulation, we think about that innovation is not just done in universities, which somehow are protected. They exist in a parallel universe. It happened. So there's a lot of innovation in big companies, and there's a lot of innovation in medium-sized and small companies. They are also doing innovation, right? So, and if you put an extra layer of complexity, a layer of complexity and effort on these medium-sized and smaller-sized companies, you basically kill the innovation scenario, because you're just helping the incumbents, and you should be helping the insurgents, right? So then that's why things are slow. That's why the incumbents know that they just have to sit around and wait, because they will always have the market. And in this case, I think things are maybe a little bit different because they're moving way faster than the legislation can keep up, and that's a good thing in a certain way. But yeah, I mean, I just hope that this time the legislation is not like as well-intentioned but horrible in practice as the GDPR. Right? I think it was really bad for small companies. So I'll just leave it there, and I hope that this at least shows the other aspect of, yes, let's legislate, but what is going to be the consequence of this legislation for the very thing we want to achieve?
Which can add something that is important, and it's based on what you said before also. So I think that innovation in Europe, we are quite good doing innovation. But the point Luis was telling in this previous intervention, that the big tech companies, none of them is European. And if you look at the 5 most used browsers on the internet, none of them belongs to a European company. And the cool part is that the browser was invented in Europe. We were able to get this solved at CERN, but we were not able to control and to monetize this kind of technology. And this has a pattern, not only on the internet, but in several aspects of our society. So I think we need some regulation to promote innovation.
Yeah, and that I think leads us to this asymmetry between global tech companies, which are outside Europe, mostly in the US, but also in China, lot of regulation in Europe trying to circumvent the effects, the negative effects of uses of AI. So maybe I could ask Anna and also Blamen, how do you think this asymmetry will affect the usefulness of regulation, local, regional regulation that we have in force and will have in force in the future years. Of course, I see that Blamen has referred to a future convention, but maybe it's possible that the convention won't solve all of the problems. Anna and Blamen?
Yeah. There are several things that I wrote down because I wanted to tell you about this point. First of all, I think that when we are looking for security, we have to use all the means we have. I mean, it's the physical security, of course, but that's of no importance now, but it is also the technical security which you can provide. And the law or soft law or something, like some sort of regulation, all helps towards security. And which I think is also, I like to call this phenomena techno-illusion, because it's like the fact that you are getting in that process of innovation and you feel some sort of fascination. It's not, I don't say you for you, me to everyone, no? And you want to go further and further. So that's good, but you have to use the ethical principle. If you don't have the ethical principles around, you're getting a problem. So in the ideal world, law must contain the ethical principles. And well, I think that that would be the way to go in front. There's another thing I wanted to ask you, Luis, and it is because you refer a lot to the private sector, I mean to the companies, but personally, the fact of the tracking of data and collecting of data in the States is very important too. I think it should be taken into account also, because it's the same processes. Perhaps innovation goes, and we shall never stop innovation, no? Innovation has to go on working. But we have to show risks and to see the nice face of innovation. But we all have to see that the regulators, the technicals, the people, all multi-stakeholders have to feel that what is being done for good, for good of humankind. I mean, I don't know if I'm being clear.
So, I guess so. Let me. I agree. I think it's from my point of view, it's not just regulating. You have to regulate because it follows the principle, but at the same time, you have to provide tools that allow for the easy, let's say, abidance to that. So let's go back to GDPR, okay? Because I think this was key, and I don't know how if people have notion of the negative implications it had on innovation in Europe. I think we don't talk enough about that. If, as you provide the regulation, you would also provide a technological stack free for use, so that everybody could pick that up and say, okay, if I use this technology, now I'm going to ensure, obviously I have to follow rules, I agree, but this will ensure me that I'm not creating any problem, I'm not opening any door I shouldn't, because if I follow this technological stack, then as a startup, I'm insured. I'm no longer liable for problems because I follow that. So you give a tool to. That would be the ideal thing. See what I'm saying? So And I get that then there could be different versions of this, and this could evolve over time. But it's in very much the same way that if you think about like electricity, it's such a commodity, right? We're talking about privacy now. We want privacy and we want security to be a commodity in this world, right?
Yeah.
So electricity is, right? And it's great because if I wanted to open a startup or a company, I don't have to produce my own electricity. It's out there.
Yeah.
It's part of that, right?
Yeah.
So and then I can follow regulation about how to use electricity, and it's great. I love it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So and I think that's important when we think about these technical aspects, and we want to baseline them, say, hey, this is the thing you need to fulfill. This is the minimum. It is not enough to just say what these are. It's not enough to be declarative. You have to be declarative and say, and here's a tool that will allow you to do that somehow or get close to that. And then it's okay, because now I'm a small guy, and I don't have to create my own power generation, just to use the metaphor.
Well, I think what you're bringing here is the fact is if I understood correctly, is the fact that the regulation, should the regulation bring the tool, or should the regulation not bring the tool?
Yes.
And maybe that the regulation bringing the tools, it's like aborting innovation. In some sense, I feel if you are given the tool, then you are invited to go further, to have a better tool, to try and work harder on that. So, well, perhaps that's not a good
And the
way.
point is that there were some authorities in Europe that built the tool and put it available on the internet. But the point is that you need to know how to use the tool. Because otherwise it can give you a false feeling that you fulfilled the law because you went through the tool. But the process was completely wrong, how you use the tool. So we have that problem also.
I have my teacher in law and informatics. I've been at the School of Law teaching this since last century. And he always said, well, law never have to cut innovation. Never can cut innovation. We have to work together. And I think that's the point. That we find the way of working together.
Blamen, do you want to comment on this?
Definitely, yes. So I'm not going to be probably the best advocate of GDPR, but I'll try to be a fair advocate of this kind of regulation. Let me start first of all that was a GDPR needed, necessary? Definitely yes. Was it a disaster? Definitely not. The truth is, as always, somewhere in the middle. However, we also as a community, or at least as an organization, the EDPS, we admit that the enforcement of the GDPR so far is far from perfect. We are only now gearing to go after the big tech, maybe it was a natural process, maybe it was overcoming our teething problems and reaching a bit of a maturity where we feel confident, how effective is another story, but still already confident to stand against Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, or Google with the Google Analytics, these decisions about banning the use, and it is a transfer of data. So it is a process. It's a work in progress. There is much to be wished. But let me come back something to say, just very few words about the nature and why the GDPR was a game changer. Not from a policy perspective, but from a very, let's say, practical. There was a change of philosophy, a very significant change of philosophy. It was mentioned, I think, by you, Wish, that risk assessment is difficult to be applied, yes, because it's a quite new concept. What we see in the GDPR is for the first time 100% risk, 90% risk-based approach. There are some very few formal obligations, but the majority are based on your actual processing activities. If you're a small entity dealing with just maintaining, selling, I don't know, vegetables, raising, it could be smart agriculture and so on, but your obligations are quite different from a bank that is dealing with hundreds of thousands of data records of real people. So this is something that was based on the accountability also, which means it's not top or bottom anymore. It's not an administrative authority telling you do this and don't do that. It's saying you should achieve, let's say, a result, a level of protection of the individuals, not so much of the data. I mean, data is an instrument, it's a tool. The GDPR is trying to protect the natural persons, I mean, all of us, behind the data. Whether, again, it's a long-term project, it will not happen overnight. But just to say that so much freedom has been left to the data controllers, to small and bigger companies and public authorities to design a system that fits their actual risks and actual processing. And just to say that it wasn't possible, I mean, to say one size fits all. And this is just departure of this understanding that you have a top-bottom, one size that fits all, and leaving, and here is one of the leading principles of the GDPR, which is not stated anywhere, by the way, in the regulation, it's common sense. Something, and because I have been involved in my country in the explaining and supporting to the very, I mean, the civil sector, the industry in introducing, I mean, preparing for the implementation of the GDPR, it was really, I mean, a huge change. People are waiting for somebody to do that, to give them a set of internal rules, or even better, technology that is going to do that all the thinking, all the risk assessment, all the common sense instead of them, which did not happen. Of course, maybe we as a data protection authority should have been more active, more proactive, just supporting. I can give you an example which actually is now running its second phase, the so-called application as a project SME data, which is developed by the Bulgarian and Italian data protection authorities. And there is an application called GDPR in your pocket, which is a tree-based application where you just enter, I'm doing this, I'm selling tomatoes, and I do this in that way. Do I need to appoint a data protection officer or not? And step by step, these very simple questions, as the name of the project indicates, SME data is addressed to help the small and medium enterprises. Should we have developed all these tools earlier, before 2018? Probably yes, but we were also, just like you, learning by doing. So let's be a bit patient and keep trying to improve our enforcement against big tech, but also the way that we explain and support the small and medium enterprises applying the same set of rules. Which, by the way, and very last point, a piece of information, I forgot.
Just
the Council of Europe. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, just 1 minute, please. If you could just
thank you,
summarize.
30 seconds, actually. Yeah. By the way, the Council of Europe has realized that the challenge of how to assess whether the risk is medium, high, or low, and what we are working as part of this future convention is a separate so-called HUD area. It's a methodology to assess the risks or the impact on human rights, democracy, and rule of law. Here comes the abbreviation HUD area, which is going to be either an appendix to the convention or maybe a separate, most probably non-binding instrument. But in parallel with the, let's say, the strict legal rules, there is also understanding about the need of a methodology to be given to all the addressees of the legal of the convention to be able to apply it in practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Plemen. Now we have time to open the discussion to the public. We don't have much time, I'm told, but yes, I have several requests. The gentleman over there.
There is a mic. You need to walk a bit.
please introduce yourself and please make a short question.
Thank you, and congratulations for very nice and interesting talks. I'm Adris Kitani from Howard University, professor of software engineering and artificial intelligence, and member of the government expert group of the United Nations. I was really intrigued by the presentations on AI, the technical part of it. And I have 3 questions. I will just state them. I don't know how much of them you can address. The first is about the explainability, which is one fundamental feature of AI in general. And the fact that we don't have it today, it's because we are talking about deep learning, not AI. Deep learning, much of it is statistics, not AI. And that's why we are not able to know what are the reasons to justify why this decision has been made. So I would appreciate if you could give us some words on this. Second, I'm a little worried about the 10% off that you got in your insurance contract, because that means that when something is going wrong, most people will not argue on what they get as bill. And if you got 10 plus 15% off the initial price, this is something that's very worrisome and at least needs a debate. I don't want to be the fool, because I've never asked this question to my insurance company. I thought the algorithm was intelligent. Looks like it's not that intelligent.
It is.
And third is theoretical, and I tend not to disagree with my colleague who said that the humans have some creativity. So I would like to challenge him and to define what creativity is, and what kind of decisions a human can take thanks to their creativity and the computer cannot. Thank you.
I think we will take another question before, and then we'll reply.
So, Morten, UNU-EGOV, I'll put my old civil servant hat on for this question, because I've had to implement some of these regulations for a national citizen portal. And my question is around the role of the regulator. So one thing is the objective of the regulation, privacy, cookie directives, and the like. The question comes into the role of the data protection agencies and relevant regulators. Often, at least in a Nordic context, they will not give even an informal opinion on a technical solution in order to comply with the regulation until someone complains about the regulation or the implementation. For the public sector, the private sector, this means that you have to develop, launch, wait for a complaint, and then go back and retroactively adjust your solution. This is like building a house and remembering you've forgotten to put windows in it. Cost-wise, it's massively expensive to retrofit. So what do you, from your opinion, see that could change with respect to regulators and the way that they advise, even informally, to try and ensure compliance, but at a lower cost while they're still prototypes, and not just wait for someone to complain?
Is there any? So we'll take one more question here.
Thank you, Chair. Xian Hong from UNESCO. Compared to privacy, I wonder what we can do about the bias. Maybe you can even do less, because as a speaker said that the bias is deeply rooted in society. I mean, it's not just about AI. So what can we do more on the bias issues, particularly also gender bias? Thank you.
Thank you. So who wants to begin?
I can answer Morten's question. Try to. I worked for about 40 years in the Uruguayan parliament as a lawyer. And what I saw is that there was an instance in the procedure of creating a regulation in which a lot of people that are interested in the regulation come and give their opinions. I think that process is fundamental to get to a regulation that is good for everyone. So I think it's inspiring. I think it should be done everywhere, but maybe the problem of time gets it less, not seen, I mean. I feel, I don't know, perhaps the DPA can say it better, but I feel that the intention is not to have an attitude ex post. The intention should be to work preventively also. And I've seen in many regulations of the world that there is a specific duty of the agencies, that is to give assistance in the procedure of the generation of regulations. So I don't know if you want to add something, but...
May I jump to the question because...
Yes, okay. Yes.
On as the only representative of a regulator, very quickly, indeed, the data protection authority, the supervisory authorities, however you describe them, they have an obligation. They have the power, but also the obligation to provide advice. It is explicitly stated in the GDPR. There are these three sets of powers. One of them is investigative, corrective, but also advisory power. And very briefly, not taking too much time, just to present you the workflow, how it should work in a case of a new technology. The first thing that, I mean, or any kind of new technology, there should be, I mean, those that are developing, or maybe those that are going to use it in practice, should do the data protection impact assessment. And there are clear steps, and if the outcome, and this is starting the in-house, this is the accountability, you do your own assessment based on a methodology, which in this case is actually available. So you go there, you reach a conclusion that this technology, which is maybe a game changer, it's crucial, but still it produces high risk, you can, and actually you are obliged to go for prior opinion to the regulatory authority, and the regulatory authority, any of them, including those from the European Economic Area, I mean, not only the EU countries, but of course, countries like Norway, Iceland, and others are also, by the way, applying GDPR as it is. We are supposed to respond within a fixed and relatively short period of time to provide this prior opinion. If you are a public authority and you would like to introduce, let's say, an AI-powered application, you have separate obligation to go to your national data protection authority and to ask for a prior opinion, whether it will going to, especially if it's dealing with social matters or health-related issues, to avoid. Sorry for mentioning, but I think we need, because this is something like a source of inspiration for the Council of Europe in particular, to avoid the AI fiasco or disaster that we have witnessed in one of the member states, you know, with the social fraud detection AI-powered application in a certain member state, which created such a huge problems that actually I think one or two governments had to resign, and as far as I know, it's still not resolved, just because of the bias that was encoded in the algorithm, targeting special groups or vulnerable groups of the society as possible family benefits fraudsters. And it created really a huge impact just because it was not consulted properly, not thought properly before introduced.
I can add something. I will start by the second question. So when the GDPR became enforced in 2018, I used to joke with companies and organizations saying that you should not have wished in the past what you don't want. Because in the past, they complained always that the Data Protection Authority was preventing development because they were taking too long to answer the requests, the previous notice. And then it happens. The GDPR puts the enforcement on the organization side. You should comply with privacy by design, privacy by default, and then you have a data protection and impact assessment that you should perform from the beginning of the project. And if you do so, then you correct on the design of the product or what you are developing on the fly. And at the end, you have you can go to the Data Protection Authority and ask, I have done this DPIA, is it okay? Do you agree with? And so you should not have wished something that you don't like. It's funny, because it's true, it's life, it's typically is this. Regarding the bias, I think that the bias on the algorithm, it's easy to fix. It should be ethics and the computer science education. And again, the algorithm should be transparent, and I should be able to audit the algorithms. So if the bias is on the algorithm, I think it's easy to fix. The problem is when the bias is on the data that we train the algorithms. Because in some cases, we know that the data is biased, so we can try to correct this. But in most of the cases, we don't know that. Let's imagine, for example, I'm using the consumer of a retail company, and I'm doing AI on this data. Typically, I don't have any special category of data here, but the algorithms can infer special categories of data based on this data, and then they can be biased on this special category of data that was not at the beginning of the training process. And this we should evaluate the outcome of the algorithms before using them in real life. So it's tricky. It's not an easy question. I will just end with creativity because I really enjoyed this discussion. Because my daughter, she studied piano until the 12th grade, and she is now in arts. And most of my friends from computer science claim, oh, she will be unemployment. And I don't agree with that. Why? Because I think that artificial intelligence, robotics, it will do what we do in a mechanic way. And what will rest is creativity. So what do I define creativity? So a piece of work from Bach, it's creativity. I doubt that a computer can do this. And even if they can do this, when you perform the piece, you transmit this sense of feeling that you are on the piano, that a computer cannot do. So I think that the future work will be creativity, and that computers cannot mimic.
Luis?
So just a quick note. So answering the technical question about deep learning. So even deep learning, so it's a very flexible technology. So there's a lot of work also on getting explainability out of those models. So it's not necessary that all deep learning models are inscrutable. It's not true. So there's ways of getting information, and they can even generate their own answer, like a justification. So that's work being done. So it's not intrinsical to deep learning. So then just to add a little bit here, just to finalize. So I think what computers have been showing us is that a lot of what we consider that is intelligent human behavior is much more mechanistic than what we assume. And even creativity, a lot of what we think is creative is just a mechanical set of actions. So I'm not saying that there's no other sets that are, or there's not a domain in which computers will sort of substitute humans. But I would say that in many of the tasks that we now claim that they are creative tasks, computers will outperform humans, and they're already doing that on a number of areas that we consider creative. So without being cynical, I think it's going to be difficult in 50 years to really pinpoint what is the last resort of human uniqueness, and I think it will be something which is totally surprising from our point of view right now.
So you think singularity is coming?
I wouldn't call singularity. I think this opens to a discussion a little bit too broad. But I think humans, for the amount of energy they consume, they're probably the most intelligent organisms. But I'm constraining this to energy consumption. So it's a little bit more. It's a little bit more of a philosophical question. So if we restrict ourselves to the amount of energy that we can use, then humans are very intelligent.
I was given some more minutes for discussion. So if you have a further question, yes? And then you. Yeah.
So I was quite interested in the first discussion about the fact that a decision is made and it's an obviously wrong decision. That, for example, I mean, that they had the wrong information. So, and often something is based on algorithm is going to have a bias and something's going to weigh it a lot, which could be an incorrect one. Is there going to be some ways of looking at things, looking at an algorithm and seeing where the bias is going to come in it when it's used in operation? And one studies that and sees, can one pick those up and improve the situation so that better decisions are going to be made? And that also that individuals have the right to question outcomes, to enable them to, I mean, improve them in some ways, because sometimes those critical issues which make the decision is wrong, are there ways of going to be able to pick those up? Thank you.
So, thank you. The gentleman over there.
I had a question generally about transparency and how you think about transparency in AI and transparency for whom. So you can think about the example, the insurance example, as something that if you had information as a consumer as to why your rate was raised by 5%, you might think that explanation is legitimate or illegitimate and make a decision as to whether you would want to continue business with that insurance company.
Exactly.
Similarly, a regulator could look at that from a different perspective and say that this is not a criteria that is legitimate, that people should be, that should be used as a justification for a rate increase or decrease, what have you. So there are various levels. Similarly, journalists and other kind of civil society organizations could have a different interpretation of the same data. So I'm trying to think about how you all view transparency for whom, and to what extent is it reasonable for users and citizens to be able to make these kind of pretty complex decisions based on the disclosures of big companies?
Okay, so I think these questions are mostly directed to you, AI expert.
That's for the insurance, or
I can answer the insurance because I'm so connected to that. So I do think, so nowadays there's this consumer organizations that help me, you know, if I have a problem with some supermarket, I can resort to them and they will help me, even legally sometimes, right? So I see it more like that way. So whenever somebody is using a AI-based decision, that system needs to be transparent and auditable in a way that allows maybe not myself as an individual, but an organization that works on behalf of the consumers to interact and say, okay, this is weird, this shouldn't be happening, right? So I don't think we can do that, each of us individually. I don't think it's practical. I don't think it's reasonable. We don't have time. Like, I mean, I hope you guys now just call your insurance company because you'll get 10% discount and you won't understand why.
You just have to say that you are an AI expert.
Yeah. But I do think that it should be part of, now that we're talking about legislation, that should be part of the legislation. There should be a way of some authority plug in some algorithm to inspect the other algorithm and get a score and say, no, you're not working as you should. You have some sort of bias, or you're not explaining why this is happening, right? That should be more or less an automated process.
But the point is that I think that transparency, it should come together with explainability.
Yeah.
So in the past, in the insurance, we know that if you are going to buy a car insurance, and if you are a young driver, you are going to pay a bit more, because the statistics, they explain to us that the risk of an accident is higher. So to cover it, it's more expensive. All of us, we know that. We know this. So I think that transparency should come with explainability. So the insurance companies should explain why this variable that they are using in the process, it's important, and how does it affect the algorithm. Because if they do this, then the awareness of all of us increases, and we are not stupid. We can understand this mainly if it affects our wallet. Okay. Regarding the first question, I think we can try to do it, pinpoint where is the point in the algorithm where we know that this will leverage some bias, but it's not easy. And let me give you an example, and a fake example. We know by sure that in the recruitment process for CEOs, there is a bias regarding gender. So we can impose to the algorithms, okay, you cannot use gender as input to your algorithms. But the point is that with all of the other data points, it can be the case that the algorithm can infer gender and then use gender to keep on the bias. So it's not easy. We can try to do this, we should try to do this, but it's not an easy process.
Well, I think we could go on to discuss this, and I would have loved to put many other questions, but we are lacking time. I don't know if you, Anna or Plamen, have anything to add. If not, I have to...
Wish just one statement about creativity.
Okay.
I don't think that artificial intelligence in the near future is going to reproduce our discussion on it, I mean, by any kind of algorithm. And this is creativity. I don't know to what extent our discussion has been useful for the audience and for all of us, but I truly enjoyed it. And I don't think that AI application can do it instead of us.
Good point.
That's
a good point. Good point.
So thank you very much for your patience, and thanks for my colleagues in the panel.
Thank you.
Interesting discussion, and thank you for the invitation.
We need to go to negotiate our insurances now.
Absolutely.
We're in a hurry.
And we know the big argument is I am an
Internet Universality ROM-X framework and indicators, which I'm very proud of. And we're also very proud of having a very long-term, super constructive collaboration with ICEGOV in the past decade. We've been really grateful and want to thank ICEGOV again for offering us the opportunity to trigger these discussions on Internet universality, to engage with the ICEGOV stakeholders, and really figure out how we together advance the digital development agenda, which is crucial to all of us. Because, of course, after the pandemic, we have seen levels of digitalization and dependence on digital communications that are as high as ever. So the value of the internet has been really underlined for all of us. And we are very aware also of the power of big tech and various forces that are not necessarily human rights proponents and in crafting the system that we actually like, to make sure that we all live in an inclusive way together. So the digital commons is really having tremendous challenges nowadays. And for us, to work together to improve the benefits, reduce the harms, we really need some type of comprehensive, credible mapping of each internet's national space and how we can use this evidence to propose national policies, regulations that work for all of us to be inclusive, to be equitable, and for really ensuring that we all have a chance to transform digital resources such as digital data into socio-economic benefits. And this is what the Internet Universality Rome principles are about. The Rome, the R is rights, O, openness, A, accessibility, M, multi-stakeholder participation, offers this mapping and diagnosis instrument that serves as the collection of evidence, an approach for us to really gather the evidence with which to make recommendations, policies that shape digital policy making, optimize the benefits of digital technologies, provide a global response for us to govern the digital transformation. The framework, of course, is supplemented by 303 Internet universality indicators, which have, filled the standard-setting void as an internationally recognized, unique, and comprehensive tool. It provides a holistic view, and the recommendations that derive from it protect all rights in an indivisible manner and preserving the internet's openness and accessibility in the spirit of multi-stakeholderism. There are 44 countries nowadays across 5 continents that have adopted the UNESCO Internet Universality Framework, the Rome Principles, and are assessing the national internet development on the basis of these indicators. This multidimensional, context-based assessment is what we enable states to really identify, areas of strengths and gaps in digital strategies and develop the policies to leverage the internet in support of national sustainable development. But beyond that, national sustainable development, the fact that a high number of countries are actually developing and adopting this instrument and applying it to their national development spaces also enables us to really look at commonalities and differences between national digital ecosystems. And this is why it's so important that we build and foster networks, that we create an IGF dynamic coalition and strengthen it on Internet universality, because actually the IGF dynamic coalition already exists, but with that we strengthen this and bring new partners and new stakeholders under this coalition so that we can all benefit from comparative analysis, for aggregate analysis, in which we look at how digital development is really shaping up around the world. Before I go, I just want to say that my other hat is IFAP secretary. The IFAP is the Information for All program, an intergovernmental program that has been providing a platform for over 20 years to all relevant stakeholders to participate in international discussions on policy and guidelines for building inclusive information and knowledge societies. and it has 6 priorities that are very closely associated with the Rome dimensions. The importance of Rome principles is reiterated in the IFAP strategic plan, so we actually wish to involve the Rome community into the development of the IFAP strategic plan as well. So I'm also happy to see our IFAP experts involved in this session, and I think that that will help to create additional synergies between the Rome framework and the IFAP priorities. So the following session, you will see discussions. I'll be following as much as I can, while also trying to attend the executive board meeting here, and look forward to really hearing from you your opinions on how do we create additional synergies, that we collaborate, and that we bring together the UNESCO RomeX initiatives and other initiatives under the ICEGOV framework that are best practices, lessons learned in digital governance, digital development. And in the spirit of this cooperation, I'd like to offer you, my very best wishes for a fruitful debate. So thank you very much for giving me this chance to be with you, even virtually. Thanks. Over to you, Xiaohong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariosa, for making this impossible mission to address this important session. Yes, with this session, we really combine the experts from Rome project and also from IFAP guru, like Thomas and Elsa. Is super excellent combination. We also have the hybrid participation from online, our colleague from Germany and also Bulgaria. So without delaying further, just to complement what you have said, Mariosa, I will just go through a few slides to give idea very concrete to our audience about the Rome project and how it's being implemented so far. So, technical team, may I ask you to show to project my PPT on the screen? The first one.
And sorry, I have to leave you now. I've been called, for the executive board. So see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. My name is Xian Hong. I work with Mariosa. We are managing both the Rome project and also serve the secretariat for IFAP program. As Mariosa mentioned, that the RomeX is a very comprehensive framework, and it's designed and endorsed by UNESCO in 2015 to promote 4 fundamental principles: human rights, open access, and multi-stakeholder, which really resonated to every discussion we're having here at ICEGOV. And to operationalize these 4 broad principles, UNESCO has developed 303 indicators. So if you want to unpack those indicators, I would like you to download this full publication. It's a really huge book consisting all these 300 indicators, as well as a chapter on the implementation guide and the methodology. At this ICEGOV, we have learned so many indicators and index assessments. So you might ask me, what is unique, what's special of this UNESCO RomeX indicators? First, I'd like to stress that it's a framework not aiming to rank the states. We are not interested in ranking the governments on their performance either. We really combine the quantitative assessment with quantitative indicators, as well as the institutional indicators to measure the legal, policy, and regulatory framework. And in this package, you will see a very strong set of indicators to measure human rights very broadly, from free expression to privacy to social, economic, cultural rights. And then we also have a very special, maybe the only one existing indicator to measure a multi-stakeholder approach. And if you look at the access category of indicator, it's really all about measuring the quality of access, measuring the meaningful connectivity, as well as the digital inclusion. All in all, the entire assessment is not just a research, it's a policy dialogue, it's a policy improvement process. So far, since 2019, we launched this indicator. We have been really very encouraged by so warm embracing by so many member states in 45 countries across 5 continents, including Europe and also the rest part of continents. We have 45 countries undergoing this assessment. Some have completed, some have not yet. We have invited 4 national leading authors today to present their national initiative at different stage. By the way, I also like to indicate that we are going to launch an interactive map to show the national process and national progress in each country for this ongoing assessment. So far, we have published 5 top quality assessment reports in a UNESCO series of ROMICS assessment reports. You are also encouraged to download them from our website. Everything is open, accessible, and open source material on UNESCO website. You can read it. It's a very inspiring reading. So if you, and whether you think your country or your domain, you want to conduct assessment or do some research on ROMICS, particularly for the member states, how you get started. This slide shows the 8-step, this project cycle for implementing ROMICS assessment at a country. You started by establishing a multi-stakeholder advisory board. That's one very important transformative process we are advocating for each country. That's why I said it's not a research, it's really a process to experiment this multi-stakeholder approach. And then you build up a multi-stakeholder research team to collect data, to write a report and draft the recommendations. Then all the recommendations should be debated through a national validation event to get all the actors to reach a consensus on the recommendations and the follow-up actions to take. This shows how MAB are really working and functional in all the countries we are having this ROMICS assessment. I've attended many IG conferences. There's still many doubts about how this multi-stakeholder approach would function. Actually, it works in many countries, and also, particularly in Africa, Asia, they are also working very well. And then you see the validation workshop are being convened by all the national states when they finalize this assessment to prepare for the next phase to implement those policy recommendations. And more or less I stop here, just inviting you to join our dynamic coalition. If you agree to Rome, you are interested. Now I want to move our roundtable to our first part on the national presentations. We have invited the national leader authors from Argentina, from Bulgaria, from Germany, and also Brazil to give each of you to give a 10 minutes presentation to present your 18-month project. Maybe that's a challenge, but I try to make it to share with us your experience to do the assessment in your country and the findings and what you would recommend. So I'm very pleased to invite Mr. Gonzalo Busto Frati, representing cities of Argentina. Congratulations for the excellent project. Please take the floor and share what you have done in Argentina. Yes.
Thank you very much. How are you? Boa tarde. Pleasure to be here. This is a high-level panel with a quota, with an inclusive quota. I am the recipient of this benefit. I am quite proud to be here, I'm honored. I'm going to present some results of some insights and some lessons that we could gather from applying the ROMICS framework to Argentina. And we just finished the report 6 months ago, so we're in the process of polishing, but this is like an advance. First of all, I want to thank the organizers, ICEGOV, University of United Nations, CETIC, Brazil, for making my presence here possible, CETIC in Buenos Aires. This is the Center for Study for Technology and Society of the University of San Andres. I am an associate researcher. Thank you to them for trusting me. Thank you to Shangon, UNESCO, and all the colleagues, and all you for their presence. So, let's start. So, this is like a couple of data to show you how we did the research. There was a collective effort. This is a collective effort. One cannot do it alone, and not even with a small team. We were a team of 7 researchers, 5 fully devoted to the process, 2 in consultancy roles. We had the technical assistance of the UNESCO, and we put together a multi-stakeholder advisory board. That was quite a challenge, and they, of course, helped us as well, integrated by 17 people. So imagine, it was quite a collective effort. The period of analysis is last year and the beginning of this one. It took us like 8 months, and we didn't apply the whole version, but the minimal version of 190 indicators, a lot as well. We use mostly secondary sources, but we managed to get some primary sources. We did 22 interviews, 11 to members of the MAV and 11 to key stakeholders. And we, besides the application of the gathering of, we also did a group discussion specialized in accessibility. That was quite insightful. We also applied a methodology suggested by UNESCO in this framework that is applying a visual scale. It's just a Liebhardt scale or a visual scale of a traffic light. We used that one because we wanted to cut the attention of the policymakers. We did a report of 200 pages, and you cannot get the attention of policymakers with 200 pages. Maybe us, because we're nerds and geeks, but the policymakers need something quite fast and visual. This is why I'm going to show you across the 5 dimensions, there are 5 themes each, approximately, so they together there are 25 themes, 25 topics, and in each of them we score the Argentine case with a color, a label. But it's quite subjective, although we discuss a lot what color should be defined in each case. So, start with some challenges. At the beginning, this is like what this is at the end, but I think it's a good way to start. The first challenge was to access to statistical data. This we approached yesterday. We don't have enough data. We don't have a statistic beyond access, and we need to gather that access that data to different sources. All that sources are kind of scattered, fragmented. So it was quite a challenge, and I cannot say that we solved the problem, the systemic problem, although we made some recommendations regarding the statistical authority in Argentina. The second, and this is the biggest challenge for me, at least for our team in particular, is to balance the social process that Xianghong quite well described of pulling together a multi-stakeholder board with the research team. And as a director of investigation, I had to manage these expectations from the researchers. One question that was kept coming out was, well, we don't have the time or the resources to make a multi-stakeholder board. We should focus on the investigation. And after a while, we did 3 plenary sessions of the MAP. After the second, we all started to see how that works, how it could help us. Until that moment, it was like dividing our resources, our time, our focus. But then when you started to see how those were also primary sources, it all changed. And of course, it helped us a lot with the socialization, the legitimation, and the access to different statistical data. Also, the participation of a plurality of policymakers. You will see the membership of the MAV, but we try to have, we have a political party quite polarized, so we had to, really care about having both sides represented, although one side participated more than the other, of course, and because they had more data, the officials participated in a different way. And also how to apply a framework that is universal, is tried to be universal, and luckily it's not about ranking cases, but showing in each case and its complexity. How could we situate the analysis to the socio-historical roots of the case of analysis? That was quite challenging, and maybe we pull it through, and we to develop certain recommendations. So this is the map, stakeholder board. If you want to later see it, you have represented all the 4 stakeholders, and private sector from the cooperative sector, as well as multinational, from the media, and also new technology platforms. And we saw certain tensions between the traditional media and the platforms, and of course public sector from the 3 branches of the state. That was quite interesting, although we can say that the evolution of digital transformation in each branch is quite different, and the one that is most left behind is the legislative branch, although the pandemic kind of changed this, and we should see what happens in the future. So this is the second page. This is civil society. Mostly civil society and academics were the most involved because maybe they have different sensibility to what we're doing. So this is the synthesis of the report. If you want to say, one is like what is happening in Argentina, this is what happened. Dynamics of innovation, institutional innovation, coexist with discontinuity dynamics. This is always making quite difficult to develop evolutionary policies that could last after a government changes its political sign. So this is like the main trend that we see, and the main objective that we have is how to make policies be continued. Even maybe they are not the best policies, but they must stay in line. And what we see is that this is not yet happening. But we did the traffic light, as I said, because we need to synthesize the analysis. That was a challenge as well, how to synthesize 200 pages, how to synthesize 109 indicators. So we use this. Of course, this is subjective, and in the yellow, there is the main trend. 15 out of 25 themes are labeled yellow. Some of these issues are going down, some are going up, some are stagnated. So it's not the same yellow. We aren't going to say that we have an orange, but we wanted to say it to be as clear as possible. So we wanted to really identify the critical issues, and we identified 3 critical issues. This is the first page. This is the second one. Right to privacy, data protection. That is quite critical in Argentina. We're not in a good place right now. Equitable access. I approached this yesterday. I don't want to bore you with that again. And the third one, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity and data protection are quite linked. We don't. The main indicator to show you how critical the situation is in Argentina and data protection is that during the pandemic, the data authority application was headless for a year and a half. So we didn't have, although we have an independent, formal independent authority, it was without coordination. So during the pandemic, and during that period, a lot of data breaches happened in the state. Particularly 45 million, our entire population's national identities were stolen. So if you're Argentina, I encourage you to change your DNA and do it again. So we basically put the focus over there. You should, and of course, the data protection law is quite obsolete as well. It's from the early 2000s. The case in Argentina is pioneering without continuing the policies. So we were the first country in Latin America to have a cert. We were the first country in Latin America to be recognized by the European Union as an adequate country in its protection of data. And now we are kind of lagging behind our own expectations, not only the rest of the world. So this is the main thing that we show to the policymakers, or we will try to show the policymakers when this is published. But some policymakers already saw this because they participate. The preface is one from the maximum, the Secretary of State of Digital Transformation. So they saw it. And I will show you some transformation that already happened in Argentina since the finishing of the report. So the critical 3 issues that I already mentioned. So we tried to put a lot of attention in developing recommendations. We did 63 recommendations in 10 objectives. We defined 10 objectives related to the issues that the framework tries to approach. And we created like 4 or 5 recommendations for each one. We make the MAP discuss this recommendation in the last of the 3 plenary meetings, and besides in interviews in the middle. I will show you just a couple. I don't want to worry, but it's just to, for example, like I said, updating the personal data protection law. There was a project in 2018, but it didn't have any really support from the government, and it was not even discussed in the commissions, in the parliamentary commissions in the Congress. Now there is a new. Oh, I'm getting ahead. I'm going to show you that because that is the finishing line. And designing a comprehensive, sustainable, and coordinated strategy regarding national intelligence activities. For example, that is quite important as well, and we're not seeing it's being addressed in the case. So data protection and privacy misses and intelligence recollection is quite opaque right now. So that is a thing that we also pointed as critical. So intelligence and surveillance is also mixed with the data protection. Intelligence activities from the state, I mean. Okay. See. 2 minutes, thank you very much. Another thing is, this. Well, don't worry about it. I will tell it. The point is, we don't have multi-stakeholder approach really in Argentina. What we do see is that maybe they decide to put a new policy. In order to legitimize that policy, they put together a multi-stakeholder advisor, but only with that end. and itself. When the policy is done, the map it dissolves. So what we basically recommended is to make a permanent multi-stakeholder board in different areas of digital transformation. The other thing we see is that there is not articulation between the agencies. This is something that maybe we should make more visible in the discussions, because I don't see it. I work in the state, I work in the Congress for the last 15 years, and sometimes the state is only an executive branch. We don't see the legislative, we don't see the different. The state is a complex of institutions that compete with each other to get legitimation, jurisdiction, resources, and of course, digital transformation is a driver to that competition, not an end on itself. So before putting together a multi-stakeholder board, we also need to see an articulation between the agencies of the state. And we don't see that at all. So that is a recommendation as well. And to finish, well, what is happening after the brief? Like I said, 6 months ago, we finished the report. What is happening? Is something changing? Well, yes, I advance a little bit. There is a new data protection bill that is being discussed. Last week was presented in the Congress, where it's about to be presented. I had the privilege of it. That head over there in the middle is mine. And we are participating. So this is a new case of multi-stakeholder being articulated in order to legitimize a process and to socialize the results. We will see if this stands after the completion of if the bill becomes a law. Of course, next year is election year, and that's quite difficult. In election years, you don't really see new laws passing because it's too polarized. And of course, the government is quite sensitive regarding the possibility of being in question because of the data breaches. So the two things get involved. But it is a very good sign. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gonzalo. I'm really intrigued by your presentation. I almost forget to tell you there are only 2 minutes. And I'm doing so because I want to allow more time to hear from you, our audiences. You are all, please take the floor when I open the floor to you after our 4 national presentations. So now I'm very pleased to introduce the next speaker, Madame Anelia Dimova. Yeah, you hear me, thank you. Representing the Ministry of E-Governance of Bulgaria. Anelia, could you please take the floor? And also I'm asking our technical team to project Anelia. Oh, it's already there. Wonderful. You look great, Anelia. Please start. Tell us what's happening in Bulgaria.
Thank you, Shannon. Nice to hear you all. Thank you for the presentation of Argentina. It was a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. So, our development, our progress. My essay is on conducting a national assessment of the development of the Internet in Bulgaria through the framework of the UNESCO Internet Universality Indicators in the context of the 4th National Action Plan within the International Initiative Partnership for Open Government, thematic area, transparency, and access to information. The project started in August this year. We already established the advisory board by an order of the Minister of E-Governance. The board consists of representatives from the National Commission for UNESCO, the Bulgarian National Association Active Consumers, the National Statistical Institute, the Communications Regulation Commission, the Board of Directors of the Bulgarian Platform for International Development, the Electronic Media Council, and the Cybersecurity Laboratory. The chair of the advisory board is the Information Technology, Information Society, European Coordination and International Cooperation Directorate in the Ministry of Electronic Governance. As observers, we have 2 representatives of UNESCO. In case of necessity, the board is open to engage other experts. The board has the following main tasks. First, to support the implementation of the activities of the project by providing research-related information, data sources, and awareness raising. Second, to give opinions on the documents developed by the research team regarding the scientific quality and the relationship between the findings and recommendations, as well as regarding the possibilities for optimizing the work if necessary. Third task of the board, to actively participate in the national validation workshop at the end of the research and to assist in initiating the necessary changes in accordance with the recommendations arising from the results of the evaluation. Decision of the advisory board will be adopted by a simple majority. From the very beginning of the project, we have been in contact with the Secretariat of the National Commission for UNESCO, which is part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The responsible Deputy Minister of Transport, IT and Communications at this time was part of the National Commission, what was a support for the project at the political level. Thanks to the support and the commitment of civil society organizations, the project was supported and included in the Good Governance Program approved by the Council of Ministers of Bulgaria. For the second step, we are currently in contact with non-governmental organizations for establishment of the research team. We plan to finalize the step 2 by the end of next year. In 23 of this year, and in 2023, steps 3 and 4 must be completed. We have selected 130 core and contextual indicators. We have translated important parts of the UNESCO handbook and disseminated through the participants of the project, as well as we use good practices from Germany, Brazil, now Argentina, etc. in our work. We have been talking for a long time with our internet community about the UNESCO indicators and the project. Now we are trying to expand the audience and participation through presentations at relevant events, engage the community to get involved to the project and to use them in the process of gathering data and sources to assist the research team. We intend to present the project during upcoming relevant events by the end of this year. For example, communications and media in the 20th century conference, educational and professional challenges of the Faculty of Journalism and Mass Communication on the occasion of 70 years of training in journalism, organization of a Jubilee International Scientific Conference at Sofia University in October this year. The second event, suitable for the project, is the International Scientific Conference, Media and Communications in the 21st Century. The media in Bulgaria and Eastern Europe, 33 years after the beginning of the democratic changes, at the Faculty of Philology of the University of Town, Veliko Trnovo, in November this year. The third event is Accelerating Innovation at the International Conference on Smart Cities, Bucharest, Romania, in December this year. And, of course, IGF in December in Ethiopia this year. We hope that the upcoming, not the finished elections will not change our schedule. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anelia. Actually, you save us some time, and it's also really exciting to hear the story you have told about Bulgaria. I wish you eventually deliver excellent project in Bulgaria. So now I'm inviting the third speaker, Matthias Kettmann from Hans Brodel Institute of Germany. Could you please project Matthias' presentation to the screen? I'm saying to the technical team, and also Matthias, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. Thank you so much.
Hey, we see you very well. So please take the floor.
Thank you.
You want your slide to be on? Yeah. Yeah, I need to... Matthias, could you please share your PPT so you can control from your side?
Absolutely, I'm very happy to share my presentation. All right, could I get a brief signal that you're seeing what I'm showing?
Yeah, it looks great, thank you.
Fantastic. Yes, this is Mr. Barredo, the inventor of German broadcasting and the founding father of our institute. I'm Matthias Kettermann. Obrigado for having me. Thank you so much for inviting me to this exciting and important event to talk a bit about the German implementation of the UNESCO study and the Rome-X indicators. We cooperated closely with the German UNESCO Commission, who have been invaluable in supporting our study. We're very happy to also have the strong support of German authorities, including the Federal Foreign Office, and in particular our Commissioner for Cyber Foreign and Security Policy, Ambassador Dr. Regine Greenberger, who was also chair of the project panel within the project on the implementation and application of the Internet Universality Indicators in Germany. This short presentation is meant to give you a little overview of the way that we did it, and perhaps to serve as a source of inspiration. I'm more than happy to answer any questions which you might have. We set out to investigate to which extent Germany is approaching the goal of the concept of internet universality as described by UNESCO, namely an internet in which human rights are respected, protected and guaranteed, and the development of national internet policies promotes the development of knowledge societies based on sustainable digitization and digitized or digitalized sustainability. I think this beautiful phrase bears repeating. It's from the internet universality concept. So first, some results, and then a couple of words on our approach. We found out that 91% of people in Germany already use the internet. However, within this strong number is hidden a number of different categories of people who use the internet much less intensively. People, for instance, who have fewer formal skills, people who are socioeconomically disadvantaged. There's also a usage gap between cities and the countryside. So one key takeaway is that even if numbers look good, you have to look into the numbers to see whether there are not any hidden issues, and that's something that the Internet Universality Indicators do a great job in helping you, because they are so nuanced that they force you to really dig into the data. We also found out through our intensive contact with German authorities on the level both of the Federation and the Länder and the communities that we always found somebody to talk to. The internet has arrived at the center of a lot of different political fields. In each entity there was somebody responsible for digitization, and we were able to see and to trace how the process of digital transformation shaped national politics. We were, however, also forced to conclude that existing power structures, exclusionary structures, discriminatory structures that are present in offline settings are also present in online settings. This is nothing it's neither surprising nor particular to any one country, but it is something that UNESCO is keenly aware of, and that we, as we are implementing the universality indicators, also have to keep pointing towards that the danger of digital transformation is that we forget about existing power differentials and discriminatory structures, and we believe that digital transformation will just gloss over them and will fundamentally change the way that power is distributed in society. We're not seeing evidence of that. Another important point is that digitalization or the digital transformation can only be understood comprehensively in a multi-level view. So by any focus on only national rules falls short. Digitalization implies a deep study of national, European, international policies and rules. As I've said, we've found that there's still room to grow, as there has to be. In particular, one issue that Germany has is that while there is a lot of data on certain topics, there are some gaps in the data due to the very strong data protection conception that Germany has. Sorry for the background noise. For instance, there's very little evidence connected to the minority background. There's very few data on issues like digital violence. We feel, and we've included that in one of our recommendations, that it makes a lot of sense to collect more disaggregated, anonymized data to use for researchers. Another issue which we found was that, and that's not particular to Germany, is that a lot of the data that was needed to take good societal decisions is held by private partners, private companies, and of course with those we had much less luck to get the data. But that would be, especially digital trace data and digital behavioral data is the data that states themselves need to make good decisions, because they need to know how people communicate. In terms of infrastructure, the Internet Universality Indicators underline the importance of not only looking at the laws, but also looking at the hardware, the infrastructure, the broadband situation. We found that Germany is lagging significantly behind its own aspirations. We also found that digital skills teaching is part of the curriculums in all levels of education. Regarding rights, we were able to show that German courts have committed to an offline-online equivalency of rights, and that this has been a concept accepted also by the nation's highest courts, who have implemented certain horizontal human rights duties also for platforms. There's no specific individual right to internet access, but it is contained in a number of other rights, including freedom of expression and access to education. We feel that, as I've mentioned before, more data is necessary on gender and diversity mainstreaming, especially with regard to the life cycle of digital products. We also, that was before the Digital Services Act, we completed that study before its finalization, but we called for a review of the Network Enforcement Act. That's the German predecessor of the Digital Services Act. We also highlighted the state's responsibility for bridging the digital divide. Now, in terms of output, we presented our study in a number of national and international settings like this one. We have a website dedicated to the year we started the project, 2020, that's internet2020.de. We also did a public-facing campaign by communicating our domain Wie geht's dem Internet, which translates as, well, how is the internet doing? And that was rather successful in getting people to access our site. The site is, we feel, well designed and allows you to search for specific topics within our report. You can look for, you can filter for a combination of topics. You can filter for categories within the ROMX indicators, and you can easily access both the indicator itself and then our explanation. What we found, and I'm coming towards the end, what we found worked especially well was the interdisciplinary nature of our team. You can't do that study with either lawyers or sociologists or psychologists or data people. You need everybody. You need an interdisciplinary team of at least 5 people, 10 is better. You need a holistic approach. You need strong thematic sub-leaders. So you have to have, apart from the project lead, you need sub-leaders which are responsible for about between 5 to 10 indicators. That's usually very helpful. We also implemented a 4I principle for each data point we collected to make sure that there was no researcher bias. What we found especially important was robust and positive liaisons with governments and ministries, because they usually have so much better access to data and so much easier access to data, and are able to provide, if you play your cards well, with a lot of the data that you need to conduct such a study. I realize, of course, that this is speaking from a position of privilege. There are quite a number of countries where such strong connection to the government is either impossible or might not be suitable if you want to arrive at truthful and objective solutions, answers to your questions. Now, we felt that if we did the study another time, we would have most likely tried to be even more open to civil society interaction. We just didn't have the time to have more than 5 or 6 meetings with civil society actors. We might have also included a stronger cooperation with the private sector. We consciously focus more on the state side. That's also sort of in keeping with the Internet Universality Indicator spirit. But in the next iteration, we would have probably tried to be a bit more proactive in cooperating with them as well. We have a number of important recommendations, but we felt that in retrospect, it would have been nicer to have key success measurements, numerical measurements, to make sure we can then go back to see whether our recommendations have made a difference. We presented our study, as I've said a number of times, including at the Internet Governance Forum Germany, and at that presentation was rather well received. Germany's main television station reported on us, and on the evening news they had one of our key recommendations as their central piece of news. That was also very well received within Germany. And after we've talked to a number of politicians and a number of political decision makers within Germany, a number of the issues we raised in the Internet Universality Indicators and our recommendations found their way into the coalition treaty that is currently being implemented. That being said, I'm extremely happy to have been able to take part in that project. It's one of my favorite projects so far, and I'm very happy to continue to present on that and to take any questions you might have. Thank you so much for having me. Obrigado.
Thank you so much, Matthias, for sharing so many insightful discoveries and thoughts, and also good practice from Germany. And also, your presentation is exactly 10 minutes. Also, good practice to follow. So now I'm very honored to invite Alexandra Barbosa, the head of CIDIC.br from Brazil, to share the first assessment we have ever conducted since the launch indicator in Brazil. Yeah, are you ready? Yeah, yes. Alexandra, please take the floor. We cannot wait to hear from you. Yeah, excellent, please.
Thank you so much, Chen Hong. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here, because this topic of ROMEX framework is very dear to our heart at CIDIC, since we have a very strong engagement in the process of building this framework. And I divided my presentation in 2 parts. I'll try to be very brief. First, I want to show how we get engaged in this process, and then I will share some very few results for each dimensions of the ROM framework. Just to share with you, CIDIC is a UNESCO Category 2 center for Latin America and Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa in terms of measurement, data production related to information society. And among the key actions, our scope is very much highlighted in data production for policymaking and research, academic research, capacity building on survey methodologies, methodological innovation, and analysis of socioeconomic implications of digital technologies in society. And we are very lucky to have in operation a real multi-stakeholder structure in internet governance. Since 1995, Brazil was a pioneer in the implementation of this type of model that today is very key for government and stakeholders. CETIC was born in 2005, but in 2011, the UNESCO General Conference approved CETIC as a Category 2 center, and since then we have a very strong ties with UNESCO. And I'm not going to be redundant what have already been said, but we do acknowledge the relevance of this framework called ROMEX. Of course, that after implementing this in real life, I would say, like Matthias has just said, we have room for improvements. We have identified many opportunities for improving this framework, but what I would really emphasize is that this framework goes beyond access infrastructure, dealing with the complexity of internet in life. So addressing things like rights, openness, accessibility, and multi-stakeholder, this is not measured by existing framework so far, which is very much linked to the infrastructure layer. So that's why it is really very important. Here, a little bit of the history of our engagement. In 2014, this concept of internet universality started to be discussed at UNESCO, and we embraced this idea of creating a new concept of internet development for countries. And NIC.br, along with LACNIC, we commissioned a paper, the first paper that developed this idea. And finally, in 2015, as Shan Hong has already said, this ROMEX was approved in the General Conference. After that, we had several public consultations, regional, in the whole globe. In Latin America, we have hosted and conducted 2 consultations, one Latin American consultation and one Brazilian consultation. Then we had a pilot to really understand if it was feasible to implement that amount of indicators. And this is one area that we have to improve. We have too many indicators. But finally, in 2019, we conducted and published the first report, a national report with the internet assessment in the country. And after this publication, CETIC has been supporting several countries in terms of not only technical support, but also peer review, like the Argentina report. We had the pleasure to have a very good interaction with Argentina, in Uruguay and Paraguay, and even technical meetings with Germany, Peru, Namibia, and Tunisia. So this is the reason that this is very dear to us. So in my last, maybe, how many minutes I have, Xiaohong?
You have
6?
5.
5 minutes.
5.
Okay, 1 minute per dimensions. In the right dimensions, I would say that Brazil has improved a lot, and we have made many progress in terms of regulatory frameworks. And I would like just to highlight the latest national legislation regards to rights to the internet access. In 2011, we had the Access to Information Law approved, and it is a reality in the country. Civil rights framework for the internet, that in Portuguese we call Marco Civil da Internet, was approved during the Net Mundial Global Network meeting in São Paulo in 2014. It became a law where we have the rights, Internet Rights Bill of Rights, and more recently, the data protection law that was approved in 2018. And last year, we started the process of implementation. And today, we are in the middle of this process of implementation, the law, which is very much like the GDPR here in Europe. In terms of openness, we also have very good practice. The report is very dense to explain all this dimension, but mainly I would like to highlight the legal framework for internet that is considered positive in the country, mainly because we do foster innovation. The multi-stakeholder model that we have for internet governance does really foster innovation. The Brazilian open data policy that promotes transparency and social participation. Brazil has a very long history in the engagement of civil society, in the discussion of legislation in the country. The opening education resources by the Minister of Education is also something very relevant in terms of providing access to open content, educational content online. The net neutrality that was established by Marco Civil da Internet that I have just mentioned. And in terms of access, we have also a very advanced policies in terms of promoting digital inclusion. Today, we have about 85% of the Brazilian populations are internet users, more than 80%, more precisely 83% of the households are connected to the internet. The 5G is already a reality in the country. In the major capital cities, we already have 5G coverage. And last, the multi-stakeholder dimension. I think that although we have I would like to mention several initiatives in the country, but I will just say about the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. This is a very interesting and recognized worldwide by as a best practice in terms of internet governance. We have this structure is managed by the Minister of Science and Technology. The government, they have 9 seats in a council of 21 seats, and the 12 remaining seats are divided among private sector, academia and technical community, and civil society organizations. These 3 stakeholders or group of stakeholders are elected every 3 years in a democratic process. From the government side, councillors, they are assigned by their respective ministries, but this is one of the good practices that we really reinforce in the report. Regarding the cross-cutting variables, the cross-cutting dimension, we do have sometimes some issues like gender issues. This is something that we have to improve in the country. Although we do produce disaggregated data by gender, policies not necessarily reflect the gender divide that we have in the country. And last, just to highlight some policies, policy agenda and challenge that we have to face in terms of infrastructure and connectivity. The deployment of Internet of Things, it is a challenge, especially the industrial IoT. We have conducted a case study for OECD this year that shows the challenge that we have in terms of adopting new technologies such as IoT and AI. And of course, 5G is a reality, but only for capital cities right now. It's improving. In terms of privacy and personal data protection, we have, after the law was approved, the Brazilian government established the National Authority for Data Protection. That is a reality already, but they are in the process of implementing procedures for the adoption of the law. And post-pandemic scenario is not, of course, it was not foreseen in the ROMEX framework, but it is indeed a very important issue that should be included in the ROMX revision very soon. And in this case, of course, needless to say, the digital inequalities in the country was even more clear with the pandemic, and the digitalization of public service and private service is a challenge right now. So with that, Shan-Hong, I would like to thank for the opportunity, and sorry for maybe I have passed a little bit my time. Thank you very much.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. It's a really fantastic sharing. So without wasting more time, I'd like to invite the floor from the audience. And please don't hesitate to raise your hand to share your questions and comments and thoughts about the Rome project, and also about the national presentation you just heard, and also our speakers on the panel. I mean, in the second part, you're also free to raise any questions and comments. So now, floor is yours. Yeah, I have a gentleman here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all. To benefit from the time, I will have a focused question or point that I would like to hear experts' opinion on that. Since the development of ISOC way back at the time of the first generation of the internet, I remember once Vinton Cerf told me, when I was still a young man having dinner he said, I was raising and a colleague of mine about the statistics. How do we measure in the future? He said, no, there's no, I remember not the exact words, but that was his message. Now we don't have to worry about statistics, but I can assure you there will be some time in the future where you will have, like what we have billion stars, we will have billion ways of doing statistics. So having just remembered this, I would like just to ask, this seems to be a very ROMX, very well-planned thought, which I just raised my hat for, but it extends beyond the internet. There are aspects. This is my initial impression. I didn't read the details of it still, But do you think that this universality internet indicators, first of all, were they designed to include, uncover the impact and other aspects of development other than just to focus on the internet? That's my first question. And second question, can it be somehow complemented, selecting the certain ones from there and the other relevant indicators from other, whatever it is, World Bank, UN, etc., that we can come up with globally efficient indicators that just simply talk about sustainable development? Because I believe this is not well addressed in many of the indicators, if I'm correct. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your very good question. Could you also introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Salim Zogbi. I'm with UNU here. Thank you.
I also like to collect other questions, if any. Please don't hesitate. One in the end.
I guess so.
Anyone?
No?
No? Yeah? Yes. I also encourage ladies and women in the room to take the floor as well. Yes, gentlemen.
Thank you very much for amazing presentations. Myself, Mohsen Ali, from University of the Aegean, Greece. And I want to know a little bit about multi-stakeholder involvement in the ROMX project and how they work. And if, let's say, if one country have a good internet universality, and if they want to contribute to another country, and how ROMX can help them to make the internet technology available similar to another country and how it works. I was literally wondering about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Maybe one more question? Oh, yes, here we go.
Thank you very much, colleagues. My name is Xiaoling Zhang. I'm from UNDP. I want to connect a little bit, our current topic of universality with what Alexandra has been presenting about the meaningful connectivity yesterday. So in terms of universality, of course, internet does not know the border that we define as national borders, right? Like as users, when I go to a website or use some services of other countries, then my experience is determined by the regulation, the services, the level of connectivity that is provided by a different country. So in this regard, I just want to ask a little bit, in terms of the RoamMax model, whether that kind of international or universality dimension is considered in the metrics. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to our panelists and also Matthias and also Anila online. Maybe we prioritize Matthias and Anila. Do you like to answer any questions or comments? If not,
do you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
I think this ROM project is relevant to all. It's relevant to all countries if they want to use this model to measure the internet development or environment in their countries. I think they have relevance to the sustainable development, and the name of our session is this connection, with sustainable development. Sustainable development has its own indicators, and they are almost the same. They are in the area of ROM indicators. We know that ROM indicators are 300 all indicators, and these areas of ROM indicators have all the connectivity rights and so on the multi-stakeholder element is the most important. We work on the project using always this element because multi-stakeholder, it is all areas. It is academia, it is government, and so on. That's why we in Bulgaria have such a model of the board and a plan to present the project everywhere in a multi-stakeholder manner. We are in the very beginning of the project, so I think it is enough from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Anadia. Matthias, do you like to address anything? Otherwise, I saw Alexander, you want to, signal, yes, please.
I would like to react to the three interventions because I just love all of them, really. And let's start with my dear colleagues from the UNDP that make a parallel between meaningful connectivity and internet universality. When you talk about connectivity, it was a binary mindset, having or not having access to internet. When we talk about meaningful connectivity, is another concept, right? So for those that listen this presentation on Monday, know what I'm talking about, but internet universality is more broad, right? And tries to capture different aspects, different dimensions of what we use on internet in terms of human rights, because we are increasingly, internet is increasingly become our daily infrastructure. We do everything, government, companies, citizens. So we have to deal with the human rights issues that happens in the internet. So the ROMX, it's a quite broad and comprehensive framework, but I agree with you that sustainability is not really well captured. And maybe this is a challenge that UNESCO in the revision of this framework has to consider sustainable development. But we do consider several dimensions of, that goes, as I said, beyond access, including education and access to electronic services. And I would like to mention that UNESCO has already discussed a few years ago, before the pandemic, how to apply this framework like for AI governance. It is a very interesting model that we could extrapolate to understand AI governance or even electronic governance, because it provides dimensions that are relevant to understand those new phenomena related to digital technologies. And our other colleague that mentioned multi-stakeholder, it is very key that this process, this analytical process conducted based on existing data, new data that are collected through interviews, of course that many countries have already in place national representative surveys in households, enterprises, government, etc. Those data are very important, but understanding the vision of private sector, academia, civil society, and government is also important. But the most important, the process of establishing this assessment should be conducted by a multi-stakeholder advisory board, meaning that it's not only the government assessing its own development. It could be always very good when government make its own assessment. The data is really very good, and you know, so it is important to counterbalance with the view from other stakeholders. So this is the pillar of this framework. Multi-stakeholderism is really very important.
Thank you. Do you want to have some quick
Yes, just a few words, because Alexander quite well expressed my perspective. I follow his words. But I began the presentation by saying that multi-stakeholder was like, and researching was felt at the beginning as a tension. And I began by saying that because when we overcome that, the feeling that that was an intention, it changes the whole picture. So yes, I think that is the key element of this framework. Also, that it doesn't rank countries. I really like that it doesn't rank countries. I think it has a lot of disadvantages to rank countries. You only look at the number. You only look at the number. You don't see the whole picture. And so I would add that. Although it is true, it doesn't deal with sustainability, I think it allows you to see that digital transformation, this is the word, the concept we are using right now to call this phenomenon, is not only an end on itself, but a medium to achieve good governance, good public governance on its own. So it's, maybe it is the dependent variable is the digital transformation, but we could do more to see it as an independent variable in order to transform governance or sustainability. I don't know if I got all the questions, but I don't know if I got yours in particular. Because what I felt was that you mentioned something about internationalization, something like that. I don't know if I'm getting it right, but I think that there's something else to add. I particularly work in regional integration processes, and I feel that although the level of analysis is national, so strictly national focus, we could add certain elements regarding to cyber diplomacy, to how other countries are being involved in the discussions of that country in particular. It was difficult to put the Mercosur, for example, in Argentina, in the analysis, or other blocks, regional blocks. So we should somehow do it. So thank you for your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the excellent question answer. This is really a very good transition to our second part of this roundtable, because Rome is roaming, is evolving as long as the technology is even faster evolving. So we are updating the indicators to capture the changes. And also Rome is really encompassing so many disciplinary, so many areas. And also it has so many aspects. Although we are doing a national assessment, it does have regional and international aspect too. So I really cannot wait to invite our next speaker, Mr. Thomas Janowski, the head of the Department of Informatics in Management from Gdańsk University of Technology in Poland, to share how he would perceive Rome can be relevant to another area, which is called automated government. It's my first time to hear about it. Please.
Thank you very much, Xiang Hong. Thank you for inviting me for the session, for UNESCO for organizing this very interesting session. I'd like to refer to one trend that we clearly observe right now for anybody interested in digital transformation in public administration, and that trend is automation. We see more and more of government work being performed by machines, or more and more human-performed work being complemented by machine support. In this short intervention, I'd like to refer to the results of a project we recently completed in collaboration with ELSA for Inter-American Development Bank, that looks at the factors that enable or hinder automation in government. And I will explain the relevance of the Rome framework for the results of the project, and then at the end come up with the concept of Rome-enabled digital government automation. So when we look at the roles that a government is playing in the society, serving large populations in cities, in countries.
Why it doesn't show here your slide?
I'm sorry. Yes, you are right.
Do you need my assistance?
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. Serving large populations in millions, tens of millions in cities and countries, the need to comply with formal rules and regulations, the provisioning of infrastructure, services, other public goods, performing various administrative tasks to respond to specific public needs, or processing really large volumes of information-intensive tasks. So these are conditions, ideal conditions for automation. So the automation potential for government work is truly huge. And by government automation, we understand the application of machines to government tasks that were once performed by humans, and increasingly to tasks that no human being is able to perform. And when you combine these automation possibility across different areas of government, maximize this possibility, then we talk about automated government. Automated government has to build on digital government, because without digitalization, you simply cannot achieve automation. And digital government itself is built on a traditional brick and mortar analog government. So that's the concept I'd like to explore. Realizing this automation potential can only happen when there is the right technology in place, and when the organization is capable, willing, and authorized to introduce such technology. And these are big question marks actually on both ends, whether we have the right technology and whether we are able to manage this technology properly, including negative effects. So let's focus on technology for government automation. First of all, the technology to automate government work has to be mature. it has to be either used enough, long enough to uncover any errors inherent in this, or maybe more recent technology, but based on well-studied scientific foundations. Typically, with mature technology, it is created by gradual improvement, and often by recombining existing technologies rather than by one big bang step. So the recombination, recombined innovation is typical for coming up with mature automation technology. The typical building blocks, and here you can see some examples. You have foundation technologies like digital identity, cybersecurity. You have communication technologies from 5G to social media, thinking technologies, AI, like big data or predictive analytics, or exponential technologies from AI to augmented reality. And the availability of the right technology determines what kind of automation you can actually conduct, what kind of goals it is feasible to fulfill. And accordingly, here we came up with a taxonomy of 4 types of automation, starting with rule-based, then robotic process automation, business process automation, and intelligent automation. And all these built on the layers of government, digital government, and automated government at the end. And this picture is relevant because I will shortly introduce Rome incorporate Rome into it. So just very quickly, I will go through these 4 different types. Rule-based automation, this is a traditional stuff done by a system given a data source and a set of human constructed rules, and then applying these rules to come up with decisions. These rules may formalize expert knowledge, logic, or regulations. There are many constraints on rule-based automation, but let's go to the next one. Okay, sorry, this is rule-based automation with data source and human-made rules. Example from our project was, say, from Norway, the processing of child welfare benefits by the Norwegian Labor and Welfare Organization. They really consciously refused to use AI. Rule-based automation was the right type of computational power, very predictable, very safe to use for really fully automated processes. Step further is robotic process automation. Unlike rule-based automation, you don't have to come up with human-made rules. You just observe by a software robot what a human is doing, and then try to mimic this human behavior using automated tools. RPA can handle data of any volume, move it between different applications, and generally make administrative job much easier. Moving forward, and here in Singapore, Vital, this is the Singapore government public service shared services center, provides a state-of-the-art, across-the-board whole of government repository of bots for robotic process automation, and really trying to let the mundane work really be performed by RPA. Step further is business process automation, which is focusing not only on automating individual tasks, but actually automating, orchestrating the whole series of tasks, managing the flow of information between people, systems, assigning tasks for execution, telling RBA or RPA when they should start, stop, which step to trigger, and how to follow through. And then, and here the example is from Spain, the Ministry of Justice, and the way they are automating the civil registry. It's a perfect case of business process automation. And the last kind of type of government automation is intelligent automation, which basically integrates all that came before, whether it's rule-based, robotic process automation, or business process automation with machine intelligence. Okay, so basically relying on machine learning to equip automated systems with learning capabilities and make them more independent from human intervention, so that they can almost run unattended, without human intervention, perhaps with some intervention from time to time. An example here come, surprisingly, from Paraguay, which applied intelligent automation to procurement processes and achieved very interesting results in the process. Now, before Xiang Hong will discipline me with using too much time, let me just move on to how in this government automation framework we see the Rome framework, where it resides. So the automated government has to build on the layer of digital technology, which should be built based on the Rome principles, and I will explain why. Okay, so government automation based on Rome-enabled digital government transformation. So when we talk about the 4 principles, human rights, the application of human rights principle means pursuing automation while making sure that political, so government and economic business objectives are not violating individual privacy and social objectives. That this imbalance of power in the performance of automated government work is not tilting entirely toward businesses and government, but there is a room for citizens to protect citizen rights. For example, employing rule-based automation with explicit rules that prevent the release of sensitive personal data to third parties. Okay? So this is how, with rule-based automation, we can ensure the protection of privacy. When we talk about the openness principle, this means controlling all sources of information used to provide automation systems with trusted data. Okay? In order to carry out high-quality decisions, trusted data is needed, and we need to be sure that whatever sources we use, including other automated systems or manual systems, we can actually rely and have trust depend on such data. For example, using information systems hosted by authorized agencies to feed business process automation with trusted data, for example, retrieving residence data from official civil registry. Then when we talk about accessibility, in the context of government automation, accessibility means that automated decisions, particularly those that directly impact citizens, can be explained why such decisions were made, and if appealed, can be defended in court. For example, and here I'm referring to explainable, sorry, I forgot, yes? For example, using intelligent automation systems to make decisions affecting citizens and providing them with the reasons for such decisions. Machine learning will not be able to perform these. There's a lot of research on explainable AI aiming at the production of these convincing, legible explanations also to be used in the court of law. And finally, governing by multiple stakeholders. I would refer here to multi-stakeholder data governance. Okay? Data is critical for automation, and it's important for the existence of shared principles and rules to enable trusted production, dissemination, and use of data in government. For example, the presence of data governance bodies that represent different government agencies and jointly agree on the semantics and use of data across government. And the last slide, conclusion. So I made a few points. First point was that government work has very high automation potential, that to realize this potential we need mature technology, typically it means a stack of automation technologies building upon each other, like rule-based, robotic process automation, business process automation, and intelligent automation. And the stack of automation technology should be part of any digital government environment that enables automation. And in turn, these environments should be based on the Rome principles with the potential emergence of the concept of Rome-enabled digital government automation. And just referring to the question from Salim very briefly, I fully agree that conceptually speaking, the principles are broader than just the internet. That any kind of communication, digital or analog, that serves development purposes could be kind of captured within the Rome framework. This is, thank you very much.
I fully agree with you.
I apologize for probably...
no, perfect.
Fine. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's amazing you finished 20 slides in 10 minutes. So thank you. Yes, as Thomas well said, the Rome principle much goes beyond the internet. It applies to AI governance, applies to digital transformation, all the technologies. They are so basic, so fundamental. And but today, I learned from you, it's also applied to so practical aspect on the government's automation. So we see the power of this framework. So now I'm very happy to invite Elsa Esteve, the UNESCO chair on knowledge societies and digital governance at the Université Nationale de Zurich, to share your perspective from the ethics dimension of digital transformation. So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Shangon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very pleased to join you in this panel. And following Tomas' presentation, I would like also to discuss with you, to present and also discuss how we can apply also Rome principles in the case of the use of technology by public and private actors to improve citizens' life, to improve development in the context of urban territories. So I will talk about ethics in digital public services. This is a work I am presenting. It was a research work funded by UNESCO IFAB program, in which we try to explore the ethical matters related to digital service, to identify particular ethical principles and to provide some kind of policy recommendations when we talk about the application of different kinds of emerging technologies for delivering digital services in the context of smart cities. So let me show you briefly the background, the methodology that we applied for the research project, some scenarios, and finally to synthesize the principles and recommendations that we came up. So basically we consider the foundation to underpin our work, the Rome principles for managing emerging technologies. I will not go because Tomas explained them very well, R for human rights, openness, A for access, and M for multi-stakeholder governance. So we also consider information ethics and the 5 principles related to the rights. So freedom of expressions, universal access to information, education, privacy, as well as participation in cultural life, because all of them are derived from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So what we did, first we have a visioning part of our project in which we engage government officials from the Agency for Electronic Government and Information Society from the government of Uruguay. AGESIC is responsible for promoting digital government transformation in the country and also for all the issues related to digital technologies in society, information societies. With them, we have several sessions online in which we try to come up with a set of scenarios in which digital technologies has a significant impact in the life of citizens in urban territories. Based on these scenarios, later we collected data, so we conducted workshops with undergraduate students and postgraduate students in Argentina, mainly in Bahía Blanca and in La Plata. Here you have the photos of the workshops that we did. And finally, based on the analysis of these scenarios, we interviewed international experts. We tried to cover regional, different regions all over the world. We interviewed Professor Wojciech Celary from Poland. Professor Celary is an expert at the intersection of technology, management, and economy. Ms. Radha Chauhan, she is a government official of India. She was responsible for the digital agenda of the government of India. Professor Alan González Estrada from Costa Rica, he's an expert in ethics. Professor Guillermo Simari from Argentina, he's a well-known expert in AI, artificial intelligence, and Professor Moshe Vardi, who is a mathematician, professor of computer science. He's the chief of ACM, and he has been well-known for advocating for ethics related to digital technologies. So the scenarios that we came up with at HASIG are these 7: the use of drones in cities, the autonomous vehicles, automated medical diagnosis, the use of AI for court sentences in the judicial systems, apps gathering health-related data that we use permanently, personalized adverts using internet, and finally, the intelligent assistants for smart homes. I will not go into the details of these 7 scenarios. There is a whole report that I am happy to share with those that are interested, but let me show the analysis that we did. For each of the scenarios, and I am presenting here the second one related to autonomous vehicles, we describe the scenarios. We present different examples of the usage of this technology, like robotaxis, autonomous cars, controlled by a person from outside the vehicle in order to use, for instance, for humanitarian missions, and the robots in transportation. We try to assess what are the benefits and what are the threats. So in this case, benefits: avoiding accidents that can be prevented through the fatigue that a human person driving the car can face, contributing to improving traffic order, and enabling independent mobility for persons who face some kind of disabilities. Threats: in this kind of scenario, we see responsibility for accidents, decisions for unforeseen situations, restricting areas of circulation for those autonomous vehicles, the possibility for hacking the software, the possibility to violate the driver and the passenger's privacy, and also different kinds of cultural aspects related to the decision makings or for unforeseen situations. I'm sure you are aware about the MIT experiment in which they were doing a worldwide survey asking people to, when they were faced with a situation in which the autonomous vehicle needs to make a decision, instead of saving a baby or saving an adult, there were differences in the culture between the East and Western populations. And then we came up with the ethical challenge with this scenario. And we tried to associate each challenge which of the Rome principles they were related. So in order to summarize, 3 of the challenges: deciding the person identity responsible for accidents of the autonomous vehicles. Clearly, this was related to the multi-stakeholder governance in order to decide this, and the openness, to have openness for how this decision was made. The second challenge: ensuring that the driving algorithms will make the correct decision when an autonomous car faces an unforeseen situation. Again, this is related to openness. Avoiding hacking the malicious intentions of the car is related to the multi-stakeholder governance principle. And I think I will go for the 5th one: ensuring transparency and absence of bias when automatically deciding the routes of the car is related also to openness and to accessibility. So after we finished with the analysis of the 7 scenarios, we came up with principles and recommendations that they were validated by the experts. So in total, we defined 5 principles: respect for individual privacy, effective data management and secure use of the collected data, explainability of the automated decisions, good purpose and equity, so that this kind of technologies, products and services that are using AI and other technologies, they are only serving good purpose and ensure the equity, and social consensus and legal enforcement. So in general, I think I will skip, but you can see that in the report there is a whole explanation of all these principles. And finally, what we came up was with a set of recommendations, and we have 6 policy recommendations. One is the need for institutionalizing the definition and the fulfillment of these ethical principles related to digital public services in the context of urban territories, to raise citizens' awareness about personal data and their use and misuse in the case of digital services, to promote citizen participation in defining ethical principles in these kind of services, to define also standards and guidelines about personal data management for government institutions, to define university courses for developing ethics-related competencies in the digital world in order to build awareness and to build capacity of the whole society, and to promote international awareness and collaboration in digital services. So for each of the recommendations, and I just showing here for one, we define possible actions, like for instance, for institutionalizing the definition and fulfillment of the ethical principles, to identify the actors to be engaged, to select representatives of each type of actors, to decide on the most appropriate governance structures, etc. And also, not only we defined actions, but we also defined indicators in order to monitor the progress towards these actions. Yes, for instance, the governance structure created, the number of responsibilities delegated to the governance structure, numbers of meetings held annually, number of principles agreed, and number of instruments used to enforce the agreed principles. So I invite you to follow up, and if you are interested, I'm happy to share. Also, the main results are published in the website of the UNESCO Chair on Knowledge Societies and Digital Governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elsa, for such a... It's really fascinating research out of my imagination. You can see Rome is kind of a research tool. You can use it very creatively to analyze all types of issues. Thank you for opening our mind. So our last but not least speaker, Sumaya Bendoha, I hope I pronounced it. You are really the host of the event. You are the research coordinator of the ICEGOV unit of UNU, United Nations University. I'd like to take this opportunity really to express UNESCO's appreciation of your support to all our activities here. And also I'd like really to say that congratulations. This year's ICEGOV is such a hit, such a success. So could you please share with us your thoughts and how you think the Romex can be relevant to your work, and also how we can reinforce our collaboration with ICEGOV and also with UNU, with other stakeholders community here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Zenhaupt, for inviting me to this roundtable. And it's also a great honor for me to share this session with Elsa, Thomas, and Alexander and Gonzalo. And I'm not sure if I can add much after all what we have heard, and we learned a lot today in this session. But as you asked me to provide the view of UNU and ICEGOV and the potential collaboration and how we can take this further, I will try to provide some insight in that regard. So basically, definitely, just to answer to the first question, what was if the relevance of Romex for ICEGOV and UNU-EGOV, definitely there is an alignment and clear alignment. And as we have seen during this conference, there is many interest in those questions related to human rights, related to the use of internet, but also beyond internet, AI, digital governance, the use of emerging technology, all the list that Elsa provided now. And there is an important audience here at ICEGOV that is plural, and many different types of participants, and probably Elsa and Thomas are more appropriate to talk about ICEGOV, as they are the founder of this event and of the work of UNU-EGOV as well. But I have to say that we have done an effort to bring together at ICEGOV different type of stakeholder around the concept of digital governance and digital government, and from the research perspective and also from the practice perspective. And all this audience, whether it's public service, academia, NGOs, international organizations, are all interested about this topic. And even more today, today after the pandemic and after we shift a big part of our life online. I think this question of human rights, accessibility, multi-stakeholders involvement, and openness, inclusion as well, are more than ever topic of interest. And we've seen it in many sessions during, I think it was yesterday, that Antonio Tavares, during the session that was moderated by Morten, that he was talking about these issues related to aggressivity in line this morning as well, that was raised, aggressivity, the lack of respect, and the civility as well. Thomas raised the notion of the need of civility on internet. So it's a topic that is really important in the audience of ICEGOV. There was a presentation this morning on AI and the responsible use of AI and the responsible AI as well during the paper session. If I go to more broadly to the work that is doing by UNU-EGOV and the relevance of ROMIX for the work of UNU-EGOV, it's completely aligned to our 3 research lines. So UNU-EGOV is working on 3 main research lines. The first research line is on digital governance, regulation, and policies. And ROMIX assessment is very relevant and is critical for us in order to understand the ecosystem, the internet ecosystem, as digital governance is based on the internet ecosystem. So we need to understand the context. We need to understand the penetration of internet. We need to understand all this ecosystem, and it's very important for defining policy, whether it's on research or on contracts that are more for practice. In the second research as well is well aligned, which is digital transformation, innovation, and technology. And we've seen that with the presentation of Thomas and Elsa, with a full list of different technology, AI governance, so the different criteria and dimensions that are defined in ROMIX, I think they are relevant for any of the emerging technology that we are studying. So we are studying AI, we are studying blockchain. Blockchain is presented as the internet of values instead of the internet of information. So by studying the internet of values, all the universality of the dimension and criteria of the ROMIX are relevant as well for those technology, and we need to integrate them very early in the process, addressing issues as was highlighted by the presentation on data protection, privacy are still issue today. I think it was the German colleague that was raising this issue related to the policy recommendation related to innovation and the sustainable development goals, the alignment with the sustainable development goals that are still a problem, and to improve in general the national, international ecosystem. Furthermore, when now the technology, the information communication technology are evolving and at a fast speed. And the third research line, participation, people, and community, is directly connected, is going in the same direction. Yeah. So we are talking about inclusion, we are talking about bringing back the human at the center of all these technologies, whether it's internet, whether it's AI, whether it's blockchain, value the human being and the people and the community, and addressing this different aspect related to accessibility, related to openness, related to inclusion, human rights. We have done research on gender as well. This is an important aspect of ROMIX criteria on children, the use of internet by children, and digital governance. So those are all aspects that we can collaborate, and we can use ROMIX to integrate in our research. So this was for the first question. The second question, how to ensure the recommendation emerging from the assessment to be transformative, impactful, to improve policies. So I'm not sure I can provide an answer, because it's a problem that we are all facing. And as my colleague Luis Barbosa was saying, it's a $1 million question. So I don't know if we can really have an answer to this one. But as the colleagues have shown, there is an impact, and there is changes that are happening, and it's important to do this kind of assessment regularly. I think you are at the third stage of assessment. So I attended a few years ago at WISIS the presentation of CETIC on the use of Romex, and I see that there is change now on that. And if I'm not mistaken, just to quote something that was presented by Salim a few days ago, I think it was research that you have done in collaboration on small islands, and he was saying that it was about internet penetration in the, okay. And he was saying that beyond the recommendation, it's important to accompany the countries and city when we are providing recommendation, and to move to the policy. So it's important that not just providing report that might stay in shelves, but also to accompany and to see go a step further and come back to those countries and see how things are evolving, and providing more support and contextualization to our assessment. And I know that Romex is having a part that is on contextual analysis of the assessment on universality of internet. But earlier, I think it's Gonzalo that was saying that it's not ranked by country. No. But we, I read it as well in your report, but I think, and we observed that clearly, that ranking is a motivation for countries to go this step further and to apply the recommendation. And this is, even if personally I'm not a big favor on ranking, but it's an observation. We see how EGD is impacting evolution of digital government, digital governance, and countries are competing on improving their situation and seeing. It's important that we see an acknowledgement of their effort and how they are progressing. And so probably in a few years, when you will be collecting enough data about the universality of internet through the Romex, it will be interesting to provide some ranking if we want to have a full application worldwide of the Romex. And, but it's also important, I think, as a researcher, that in our methodology of collecting data, that we explain things and we provide enough clear explanation how these numbers are arrived, clearly explaining dimension, because we understand them in a certain way, and the recipient or the person or the government the country that is applying understand them in another way. So it's important that we clearly explain how we obtain these numbers, how it can evolve through years, and how to transform this assessment in dashboard for monitoring as well. So it's very solid tools, and it can motivate countries into realizing and conduct voluntary assessment. And how we reinforce partnership and collaboration with key actors.
Could I wrap up in 2 minutes?
Yes, it's my last. It's the last question actually. The key actors of ICEGOV. As we said, ICEGOV is a large community, and it's encompassing more and more people from diverse sectors and areas, and it's not only the academia or public service, but it's broader than that. But I think as a researcher, maybe I'm biased in this one, researchers are very important aspect of ICEGOV, because they are creating the knowledge that can bridge and provide information to the public sector and policies, and it's important that UN system in general lead by example and open as well the data and provide the data of all our assessment, so researchers can conduct research and provide meaningful and insightful and impactful as well recommendation for these countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your valuable inputs, all well noted. I was just negotiating with the lady of the room, Aileen, for your excellent facilitation of all the hybrid participation. I really like to pay tribute to you and also your technical team over there. Can we have a round of applause? So we are completing without much Q&A, but if anyone has a tweet to say now, and we have maybe 1 minute, last minute. Yeah, yes, please.
No, it's not a question, but 50 years ago, one of my most favorite science fiction writers, Sir Arthur Charles Clarke, wrote 2001 Space Odyssey. Now, in that one, we have HAL 9000 super intelligent computer, we have scientists, and we have the humanity and the people behind this mission, etc. So by the time now, I think, and many of the visions were included. I suggest, and this is my tweet, perhaps UNESCO, perhaps anybody, or you, ladies and gentlemen, would be interested. I am deeply interested in this, which is, I think we should develop something called Rome-Y, where Y is not the sector, health, etc., sector, but Y is the quality of living humanity. Humanism, trust, confidence, ethics, things like this. I think this is something that can be explored along that.
Brilliant, thank you. Any urgent tweet from my dear panelists, online, offline? No, thank you. So my tweet, two. One, I invite all of you to follow our ROMEX Dynamic Coalition. We are having annual meeting at the IGF this year in Addis in November. We are going to present 20 countries minimum initiative, including maybe all of you. And last one, I like to offer a photo opportunity, a multi-stakeholder photo opportunity with, with my speakers and also all of you. Please come here. We take a last minute to take a picture, and then we are going to tweet it and also promote it on UNESCO website. We are here till tomorrow, so if anyone want to talk about Rome with us, we are really ready for you. Let's really thank our speakers again, online as well, and I wish we can have more discussion with you at the last days of the ICEGOV. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please come here. We'll take a picture. Eileen, can anyone take a picture? Audience, please.
30 seconds. My mic is off.
At the closing session, like in any conference, the best is saved for the last. You know that. And we talked a lot about interoperability, about artificial intelligence, about all kinds of issues the last couple of days. And everywhere where I was, at least, interoperability popped up. So for the last session, we were thinking, well, let's do something else than interoperability. Let's talk about English literature. Our speaker has a background in English literature and German, from my understanding, but she will not talk about it up for. She has a great experience in scrutinizing the government, looking at the services, looking at accountability and evaluation. She knows all the in and out. And think about what will happen without our public services. If they go down, would our government still operate? Would we still able to exchange? I think the whole infrastructure, if they go down, we will not be able to talk with each other anymore. That's why interoperability is so important. So I have the pleasure to introduce Veronica. I think that I pronounced it quite right over here. And the floor is yours. A warm applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marion. And thank you for that very kind introduction. It's a great pleasure for me to be here in Guimarães for the closing of this conference, opened by my predecessor, Mario Campolargo, whom I just met this afternoon and whom I will meet again next week in Tallinn. As Marion said, well, he didn't say this exactly, but I'm new in Digit. I'm only 7 months in post, and before that I spent 3 years looking at all the evaluations and impact assessments of all EU policies and rejecting them if they weren't of sufficient quality. So now I've moved to Digit, and it's been an intensive 7 months since I joined, as I have tried to learn about everything that Digit does. Of course, when I went into Digit with my 500 statutory staff and 1,500 external service providers, I told them all at the beginning, I'm not a computer scientist, I'm not an engineer. You need to talk to me in language that I can understand so that I can convey those messages to the wider world. And I must say my colleagues in Digit have made sterling efforts to help me in this regard. So while an important part of the responsibilities of my service is to provide digital services to the European Commission and other European institutions, we also support EU public administrations in their journey to digitalisation through the interoperability policy and practical solutions. And indeed, I was familiar with this whole area of interoperability before I joined Digit, because last January we scrutinised the evaluation of the European Interoperability Framework and the impact assessment for the upcoming proposal for an Interoperability Act. And it was Mario and Georges and the colleagues were appearing in front of us down a screen while we scrutinised and asked tough questions about the proposals that were made. But hopefully the questions we asked will have helped improve the quality of the proposal, which should be adopted in November of this year. I think it's clear to us all that the digital transformation of public administrations is a long journey, which requires continuous changes of processes, tools, but also of ways of working. And I must say, I've been very conscious of this since I joined Digit, how in the last number of years, we really have transformed the way we work, and this change is ongoing. So this applies to the whole administration and not only to the IT teams, but starting upstream at the policy design phase. And I would like to stress the Commission's commitment to giving digital-ready policymaking a big push. This would help to take digital aspects into account early in the policy-making cycle. And this is one of the strategic objectives of our recently adopted new digital strategy of the Commission. So our aim here is not to wait until a regulation has been adopted by Council, proposed by the Commission, adopted by Council and Parliament. Then it's too late to start thinking about the digital aspects. We need this up front. Over the years, the Commission has been collaborating fruitfully with EU member states on the basis of the European Interoperability Framework. And this is a reference instrument for interoperability that is also recognised outside the EU. We have been collaborating with a number of non-EU countries, such as Australia, Vietnam and Uruguay, and we have seen interest from countries such as Japan and Canada. And of course, we also collaborate with divisions of the United Nations, like the UNU or UNDESA, and with other international organizations, such as the OECD and the World Bank. As you see, this important work needs to be done through collaboration, and this is how we are approaching the Interoperability Europe Act proposal. The proposal looks at co-creation with core stakeholders, so government, chief information officers, and transparency and flexibility. We aim to avoid any risk of regulatory lock-in to today's technologies or concepts. Not only is the pace of technological development very fast, so are societal and policy needs. Just think of the changes that have taken place in the last couple of years with COVID and the dual transition of digital and sustainable. So let me elaborate a little bit more on interoperability, and more specifically what we mean when we speak about interoperability, why we think it's so important that the EU and member states work closely together in this area, and what are the areas of action we are focusing on with this forthcoming policy proposal. So what do we mean by interoperability? Interoperability enables data exchanges and facilitates connections between IT systems to deliver digital services across boundaries, be they organisational, sectoral, or importantly from the EU perspective, across borders. Interoperability is not only difficult to pronounce, it is also not straightforward to achieve. It may sound technical, and it certainly is, but it goes much beyond technical and semantic aspects. In fact, we find that the organisational and legal aspects are equally important to enable the capacity of organisations and their IT systems to connect and cooperate. And this matters for both citizens and for businesses in their contacts with administrations, and it matters for the administrations themselves. So why does it matter? Interoperability makes the digitalisation of government services efficient. It allows for the seamless and trusted exchange of data and connectivity of services across different levels of administration, borders and sectors. It is embedded in all modern digitalisation strategies. Traditionally, the focus of digitalisation efforts has been very much on industry and the private sector. The role and importance of digitalising the public sector has been underestimated, and this is clearly changing now. Remember the COVID crisis that accelerated actions to allow public services to function online. I think we all found in our interactions with public services during the COVID period, basically what had been unthinkable before suddenly became a reality. If we manage to create a digital transformation of Europe's public sector that is inclusive, fair and open, that is sustainable, value-driven, and interoperable, this in turn will result in considerable pull and push factors for the overall digitalization of European industry and society. And the potential of the public sector to lead a European way of digital transformation has increasingly been acknowledged. For instance, by EU governments in the Berlin and Lisbon declarations, and by local and regional communities in the Living in EU cooperation. Also, we note that digital public administrations have emerged as a particular focus of national recovery and resilience plans, which were developed with the EU support to respond to the COVID crisis. EU interoperability policy is an established policy area for 20 years now, and it is entirely voluntary. The EU has supported it between public administrations through a series of dedicated funding programmes, the latest one being Digital Europe. Through this support, a European interoperability framework was first produced in 2004 and then updated in 2010 and 2017. The framework is the common vision of EU public sector IT practitioners on how best to support data exchanges and digitalisation in public administrations across Europe. It's jointly developed and generally accepted but non-binding guideline, and it has become a reference even beyond Europe. Reusability is one of the principles of this framework, and following the collaborative spirit, we have the Join Up portal. In this portal, you can find solutions which are available openly to support public administrations in their digital journey. So how effective was EU interoperability policy so far? And I remember this from reading the evaluation of the European interoperability framework last January. So recent evaluations confirm that overall the policy framework and policy goals are broadly accepted and remain valid. Today, with the ever-increasing pace of technological change and societal and policy needs, they may even be more pertinent. There is a clear interest in guidance and cooperation by practitioners and need for reusable solutions. However, the take-up has been weaker than expected because of lack of information about reusable solutions and cooperation possibilities, and because of a lack of legal certainty. The European interoperability framework is voluntary, and cooperation relies on the voluntary engagement of individual parties. A second important reality check for our policy comes from Member States' CIO offices that are represented on our expert group and that proposed recommendations which are publicly available in the EU Experts portal and in Join Up. So the expert group made recommendations in three broad areas. Firstly, to reinforce EU-wide cooperation. They recommend building a dedicated governance structure to operate EU interoperability practice with a strategic layer at the CIO level or equivalent and an operational layer which would involve experts on specific topics or projects. Secondly, they recommend to embed interoperability considerations into EU policy making. This includes keeping the European interoperability framework up to date and guide implementation while also strengthening digital checks to make EU policies digital ready and interoperable by design. And finally, the expert group recommended to upgrade the offer of EU interoperability solutions, building a common catalogue of reusable solutions and streamline EU funding for interoperability and public sector transformation. The current thinking favours a lightweight regulatory approach with a focus on structuring cooperation across member states and joint ownership of interoperability solutions. Such co-ownership and co-designed solutions could include future revisions of the European interoperability framework or lists of recommended openly available interoperability solutions that can be reused by public sector bodies at all levels of government. We have also learned from different member states where they have put in place the national legislation on interoperability, such as in Spain, in Germany, and earlier on in Estonia. This has proven an important boost to the digitalisation of public administrations in an interoperable and in an efficient way. What we want to build is a future-safe, regulatory framework, a process that allows us to jointly identify needs, experiment with possible solutions, and develop and scale the best solutions for public reuse. This will help to build interoperability by design, and importantly, will avoid finding ourselves tomorrow in a straitjacket because we would have legislated today's technological choices, which could already be outdated tomorrow. A second point I want to emphasize is the importance of building true co-ownership between member states. Interoperability resources, concepts, tools, specifications, programs, semantic assets cannot be developed top-down, or if reinvented repeatedly would constitute a considerable waste of effort. And this is where we see a potential role for us to come and support EU member states in this regard. So what else is being considered for the future? I see as a good illustration of this approach the work on GovTech, joining forces at the EU level to allow for technology experimentation in a very flexible setup of member states. Not everybody needs to be in, but everything, all results, good or less good, are shared openly. This speeds up the testing of new technologies, including with private sector players, companies, startups, civil society, learning lessons, and ideally scaling up successful tests for broader use by many. An EU-funded GovTech incubator to test this approach is currently in the process of being signed under the Digital Europe programme. It will involve around 15 countries and at least 20 partners, and the initiative is 50% funded by the Commission. It concerns experimentation at the initiative of member states, funding being conditional only on the cross-border nature of the pilots. A final area I would like to highlight is sharing experience and supporting skills, especially among public officials. You may know that we are already running a pilot Interoperable Europe Academy with openly available courses on interoperability and digital transformation. This could be developed into a broader upskilling mechanism, including content and courses coming from the member states. In fact, if you are still here tomorrow, we will organise a workshop to explain the objective and scope of this initiative that will be a cornerstone to support the implementation of the new policy. And my colleagues George and Victoria are here for that tomorrow. As part of it, we have an introduction course on interoperability that we plan to propose in all EU official languages next year. Although we will be developing most of the courses, we are also seeking to collaborate with any institution, being European or at any other scale, to share and promote courses. So, in closing, I would like to emphasise that the entire policy development process has been co-designed with member states, with the CIOs and their experts. Their recommendations, developed in workshops with the expert group and publicly available, serve as a blueprint for the future policy, of course, in addition to the usual public consultation and evaluation processes. We believe it's essential for such a topic to ensure full transparency with the parties most concerned. What we want to achieve collectively is that future policy is not a straitjacket, but a springboard for public administrations that are connected in trusted data flows across Europe, offering secure and inclusive end-to-end services to people and businesses. Interoperability cannot be done in isolation, but needs clear rules to ensure a reliable co-creation framework. Therefore, not only for policy design, but also for the implementation of solutions under the Digital Europe programme, including the GovTech aspects, we will make sure that co-design and co-creation are the driving principles. So I think really what we want to do is to tap into the expertise that is available at all levels of government in the member states and beyond the member states, in all sectors as well. And I think we in the European Commission, we want to support such an approach, but we know we certainly don't have the answers. So what we want to do is to put in place a framework where we can all learn from the best practices that take place in this area, in the interoperability across public administrations. So thank you very much for your attention. I'll stop there. Thank you. Michael, there.
I feel a bit awkward over here because usually policymakers and people from the European Union ask us all kinds of questions, and now I have to ask you all kinds of questions.
I hope I can answer them.
Which is the reverse world, maybe, because we are all researchers over here. And when I reflect on your talk, what I took from it is that we need a lot of interdisciplinary knowledge. You talked about legislation, organization, technology, but technology is also consisting of all kinds of fields. And then we need co-creation, and co-creation is so difficult. And then we have to convince also the people to go the same direction. Yeah? And my experience is that decision makers often look at management by magazine. We have some fancy new thing, we read it, and we have to do it. So what's your view on it? From how can you give direction to all the policymakers, to Europe, and how can we, as researchers, also contribute to that?
Well, I think we don't really think we will give direction. We will create a framework where we hope everybody can participate. And the idea is, it is huge, it's a vast area. But then on the other hand, when you see what is possible when a crisis comes around, when you see how public administration began to communicate digitally with their citizens during the COVID crisis, you realize that things can happen, things can change. Now, that was an example that was forced on us by an unfortunate event. But our idea in the interoperability area is that we create a framework, and basically the experts in the public administrations, in academia, in the civil society, in the private sector, they work together, and it'll mostly be in individual areas. And then our idea is through the Interoperability Act and the mechanisms we put in place, we will try to suck up the good examples into and then publicize them openly for everybody to use. And in that way, we hope we can spread the knowledge in the most effective way.
That's quite a daunting task, and we need all kinds of disciplines on it. And I can imagine that we have all kinds of questions about it, because I see people from more the public administration, more from the computer science over here, more from the organizational management science over there. So take the opportunity and to ask some questions. We have people on the left and on the right. The question is over there. Somebody come up with the mic from upstairs. Please provide your name also and the background.
Hello, my name is Xiaoling Zhang. I work in the United Nations Development Program. And more specifically, I work in the Independent Evaluation Office. So you can imagine, I'm very glad to hear in your speech the mentioning of evaluations in several parts of your speech. I just wonder if you can expand a little bit in terms of what you see as the role of evaluation in terms of supporting the further development of interoperability and also e-governance field, or what kind of updates or innovation in evaluation itself that needs to happen to accompany this process. Thank you.
Well, I actually spent, I think, about 30 years of my career dealing with evaluation, so it's a subject close to my heart. In the Commission, we have quite a strong structure of evaluation, where funding programs in particular have to be evaluated periodically. My own personal view is perhaps we have a little bit of a straitjacket in terms of how we approach evaluations. And maybe it is time that we could use more innovative methods of evaluation, because we tend to focus in the Commission of ex post evaluations at fixed points in time, whereas I think there is scope for more ongoing evaluation, smaller evaluations of not of entire programs, but some trying to capture everything that has been done, but evaluate maybe elements of what you're looking at. But in fact, that will be built into the into the interoperability process in the future, because it is an evaluation process of a sort that when we have pilots that are successful, they will have been evaluated, and then they are the examples that will be broadly publicized and communicated for other people to learn from.
I'm an engineer by education, as you know, and I like evaluation, because if you engineer something, you need to evaluate it, and then you update it, and then you evaluate it, and that's a continuous process. And I really loved that you talked about experimentation. I remember 10 years ago, it was often not done to talk about experimentation.
And the European Commission is sometimes a little bit nervous about experimentation, because, as you know, we are under the very close eye of the Court of Auditors. So sometimes this can discourage risk-taking and experimentation, because people want to be certain of the outcome that is achieved. But I think we've managed to create different ways of experimenting by creating, if you like, areas where the purpose is experimentation. And if you can carve out an area and you say the purpose here is experimentation, well then nobody can blame you then if some of your experiments don't turn out the way you expected them to turn out. But the main thing to do is that you learn what has actually happened. So I think we've progressed in the Commission in that area over the years.
That sounds wonderful to me. When I was young, I always loved to play in the sandbox, and I still love to play with the technology in the sandbox, but not in the real world. Is there a next question? Here on the left. You know that when I'm with my students, I assign people questions. So don't be prepared that I assign, just jump in the room and then we'll ask you a question.
Well, thank you, Marijn. Morten Nielsen from UNU-EGOV. You mentioned the collaboration within the EU on interoperability frameworks and so forth. You mentioned the training courses that you're launching. You mentioned some of the non-European collaboration. Have there been any consideration, both in DIGIT but also INSPA, for instance, of working with other regional bodies such as the Southern African Development Community around ensuring that there's interoperability between European frameworks and other regional frameworks? And how is the thinking at the moment in Brussels in terms of using, for instance, the Digital for Development Initiative, the EU-African Partnership programs to help develop such capacities in emerging economies, for instance, in Africa, through the twinning projects that have been quite successful in rolling out interoperability in the Western Balkans or in the Eastern European Partnership countries?
Well, I mean, we do work very actively with the accession countries, and including Ukraine. George was just telling me about before we had before we started the session, and we do stay open to other countries, and we know that a lot of countries are interested in what we do in the EU. At the moment in DIGIT, our efforts are really focused on the European Union and let's get this up and running. But I think if we can get it, and of course everything is public, everything that we produce is public, so available to everybody. But in terms of more proactively working with different parts of the world, I think I'd have to talk to INTPA about that, but it's a nice idea. But maybe we need to take a few steps first.
When you're talking about frameworks and those kind of things, then I also always think about auditability, agreements about that, when ensuring that it keeps on working properly. You talk about evaluation. So what's your view on ensuring that interoperability keeps on working in the future? And as an engineer, I always think about extendability, adaptability, and those kind of typical engineering requirements.
Well, I think we will need to evaluate we'll need to have an evaluation plan for how we will evaluate the progress over time and to take on board the experiences, because not everything is going to develop the way we anticipate at the moment. There are going to be unforeseen developments and some unexpected successes and maybe some unexpected failures. So I think we need to put in place a system to make sure that we capture that over time.
There's a question in front here.
Thank you. Manuel Bonduque from Brazil University of Getúlio Vargas Foundation, sorry. From your presentation, it's possible to see that most of coordination instruments that European Union is using are based on networking and voluntary adoption, and some of them are based more in transactional ways, such as granting funding and etc. And mostly none of them are based on top-down hierarchical standard settings. How would you say that networking and more horizontal instruments combine with those transactional fundings in terms of the perspective for the next few years in the interoperability framework?
I mean, I think you've characterized it correctly. That's the approach we take. And I think it's because we don't feel we have the knowledge or the ability to top-down prescribe. Plus, we know that technology is developing at such a speed that there's no way the Commission could keep up with that pace of technological development. And that's why we want to open up to as many people as possible so that we can get the range of experiences and inject them into the whole interoperability, particularly across the public sector. But I mean, in other areas of European policy, we're very directive and very top-down, and usually, I suppose, in collaboration with the member states, but we have a lot of areas of legislation where we do have standards that are agreed at European level, and then they're directives, and then they have to be implemented. And if you don't implement them in the member states, there will be sanctions. So I think that would not be an approach suited for interoperability, where we really see this co-creation being at the heart of the matter.
We're nearing the end of the session, but we have room for one more question on the back.
Thank you, Maureen. I'm Sel Maloli from Université Laval in Canada. My point is, I like the co-creation of interoperability. But when I look at only Canada with two languages, French and English, this is complicated a little bit. So when I think about Europe, which is different languages, so how do you deal with two things? I will limit to that. First, the language, the semantics, which can change from one language to another for interoperability. And second one, the willingness of the countries to adhere to such interoperability, because the culture of the civil servants and so on is not the same from one country to another. So how do you deal with these changes and challenges? Thank you.
Well, in the first place, I think we already know for over 20 years of collaboration that there is an interest in the member states to collaborate. But of course, every member state is different, and every member state has different structures. They decide things at different levels in public administration, whether it is at the national level. We were talking to Mario Campalargo there beforehand, and Portugal is quite a centralized member state. Other member states are totally different. So, I mean, the whole approach is very flexible and it's non-binding. So basically, if a member state doesn't want to get involved, that's all right, we're not going to force them to. It will, but then we publish everything online, so it may be that somebody in that member state will, it'll come from within and below, that there will be perhaps people within the administration will identify what is happening, and they may be able to catch the ear of the political masters and say, look at these really good examples, we should really use them. So that, I don't see that is a particular problem. And if you like, the approach has been designed in such a way that we don't name and shame people who don't want to participate. On the language front, we're making great strides there. And if I just give the example of our recent conference on the future of Europe, there we used artificial intelligence, and people were able to communicate with each other on time, at the same time, with translation provided. So we've made leaps and bounds in the use of e-translation. So I think we can probably mobilize that in this area too, though it does tend to be, and I see this more and more, that English tends to be the language of digitalization. But of course, when we want to have truly interoperable public administrations, then of course each public administration is going to be communicating in their own language with their citizens.
Thank you. We feel very popular because everybody's waving at us. Maybe on the back, one question over there, and then a final question over here. And I'm sorry we can't accommodate every question this time.
My name is Anne Braham. I'm Special Rapporteur on Privacy for the UN. And I was wondering, what is your perspective in what refers to this topic? I mean, privacy and data protection against interoperability. What is your way of focusing or your approach towards privacy? Thank you.
I think, George, I've asked to answer that. Wait for the mic.
So, I mean, privacy and its privacy is preserved. I mean, it's one of the principles of the European Interoperability Framework regarding also respect. I mean, we respect also GDPR, which was mentioned many times, is becoming de facto standard worldwide. So this is embedded anyway in whatever we do, and because GDPR is a regulation, so it's something we have to apply. So it's, I would say that the GDPR is the main driving principle on protecting interoperability. So whatever we will develop, whatever solution we will develop, it has to comply with data protection. So that's basically the answer we can provide on that aspect.
And of course, the researchers, they have a lot of privacy enhancement technologies and mechanisms that can be used, but often they're not there yet. And I think you're also working on an ecosystem in the GovTech areas. Maybe you can reflect on that before going to the last question. You don't want to reflect on GovTech? No GovTech. Okay.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the speech of the Honorable Keynote speaker. I am from the United Cities and Local Government of Africa, one of the strategic partner of the European Commission as the director of the African Local Academy. And this academy was operated and start to be a key lever to empower human capital in Africa due to the support and thanks to the support of European Commission grant. It was first an operating grant, and last 12 September we signed another framework of partnership agreement on 12 September. And in this new journey and chapter we will focus among the priorities on a digital deal and also the digital divide. So we have a lot of works to do to make sure to bridge this divide between local governments recognized now as main actors in the public governance. So we are starting to design a roadmap with a lot of initiatives where we fund empowering local elected officials, territorial managers. We have an e-academy. We are networking smart cities, etc. So it's really a very exciting new journey for us where the digital divide will be a key priority. Thank you very much.
I think what we have listened over here, because we have to close the session, is that a lot of elements are coming together. Huh? From co-creation to the technology to the governance, that is a part of it. So I really would like to thank you for having this closing session.
Thank you. Thank you.
But it's not really closing, because tomorrow is the interoperability workshop going on. And Elisabetta is standing over there to take it over for the announcement of next year's conference.
Thank you.
careful about steps.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So we are approaching the end of the conference as such. Indeed, as Marijn mentioned, tomorrow we'll still have one day fully dedicated to the workshops. But today we are doing a balance of these 3 days thus far. So for this closing session, we will start first by inviting one of the program committee chairs from this year to make a balance of the work, the academic work that was presented in the conference thus far. And then we'll still have a moment for the Best Paper Awards, so that we can as well have a moment of attention to the winners. And after a few words from the coordinator of the conference, we will indeed finally announce the next organizer, so that we get to know where we are taking ICEGOV next year. Okay, so for now, I would like to start by inviting Delfina in representation of the program committee chairs from this year's conference. Okay.
So thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you all. So as Elizabeth said, now we will do a balance to see how it was. I suppose that from what I saw during the coffee breaks, during the sessions, I suppose, but I'm suspected to say this, I suppose that it went very well. But as soon as the slides appear on the screen, we will start to share with you some figures that will help us to understand if indeed it went well or not. May I have the... Oh, okay, but... Okay. So let me... These are the 3 PC chairs of this year. Myself, who is Amaral from the University of Minho, that is also the university that co-organized this edition of ICEGOV, and Wei Zheng. And let me start with the figures, and some of them, I would say all of them, but particularly some, let us indeed very proud. So we had a total of 178 papers submit to the different tracks of the conference. From those, almost 50% were research papers, 34% ongoing research papers, and 16% short papers. This means in terms of unique authors for all the papers submitted, 405 authors, most of them 80% or almost 80% from academia, 11% from government institutions, very good to have 11% from government institutions, 5% from international organizations, 3% from industry, and 2% from civil society. 51% of the authors were from emerging countries, and let me share with you, this is one of the figures that really lets us proud to be able to mobilize the authors from emerging countries is really something relevant for us. And of course 49% from developed countries. And these authors came from 48 different countries in total. And in what regards the top, about nationalities of the authors that submitted papers, Portugal is leading. Okay, it's understandable. This edition is in Portugal. It attracts Portuguese researchers, and not just researchers. 46 from Brazil. Yes, you may show your satisfaction with the figures. 46 from India, 37 from China, and 28 from Russia. And again, very interesting figures for us. In what regards PC members, and I will thank later to the PC members, but I already do that. I'm going already to do that because indeed is a very relevant job for us to ensure the quality of the conference. So we had 163 PC members engaged in the process. That provided 343 reviews. 91 of those PC members were from developed countries and 72 from emerging countries. Also, again, a very nice name. This means that we have been able, over the years, to mobilize, to bring the academy from these emerging countries to the conference and to different roles that the conference engaged. We had 46 different countries in total. And again, another top 5, and it's interesting to see that the countries are more or less the same. Portugal with 30, Brazil, China, India, and Netherlands. Okay? So good to know this. Regarding papers accepted, we accepted a total of 92 papers. 52% of them are research papers, 28 ongoing research papers, and 20% short papers. That is interesting to mention that these short papers, many of them are papers that are written by government officials, by people that is working in government institutions. Again, for us, this is good. We like to see this number increasing because this means that we are achieving what we want. Because as you all know, we are talking about a multi-stakeholder conference, something that is, in a way, that distinguishes us from other conferences, and that is part of the DNA that we, and the idea, the concept that we had since the beginning associated with this conference. The acceptance rate is for this year is of almost 42%. That is close to the average acceptance rate of the conference. And what about participants? We had, again, very good news. We had a total of 277 registrations, yes. I think, let me ask to my colleagues that know all these figures better than me. I think, Mario, I think that this is the second biggest, yes, besides the third one, okay. Okay, so it was India, the first edition that we had in Guimarães in 2014, and now this edition in Guimarães. Very good, very happy with that. These participants came 46 from the academia, 23% from international organizations, 21% from government institutions, 7% from industry, and 3% from civil society. Okay, as was expected, most of the participants, 26% are from Portugal, 7% from the United States, interesting to see, 6% from Brazil, and then we have with 4% participants from India, Saudi Arabia, and South Africa. UNU-EGOV scholarships, because we used in every edition, so every year, because it's an yearly conference, to assign, to award some scholarships, particularly for those that may have more need of them. And again, the developing countries. Not exclusively, but most for them. And this year we awarded 19 scholarships. 2 authors from 10 different nationalities. 17 of them from emerging countries, 2 from developed countries, 13 male, 6 female, 15 students, 4 non-students. This is the profile of those that were awarded with scholarships. Of course, we would like to have more males, but we will work on that. Sorry, females, but we are working on that. Okay, and I think that in what regards figures it is, let me share again, I'm really happy with the achievements, with these figures, and we will, and I'm saying this in public in front of all of you, that I suppose most of you will be next year again in ICEGOV. I'm saying that we will keep doing our best to improve even more these figures. Thank you so much, because it's due to you that we are being able that we have been able to do that so far. Thank you so much.
So now we transition to the awards announcement. So I would like to invite Thomas Janowski, the chair of the awards committee.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. So nice to be at ICEGOV again. I have no slides and no glasses, which I lost somewhere. Luckily, I can still read. No, it's fine. Oh, it's fine. Under control. The selection process of the ICEGOV 2022 Best Papers was conducted by the Awards Committee, comprising 4 senior members of the Digital Government Research Community, Sun-E Chun from City University of New York, United States, Raul De from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore in India, and Mary Finney from the Arizona State University, United States, and myself, Tomasz Janowski from Gdańsk University of Technology, Poland, and Danube University, Krems, Austria. The selection took place in 4 categories: best research paper, best ongoing research paper, best short paper, and best poster. The process involved 4 steps. 1, shortlisting the papers accepted for presentation and publication at the conference in each of the 4 categories according to the review scores. So a minimum of 2 reviews were expected for every eligible paper. This step identified 7 research papers, 6 ongoing research papers, 3 short papers, and 3 posters. Given these numbers, the short paper and poster categories were merged with 6 identified papers altogether. So the second step was evaluating the papers independently by each committee member using 4 criteria set forth in the ICEGOV Best Paper Award policy, which is originality, quality of argument, positioning in the literature, and the writing quality, all with different weights. And then calculating the average scores of the results produced by each committee member. The third step was selecting 3 winners among evaluated shortlisted papers in each of the category by the committee, discussing, arguing, and finally agreeing on the results. And the fourth step was selecting the winner among the nominees in each category by consensus among committee members. So that's the process. Now I would like to announce the outcomes of this process. So the joint best short paper and best poster category, the category received 29 submissions, 6 were shortlisted, and 3 nominated, namely EGOV strategy formulation taking into account international rankings, application of a method in an African country, authored by Wagner Araujo and Constancio Andrade. Second, multimodal intelligent assistance for automating the patient intake process and primary care, authored by Anna Ciznik and Mikhail Egorov. And third, policy radar, creation of a tool for monitoring planning instruments in Portugal, authored by William Melo, Ana Costa, and Paulo Cambra. And the winner is multimodal intelligent assistance for automating the patient intake process and primary care, written by Anna Chisnik and Mikhail Egorov. The paper introduces a justification from the committee. The paper introduces a method of building intelligent multimodal assistance for medical purposes, able to understand natural language and employ a domain-specific database to generate responses to the user, using a method of determining the patient's disease based on the disease symptom rates. It also presents empirical results produced by experimental implementation. According to the committee, the paper provides a systematic method of building medical chatbots with experimental implementation, building confidence in the method's feasibility and applicability, and opening many applications in medical and other domains. So congratulations to the authors, and a request for them to come to the podium to receive the award. Do we have the authors? From what I know, we don't have the authors for this first category. So remotely, congratulations again, and I'm sure the organizers will be in touch to pass the award. Second, the best ongoing research paper category. The category received 61 submissions, 6 were shortlisted, and 3 nominated, namely, barriers to openly sharing government data toward an open data adapted innovation resistance theory, authored by Anastasia Nikiforova and Anneke Zuiderwilk. Second, fake news going viral. Determination and analysis of virality of socially relevant events in digital governance, authored by Sachin Kumar and Alok Nikhil Iha. Third, measuring the effects of using digital innovation contests as policy tools toward an assessment instrument, authored by Gustav Joel Skielske, Anna Costa, and Anders Hjalmarsson Jordanius. And the winner is measuring the effects of using digital innovation contests as policy tools toward an assessment instrument, written by Gustav Joel Skielske, Anna Costa, and Anders Hjalmarsson Jordanius. The paper investigates the effects of digital innovation contests as policy tools. To this end, it conducts a case studies of the contest organized by Vinnova, the Sweden's innovation agency of innovation with sensitive health data for the benefit of people with type 1 diabetes, their relatives, and care personnel. The paper identifies 6 categories of policy effects based on the case study, relates these categories to existing literature, confirms them by literature, and creates an assessment instrument for measuring the policy effects of innovation contests. According to the committee, the paper correctly identifies the promise of digital innovation contests for policy formulation and implementation. It employs a rich digital innovation contest from Sweden to uncover policy effects and confronts them with literature, and it offers a concrete and potentially useful assessment instrument based on the validated policy effects. So congratulations to the authors, requesting them to come to the podium to receive the award. The third category and last category is best research paper. The category received 88 submissions, 7 were shortlisted and 3 nominated, namely dimensions of e-participation, levels of participation and citizen configuration, authored by Leif T. Sundberg and Katarina Gidlund. Second, introducing the DigiPart Index, mapping and explaining digital political participation on the subnational level in Switzerland, authored by Uwe Serdult, Gabriel Hoffmann, and Costa Vallenas. And third, the implementation of new public governance through blockchain and Delphi-based analysis, authored by Mike Brinkman and Maureen Heine. And the winner is introducing the DigiPart Index, mapping and explaining digital political participation on the subnational level in Switzerland, written by Uwe Seldurt, Gabriel Hoffmann, and Costa Vallenas. The paper defines digital political participation, builds an index to measure such participation at the subnational level, and applies this index to measure and analyze digital political participation in all cantons in Switzerland. According to the committee, the index is based upon a sound conceptual framework. It is balanced and comprehensive, covering digital tools aimed at citizens' opinion formation, interaction with authorities, and expression of political decisions, namely voting. The use of the regression analysis uncovers useful insights for canton-level digital political participation in Switzerland, and the indexed building methodology is promising for reuse, with some adaptation to different national contexts and administrative levels. So, congratulations to the authors and requesting them to come to the podium. And with this, the mission of the Awards Committee is done. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are now fast approaching the end of the session. So I'm now inviting Delphine again for a few words on behalf of the United Nations University, UNU-EGOV. And then we will have finally the announcement of the next organizer. And I missed to say in the beginning, we will have still a musical moment to close in the same way that we initiated with music. We will finalize in the same way. So, Delphine, please.
I'm sorry for being twice, but it was not planned like this, but okay. So, this time I will read, because let me share with you. What I'll do now is the thing that I think is one of the most important things, as you'll see. I will thank a lot of people, including all of you, for the success of this edition. So I think this is very important. I need to be sure that I will not forget, I hope not forget indeed, anyway. So, dear colleagues and friends, after almost 3 days, around 27 hours of conference, we are reaching the end of the 15th edition of ICEGOV 2022. I am very pleased and honored for being here now, addressing all of you, let me say, a notable community of EGOV researchers, I think I can say that, practitioners and government representatives that every day, through the work, contribute to the advancement of the EGOV field. A community that over these 15 editions of ICEGOV has done so much for this conference. In fact, it's due to the effort and commitment of all of you that ICEGOV has attained the success that we had the opportunity to witness once again during the last days, and as shown by the numbers just presented. I know that a lot has already been said, and that there is a lot that I could still say about, for instance, the evolution and progress of the conference over the years, about how challenging were the two last editions due to the COVID-19, or about how vivid and intense has been these last days. But I won't. I will be brief, and I will do what I should more than what I must do, as I said at the beginning. I will thank all those that made ICEGOV 2022 possible, and they are many, many colleagues. I really hope not miss anyone. So let me start by thanking the ICEGOV Conference Committee, namely, first, the two conference chairs, prestigious ambassadors of this ICEGOV edition, Amandeep Gill, the United Nations Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, who unfortunately could not join us in Guimarães, but had promptly accepted our invitation to be conference chair. And, as well, as you know, António Cunha, the president of the North Portugal Regional Coordination and Development Commission, that you had the opportunity to hear in the opening ceremony. Second, the two other PC chairs with whom I had the pleasure to collaborate in designing all the program of this conference, Luísa Amaral and Wei Zhang. And let me just say a special word for Wei, who I am sure would love to be here with all the community, but that still, due to COVID limitations, was not able to travel. Third, to all the colleagues of UNU-EGOV, where are they? I need to look, I need to see them. Namely, Elizabeth, where are you? There. Mário Peixoto, there. Eliane, somewhere. Zoran. Cristina. Mário Meira. And José. And these are the colleagues that are also part of the ICEGOV Conference Committee. But besides them, all the other colleagues, all the rest UNU-EGOV team that, although not formally part of the committee, have intensively collaborated to the conference. I am sure that all of you in this room know them very well. And from my side, I'm truly proud and grateful to this team. And it is not just because of ICEGOV, also because what they do all the year for the unit. I am also most grateful to the University of Minho, the local university that joined us in this endeavor, and also extremely proud, and I will again say a sequence of names, of the fantastic work that a set of young and committed volunteers have done during these days. Thank you, Catarina Leite, Margarida Val, Ricardo Ribeiro, Rita Miranda, Maria Dias, and Maria Mello. Sorry. And of course, let me also mention to convene the company that joined us in this journey. Thank you so much for the professionalism again, and it is not the first time that they are working with us. Thanks. But that's not all. Okay, but I'll finish soon, so don't worry. I could not forget to mention also all the track shares, PC members and authors for the scientific and practical contributions brought to this edition, the 6 excellent keynote speakers and panelists for their inspiring speech and discussions, and all the roundtable sessions and workshop organizers and contributors, as well as the ICEGOV Awards Committee that has the difficult task of choose the best among the best, Thomas Jonowski, Sun A. Shun Raude, and Mary Finney. Elsa and all the other members of the ICEGOV Steering Committee for their wise advices, always, every year, wise advices. And all our sponsors and supporters. Many thanks to all. Finally, a very respectful thank to the President of the Republic of Portugal for his high patronage to this event, to the government of Portugal, here so brilliantly represented by the Secretary of State for Digitalization and Administrative Modernization, Mário Campo Largo, and to AMA, the Agency for Administrative Modernization, for being patron, sponsor, and active participant in ICEGOV 2022. Our congratulations, by the way, and best wishes to AMA for the work it has been doing to promote digital governance in Portugal. Before closing this part and moving to the final part of this session, that is the announcement that everybody is waiting for, let me ask all of you in this room something very special, really very special. That is to strongly clap your hands as a sign of the respect, admiration, and friendship that we all have for Elsa Esteves and Thomas Janowski, to whom we owe an immense tribute. So, and I'm done. Now you have the announcement that everybody is waiting for. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, so it's time for us to know where are we going next year. The ICEGOV has been already to the 5 continents. Last year we were in Greece, and next year we are leaving Europe and going to another continent. So to make the announcement, it is my pleasure to invite Lorenzo Madrid to let us know where are we heading for the next edition.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be again on the podium here in ICEGOV. This event that has been part of my professional career for at least 15 years, engaging since day one, maybe in Macau with Elsa and Thomas, and then to Cairo, and then to Bogota, and then to Russia, to China, Estonia, I mean, in New York. So many, many places that we were together to talk about ICEGOV and meet colleagues and discuss the future of government, what's lay ahead. It's my pleasure to announce that the next event will be in Brazil. Many of you already know about that. And before I announce the city, I would like to, well, I would like to say my appreciation to Delfina for trusting our team, and Elizabeth and all the team here in the unit. And also like to introduce the members of the organizing committee in Brazil, beginning with my dear friend Beatriz Lanza, a research associate from CTG. Then Maria Paula, where is Maria Paula? Maria Alexandra Cunha from Fundação Getúlio Vargas. Then where is Manuela? Manuela is there on the back, Manuela Ribeiro. And where is Alexandre? Okay, Alexandre is there. Alexandre Barbosa, both from the CITIC.br in Brazil. And finally, Leopoldo de Albuquerque there, and myself, Lorenzo Madrid, from the Institute of Smart City Business, representing America. Okay, and for that, I proudly invite you to visit Belo Horizonte. It's the third largest city in Brazil. And we want to present a short video about the city and welcome you there 1 year from now to have fun, good food, and fruitful discussions on e-government. Thank you very much.
Bom dia. Hi, everyone. I'm Teddy. I'm so sorry I can't join you in Guimarães this week, but I wanted to give a brief virtual presentation.
Sorry, we have a video prepared, but it's about announcing Belo Horizonte. Okay, while we sort the video, let me just say that we will have next a musical moment. It will be outside the building as we leave. We'll have a choir of young people that will close this session, and afterwards we will hold a photo, a group photo as usual, and to end the day. This year we have added to the program a symbolic initiative because we know that we are coming from the various parts of the world, and symbolically we will be planting one tree for each participant in this conference. Today, just straight after the musical moment, we will do a tour in Guimarães and then do the plantation of 10 trees. On the 24th of October, we'll plant the remaining ones on the United Nations Day. So I would like to invite everyone then to go outside just after our video. See you next year. Let's now go outside for the music and the group photo. Thank you.